everybody. Welcome to a very, very special edition of Truth with Consequences. Guys, listen, you know, I come on here every day. I've been coming on here forever, and I make it clear to you guys, I am an entertainer. I embellish things. I am over the top about things. I am passionate about things. I get very colorful about things. I am a New York Italian, for crying out loud. But I got to tell you guys something, man. You know, I have interviewed, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in my life. And, bro, a lot of them were characters. You know, you guys know me with the wrestling business. But, bro, I've interviewed celebrities outside of the business, just hundreds and hundreds of people. And guys, you know, I use the term mark a lot. I have no problem admitting when I'm a mark for somebody. I come out here and say it. I have no problem saying it. Guys, I got to tell you something. When I was I remember it vividly. I was a 7-year-old kid. I was at the bowling alley with my sister in Center East, Long Island, bro. And this talk started generating, bro. You know, bro, I'm probably, 7, 8-year-old kid at this point. This talk started generating about these clues in these Beatle records that Paul McCartney had died in a car crash. Now, bro, you got to understand, as a 7, 8-year-old kid, it was scary as hell to me. It was haunting to me. I'm just a little kid. So, bro, me and my sister, we had all the Beatle records, bro. The Beatles were still together at that time. Of course, I went back. I listened to all the songs. Strawberry Fields. I'm examining these album covers for hours and hours and hours. Bro, there was a whole magazine that came out that was dedicated to the McCartney hoax. I bought the magazine. I read it page for page. Bro, there was a special. I even believe it was on WOR in New York, hosted by lawyer F. Lee Bailey. And as a lawyer, F. Lee Bailey, bro, picked all these things apart. And, bro, I got to tell you, my reaction was, it scared the hell out of me. Like, holy shit, Paul McCartney died. And, there's a fake Paul walking around. Bro, this is 1967, 1968. Bro, this story has never died. Bro, hoaxes, conspiracies come and go. Yeah, bro, Elvis is alive and he's working on a pig farm in Idaho. Bro, listen, conspiracies come and go. This story has been around for over 50 years. So the fact of the matter is, bro, there is no way on this planet that something could be around for 50 years, bro, and have no legs. So you've got to understand that. Andy Kaufman, bro. Okay, yeah, Andy Kaufman is alive. He faked his own death. Has that developed into anything? No. The story with Paul continues and goes on and on and on a daily basis. And, bro, I stumbled across this podcast, man. And you guys know I have put this over 1 million times. The podcast is called Sage of Quay. And there is a gentleman that hosts this podcast by the name of Mike Williams. And Mike more or less has, I don't want to say dedicated his life, because Sage of Quay is a great podcast about a lot of conspiracies. But this is the one conspiracy that Mike has really zeroed in on, and the research he does is incredible. And every time I watch one of his shows, it's something new. I've been wanting to get Mike on the show forever. He was gracious enough to accept the invite. Before we get this show started, I want to give my Patreon shout outs to Jason, Justin Peeler, Sean Presnell, Jeremy Gakin, Brian Adams, Wayne Noon, Ken Sorrell, Lion Ratton, Eddie Gonzalez, Gabber Nagy, and Scott Dryan. I think that's how you say it, Scott. I want to thank you guys for supporting me and supporting our Patreon program. Bro, I have him here with me right now, the great Mike Williams. Mike, I've seen 1 million of your interviews. Nobody ever gave you that type of an introduction. Nobody.
You are right, Vince. Nobody has ever given me an intro like that.
Mike, I'm a huge mark of yours. I'm a huge fan of yours. And that was the first thing I wanted to ask you, Mike. Mike, I currently believe there's a big conspiracy going on in the wrestling business. And, bro, as soon as I put that out there, Mike, you got to – I use bro a lot. Mike, I can't help it. It's a habit.
It's okay.
But, Mike, when I started putting this out there, I started getting inundated with hate mail. Then, Mike, I see you, and you are such a gentleman. But I hear what you're saying, and you've mentioned, you may walk away from this, in a couple of months or so, and you say over and over, listen, I'm not trying to convince anybody. Whether you agree with me or don't agree with me, God, I am just giving you the facts, that I'm finding out in my research. I'm not trying to convince, and you don't, bro. You don't try to convince anybody of anything. But Mike, do you get a lot of that negative mail? And for a guy like you that seems like such a nice guy, I hope that's not part of the reason that you may step away from this in a couple of months.
No, I'm not stepping away because of that, Vince. I'm from New York as well, Long Island as well. So I've got thick skin. And so, no, that's not the reason. The reason was because I've been at it heads down for 3 years. And so I started to see where I was repeating to some degree. And I thought to myself, well, I don't want to be doing this just for the sake of doing it. So when very important or significant revelations come forth, then I'll jump back into the game, research it, and I'll present it. So that was really the track I was on. And that's the track I'm still on. So what happened recently, and I guess we'll talk about it later, we don't have to talk about it right now, was the whole thing with 5 toes versus 6 toes. Paul McCartney, right? It's crazy. It's crazy stuff. And we'll get to that, folks. And you'll see how crazy it is, but it is an eye-opener. But yes, I ran into the same thing that you ran into with wrestling. Whenever you lean up against and you push up against people's idols, people that they worship, a world that makes their clock tick, and then you tell them that, it's not how it appears, that there's an illusion, there's a deception, there's a conspiracy. A lot of people go off the deep end. So there's a lot of, I get a lot of trolling. I've been able to filter those people out. It takes time to, push them out of the equation. There's a lot of hatred. I have on occasion been threatened with physical harm for continuing to talk about this. And then you have the hardcore deniers. These are not people that are mean in any way or hostile in any way. They're just so entrenched in wanting to believe in the Beatles and Paul McCartney that they will find any excuse to continue to ride the train, which I'm clearly showing, and you were showing in the wrestling world, that has holes in it. Yeah. But they don't want to look at those holes. They don't want to look at that. They want it to be as they remember it. And, it's as simple as that. So you have a lot of those folks, the hardcore deniers, but they're not hostile, like I said, in any way. They just do not want to use their mind and their logic and reasoning.
Yeah. Mike, I was thinking about you just yesterday, and talk about holes. Just when you think you know everything, you find out something new, and you were on my mind yesterday. Okay, bro. And it's funny, the timing, what was happening yesterday and then where I was in this book, bro, the memoirs of Billy Shears. Like, bro, we will get into this heavily, but I can't even put into words. But Mike, I'm thinking of you because I saw your show about a week ago. You're talking about bro, I just love the fact that when you refer to Paul McCartney, let me make this clear to everybody, because you're going to see this throughout the show. He's Billy to you. I mean, yeah. There's no ifs and buts about it. There's Billy and there's biological Paul for you. And I was completely fascinated, and you're going to enjoy this story, I think. I'm watching you the other day, and you're talking about, in May, you just went to see Billy in concert. 36 songs, and, you get into some of the songs. But you said something very interesting. I mean, you put over the fact that, bro, like, Billy is 82 years old. He's out there on stage. Bro, he's singing 36 years old. He's 82 years old. So, Mike, yesterday, I come on my computer not realizing it. Oh, happy birthday, Sir Paul. Sir Paul, happy birthday. and I'm seeing 77 years old.
Right.
So like I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, Mike doesn't make mistakes. Like there is no way Mike make mistakes. Mike said, Billy is 82, and now Paul McCartney is celebrating his 77th birthday. Mike, I'm up to the part in the book where Billy Shears says, and I never knew this before, and it blew my mind. I guess when they were filming Magical Mystery Tour, they asked him, and it's in the film, how old he was.
Right.
And he said he was 30 years old. This is 1967.
Right.
At the time, in 1967, biological Paul would have been 25.
That's right. There's a 5-year age difference.
Yeah, so Billy Shears, they asked him how old he was. He says, I'm 30 years old. But if they would have done the math, biological Paul would have been 25. But man, Mike, 2 questions. Number one, I can't believe that was swept under the rug for this long. Like, I didn't even know about that one. And I got to ask you, Mike, how do you feel when you wake up and everybody is wishing Paul McCartney a happy 77th birthday? How does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me realize that, Vince, that you and I are in a very small minority. And, most people, like I said before, they're going to believe what they want to believe. They are in the matrix, and they've got their routine, and they've got their lives, their virtual reality that they live in. And they're going to go along for the ride. And so I just accept it, Vince. I accept the fact that there's going to be a very small percentage of people that are really going to grab onto the truth. The Freemasons have a saying, there are those, or a class of people, that possess the key for knowledge, and there are those that do not. And I've said this on a couple of shows, and a lot of people get very upset with that because it's very binary. The switch is on or the switch is off. See, people like gray area, right? They like to call it their truth. But there's no such thing as your truth. The truth is either on or off. It's binary. Otherwise, it's a perspective. So I approach it from that perspective that, not a lot of people, in fact, most people are not going to grab onto the truth. They'll never stumble onto it. Even if you explain it to them in black and white and you show them illustrations and examples of how something is not the way they think it is, they will reject it. So you just have to come to grips with the fact that that's how the world works and that's how people operate. And so this is not for everybody. There is a small percentage of people that are, they possess those keys for knowledge, and that's who I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking to anybody outside of that because it becomes a waste of time. Yeah,
I get that completely. Now, Mike, I want to ask you this, and Mike, I got so many questions here. It's ridiculous, but I got to ask you this. You said something a couple of minutes ago, Sage of Quay is a conspiracy show.
Yeah.
But you kind of said, bro, it's been 3 years now that the Paul Fall conspiracy has been in the driver's seat. Did something happen? What made this become your story? What made this become your trademark? What was it just gathering all this evidence for so long, or was there an instinct where it was like, wait a minute, I really need an instant where I need to put the focus on this?
Yeah, well, let me just say, first of all, Vince, I was always a Beatle freak growing up. So I'm a musician. I write songs, record songs. And so the Beatles were my primary inspiration, along with other bands like Zeppelin and Jimi Hendrix and so on. And back in 1968, when Yellow Submarine came out, I remember bugging my father to take me to the movie theater to go see it. So he took my brother and I to go see Yellow Submarine. And then, in 1976, my high school on Long Island was very progressive, and they allowed this.
What are we talking about? I just want to see what high school we talked about.
Ward Melville High School.
Oh my God! Of course, I went to Sachem.
You went to Sachem?
Yeah, okay. So we were rivals. I know Ward Melville. Yeah. As a matter of fact, the wrestler Mick Foley went to Ward Melville. Whatchamacallit, King of Queens went to Ward Melville. No, we were, bro. I had many a soccer game against Ward Melville. So go ahead, Mike.
Okay. So they allowed us, the students, to be able to put together presentations, lectures, seminars, whatever you want to call them. And so I had a friend of mine, Adam. Adam had an older brother, Doug, and Doug was probably about 4 or 5 years older than us. And he knew all about the Beatle clues on the albums and the backmasking and all that stuff. And so, I mean, I knew about the conspiracy, about the rumor of Paul's death. And before Doug showed up, myself, I was going through all the clues on Sgt. Pepper and Magical Mystery Tour and all the other albums, Abbey Road. And so when Doug came in, he took everybody through it. I didn't expect to have a lot of people show up, but I had put all these kind of posters around the high school hallways. And lo and behold, when we had the lecture, it was standing room only. But I thought at the time that it was just a great marketing ploy to sell more records, because when that happened, when the rumor came out in 1969, it really came out in 69. It was floating around back in 1966, 67, 68. But in 69, it really came to light. So I thought it was a way to sell records. And in fact, their record sales did bump up when the rumor came out. And then a lot of years went by, and, I believe that the guy that's playing Paul McCartney was biological Paul McCartney. And, I was playing bands and recording music and stuff like that. And then what happened in 2016, I was on Amazon and I was looking for some books, and I don't even remember what books I was looking for. And so Amazon pops up and says, hey, you might like this book. And it was the Memoirs of Billy Shears. It was the first edition, the red cover. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at it, and I see it's published, self-published, Create Space. The author's name is Thomas Hugh Harriot. I don't know anything about this book. So I read the blurb. I'm like, okay, let me give it a shot. So I ordered the book, I read it, and I just couldn't believe what I was reading. And, the thoughts that came to mind was, well, I don't even know how this guy can write this book without getting sued. Because the McCartney enterprise is extremely protective of its brand. Incredibly protective. Anybody out there want to test it? Try uploading a Beatles song to YouTube. It will be copyrighted. The infringement notice will be like that. You won't even complete the upload. And if you do, it'll be down within 5 seconds. So I read this book, and I was like, wow. And then a good friend of mine who's done a lot of podcasts with me, Sophia Smallstorm, I was telling Sophia about the book, and she says, well, you should come on my show and you should talk about it, present it. And I thought, well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. I really don't know if I want to become a Paul is dead guy. I thought I would read the book. That would be that. I would go on with my life. And so to make a long story short, I kept procrastinating and she kept reminding me. So finally I did the show in September of 2016, on September 12th. It was the day after biological Paul McCartney's death, September 11th. And it was a 2-hour show, and I did it. And I thought to myself, okay, well, the show's done. That's that. I can go on with my life. And then it was just an avalanche of people contacting me, other podcast hosts reaching out to me. The first was who's become a very good friend of mine now, Mark Devlin, who's done some brilliant work in the whole area of the music and entertainment industry and how it's controlled. And so it continued from there. And so what happened was I used memoirs as a foundation, a starting point to either validate or disprove what was being said in the book. Initially, I thought to myself, as an example, maybe we'll get into this, the Vivian Stanshall piece of it, where Billy says he played the character Vivian Stanshall, right?
Yeah.
When I first read that, first of all, I wasn't even really sure who Vivian Stanshall was, because he was more of a character out in the UK, right?
Right.
But once I got myself familiar with who he was, I had a hard time believing that Billy played this guy. And so to make a long story short, again, I continued to do the research, and the more I researched Vince, the more I could not debunk the book. I was finding that the book was true. And also the book is encoded. So it's encoded in 3 layers. It's got the first layer, which is you read the book the way you would read any book. Then you have a second layer where Tom has bolded out words on each page of the 666 pages. The book is occulted. It's a Masonic book, folks. Right? Tom is a Freemason. He's the author, or what they refer to as the encoder.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the third layer, which is the acrostical coding, which reads up and down.
Right.
Right. So when you read all three layers, each layer, the second layer reveals more, and the third layer reveals even more. So by the time you get done with the third layer of the book, you've got the truth. At face value, the first layer, you're going to think that there are threads of fiction running through the book. Okay? And the way it's written in the first layer, you could conclude that. But if you take the extra effort, you go into the second layer, and then you go into the third layer, then you come to the realization that you've got the full story. What Memoirs is Billy's biography. Right? So Billy's reached a point now where his runway is very short. So he came out, he released the first book on September 9th, 2009.
Mm-hmm.
He got the green light because he's under contract. He has signed non-disclosures and confidentiality agreements to play the character. He is the primary permanent replacement, although others have played the role over time. Mm-hmm. He says this in the book. We can get into that a little bit. And since 2009, it's been rolling along. And when I picked it up in 2016, and I don't like saying this because I don't want to sound like I'm patting myself on the back, but when I did that show, the conspiracy peaked again.
Mm-hmm.
People got reinterested in the conspiracy. And then in September of last year, 2018, Billy released the second edition, which is the blue covered book. It's the one you just showed the audience.
Mm-hmm.
And the blue book, the newer version of it, contains a lot more information that the red book did not have. And that's because, again, Billy got the green light to be able to disclose more than he had in the red book.
Mike, let me ask you a question. What is the purpose of the three encodings? In other words, if somebody picks this up for the first time, like you said, bro, okay, it's going to raise some questions. There could be some fiction in this, but it's an interesting read. So are you saying it was purposely encoded 3 times because basically it's going to take that person that deep to dive into this book? And not only that, Mike, but the thing that fascinates me about you that, Mike, I can't do. Number one, man, I can't do because I can't see and the words are too small. The footnotes. Your information, the information in the footnotes blows my mind.
Right.
So was that the reason behind the 3 encodings, that a Mike Williams would have to come along and really understand what this book is revealing?
Well, I guess I'm a person. I don't want to say I'm the only person because I have a number of friends who I've teamed with who have also read the book, and they've really gotten into it. And we work together as a loose group of researchers to share information. What we have to understand about Billy is that he is a very high level Freemason. And in fact, he's probably out of the Masonic degrees. There's 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite. And in the book, it alludes to the fact very strongly that he's in the illuminated, what I refer to as the illuminated degrees, or the 12 degrees of the Illuminati. So let me just explain to the folks before I get them lost. Think of a pyramid. We always see the pyramid. So the first 33 degrees of the pyramid are the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The next 13 degrees, is that right? Yeah, next 13 degrees are the degrees of the Illuminati. So there's 13 degrees of the Illuminati. And above that, there are 20 more degrees of people and beings that we will never, ever know about. So when you add them all together, when you have the 33, the 13, and the 20, you have 66. So there were 66 degrees within the pyramid. And in the pyramid, it's the all-seeing eye, right? This is the controlling entity that controls the reality that we're in. So Billy, being who he is. Now, Billy, he is an acolyte of Aleister Crowley. Because of that, he's heavily into mysticism, magic, the esoteric. Okay, so Crowley's religion was Thelema. So Billy is very, very well versed in mysticism and the occult. And so for him, this is how I've pieced it together. He enjoys presenting people with a puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
He enjoys testing intellect. So when he put this book out, when people read it, you can read it at face value and you'll get information, just reading it at face value, the way you would read any other book. But if you want more information, if you're really a truth seeker, if you really want to understand how this went down and who I am, and I'd say who I am, I mean Billy, then you're going to have to use your brain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have to think through it and process through it. And not only that, but you're going to have to go outside the book to go figure some other stuff out.
Yeah.
And if you have the gumption and the motivation to go do that, then you're going to be a whole lot smarter about this and everything else that goes on in the world. Because one of the things I keep telling people is this book is not just about the replacement of Paul McCartney. It's about the whole power structure that regulates this reality. So I call it the pyramid of power. It's the Illuminati. It's Freemasonry. It's Tavistock. It's mind control. It's social engineering. It's the drug culture. It's Crowley, magic, Luciferianism / Satanism. So you're getting everything wrapped up into one big bundle. And what the book does is it ties it all together. And how does it tie it together? It ties it together through the story of the Beatles and how biological Paul McCartney was replaced by Billy Shepherd, or some people will refer to him as Billy Shears or Billy Campbell. Mm-hmm. I always say I'm not very concerned about his last name. Mm-hmm. All we need to know is that biological Paul was out of the picture 53 years ago and somebody else stepped in. So that's why the encoding is very important, because it is a test that Billy is putting out there to see who gets it. What they want to do, Vince, is what I was saying before. There are those that possess the keys for knowledge and those that do not. They want to separate the wheat from the chaff. This is how the Masons think. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the very high-level Masons going into the Illuminati. This is how they think. This is how they operate. And the other thing is the Illuminati subscribe to Crowley, to Crowley's religion of Thelema. And maybe we'll get into that in a little bit too. So that's why the book is written the way it's written. That's why a lot of people who do read the book don't take from it what I've taken from it, or perhaps what you've taken from it and other people. I don't know. It really is. It's something that's been put out there to test our ability to use our God-given gift of intellect and reasoning. That's how I look at it.
Well, Mike, I think this is going to be a great balance, because I am a guy. First of all, Mike has studied this book on that third level. Okay. I have not. I got through the first level. And guys, I'll be honest with you. You know me. I don't know if I have the intelligence to go through this book and understand this book and encode this book the way Mike has. I really don't know that. But here's what I do know, bro. And here's where I think we're going to get a nice little mix, because I'm going to bring you back to logic. And then Mike is going to bring you through his knowledge. And I just want to say something before we kind of start at the beginning, but Mike said something very key, guys. Let's talk logic now. When I was a little kid, bro, and I realized this, it was probably about 69, Mike. I was probably about 8 years old. And as I got older, here's what I thought. It's exactly what Mike just said. I thought, okay, guys, this is a great publicity stunt. Bro, let's face it. The Rolling Stones were red hot at the time. They were on the heels of the Beatles. There was a lot of competition between the Stones and the Beatles. This is a publicity stunt. This is a great way to sell albums. That's what I'm thinking. But also, guys, what's happening as we get into the 70s, and then we get into the 80s, and then we get into the 90s. Now we're into the 2000s. None of the Beatles, even when George and John were alive, nobody ever came clean and said, yeah, it was a publicity stunt. We did it to sell more albums. I mean, bro, in 2000, for a, well, John was passed away by then, but, in 2000 for a Paul McCartney to say, yeah, it was a publicity stunt. The Stones were hot. The boys got together. We thought it was funny. We thought it was creative. That has never been said. And not only has it never been said by Paul, it was never said by any Ringo has never addressed it. George and John, when they were here, never addressed. So here I am, and I'm saying to myself, okay, bro, it's a publicity stunt. In time, it will come out. But it has never come out. And they have never said that. So, right there, bro, like that raises an eyebrow. I want to start here, Mike. I think we have to start at the beginning because this is the first thing that I learned from you, and I was like, holy shit. Guys, you probably knew everything that I know. You know the album covers, 28 If, Strawberry Fields Forever, Backwoods, Turn Me On, Dead Man. You know all that stuff. We all know all that stuff. When I started listening to Mike, man, I realized, my God, bro, like, This is nothing. Like, everybody knows this. This is nothing. And Mike, where I think you have to start, if you think you should start somewhere else, the first thing that when I really started listening to you, I was like, holy shit, was the whole idea of Tavistock. Yeah. Is that the right place to start?
Yeah, it's a good place to start, Vince. So the first thing I should probably, or the first answer I should give to questions people have is, why did they do it? So it's a massive psychological operation, and it's about social engineering and mind control. Tavistock is in the business of studying human behavior, steering human behavior. It's about social engineering and mind control. That's the business that Tavistock is in. And Tavistock has been in that business for a very, very long time. And with the Beatles, what they were looking to do, and they did very successfully, was to change a very traditional culture going back into the 1950s. It was very Christian-based and so on, to a culture of free love, create the drug culture, create a culture and a society where the traditional norms are broken down, and basically, a mindset that says that if it feels good, do it. And when we take a look at what they have been able to accomplish from, let's just say, the time that the Beatles hit the scene, which is officially 1962, to the time they broke up, which is officially 1970. So if we take a look at that 8-year period of time, all we need to do is take a step back and take a look at how much the world has changed in that period of time. Mm-hmm. It's incredible. And the Beatles were a major force behind it. So Tavistock created the Beatles. The Beatles were never organic in the way that, just four lads came together and they were banging around. They formed a band, and then they were discovered by some guy, Brian Epstein, who owned a record store. And he was, the way the story goes, he started to try to market them and see if he can secure a record contract. And lo and behold, they wind up with EMI, who, by the way, EMI, the record company, record label, has a very long history of being tied to British intelligence. So the Beatles are a creation of Tavistock.
And also, like, from what I read, from what Billy tells us, at the same time, the Rolling Stones were created to more or less be the heels. In wrestling, we have baby faces and heels. So basically, the Rolling Stones were formed to be the bad guys, and the Beatles were the good guys. All through Tavistock. Yes, that's right. So they had to have the good boys, the bad boys, and play them off each other. Everything's about polarity and duality. Good, bad, up, down. This is how it works in the occult circles. So I also believe, based upon my research, and this is stuff that I'm still working on, Vince, that the Beatles, even going back to, I'm going to pick on Paul McCartney, biological Paul McCartney, and John Lennon, were possibly in mind control programs at very early
at a very early age. In other words, they were being groomed and brought along way before the Beatles were ever on somebody's radar. So, they were being brought along, they were being tutored and schooled. A lot of people don't realize, if I pick on Lennon as an example, John was very well versed in the esoteric and mysticism. A lot of people don't realize that. In memoirs, we have a drawing that John did of the Four Horsemen. How does a guy that we're told was a cut up in school, basically had a difficult time getting through school, where did he learn all that? Where did he and Paul McCartney learn to layer lyrics? Because all the Beatle lyrics are layered. Mm-hmm. In other words, they have this meaning at the top level, and then at the second level, it's like the book, it's a whole other meaning. So, and this got even stronger as time went on, when biological Paul died and Billy took over. The layering, in my opinion, of the lyrics became much more prominent. But the point I'm trying to make is that this is not something you learn on a weekend course. You have to be schooled in how to do these things. So if we take a look at John Lennon's family background, his father was basically not in the picture. His mother relationship and then his Aunt Mimi, this was very choppy. Biological Paul McCartney lost his mother at 14 years old. And if you take a look and you look up his father, Jim McCartney, you're going to be hard-pressed to find what that man really did for a living. So his background is very sketchy and I will say very suspect. So in my view, something was going on there. And we have to remember that the same people who put the Beatles psyop in play are also the same people who are writing the narrative, who are writing the histories, that are ensuring that the books and the magazines and the newspapers and the radio stations toe the line. People will say to me, oh, but I read so-and-so's book, and that's not what he said. I said, well, one of two things is going on there. Either the person who wrote the book is on the payroll, the Tavistock payroll, or if they're not, then they're using source material that Tavistock has put out. Either way, you're not getting the full truth. Now, I'm not saying that these stories, these histories, don't have a thread of truth, because the best lies need a thread of truth in order to come across as palatable and believable. So anyway, so then we have, if I'm right about John and Paul, and I don't know about Ringo or George, I haven't done enough work in that area to really comment on it. And then, they wind up going to Germany. They're playing at the Cavern. We have pictures of Stuart Sutcliffe making Masonic hand gestures. This is going back to, 62, 63, 1961. This is very early on. So something is brewing, something is going on, but you're only going to see it if you look for it. And when you look for it, it will be there. That's the thing. All of this stuff is hidden in plain sight. People think it's like magic, that I come up with this stuff or I'm looking at it. Where'd you find this? It's really not that hard. If you dig long enough, it's out there. It is out there. Mm-hmm. And it's just a matter of starting to connect dots and piece it together. So I do believe that the Beatles, from the onset, even when they were playing in Germany and in the Cavern, they were on Tavistock's radar. No doubt about it. Just like the Rolling Stones, by the way, and The Who.
Yeah.
And all the other bands that came out of the British invasion.
Well, Mike, let me ask you this again, going back to the book and going back to what Billy says. I believe it was in Hamburg, but Billy talks about, I think specifically Paul and John. I think it was those two, but he talks about them at that point, the Hamburg days, making a pact with the devil.
Yeah, 1962.
Now, is that a connection to Tavistock, or are those two different things?
It's all together, Vince. It's all intertwined. So when we talk about Tavistock, we talk about occultism, we talk about Crowley, all of this stuff is stitched together. You can look at it separately, but it all comes together. That's their world. The world of Tavistock, the world of occultism, the world of Thelema, which is Crowley's religion. all of that stuff, it all comes together at the end of the day. It's all connected. So yes, in the book, he says in 1962, biological Paul McCartney and John Lennon entered into a pact that was overseen by handlers and occultists, priests. And the ritual was performed. And once the ritual concluded, the priests and the handlers went back to report back that the ritual concluded properly. And at that ritual, what John and Paul said, or what they agreed to, was that they would give their lives for the success, the fame, and fortune of the Beatles. Now, they were very young men at the time. There's no question about it. So the question comes up, did they really know what it is they were getting themselves into? I've been asked that question. And my answer is, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't know these guys personally. But it's very, very possible that they did not understand what they were getting themselves into. In other words, they didn't understand how serious it was to engage in that kind of satanic ritual.
And, it's interesting, Mike, when you talk about that, and then when I read that, and, and they basically say, there's going to be a sacrifice.
Yeah.
And then, it's funny, bro, because then when you look at these other bands, when you look at, The Who, and you look at, like AC/DC with Bon Scott, and you start looking at these bands and a band member dying of each, and that even led me to, the Janis Joplins, the Jim Morrisons, the Jimi Hendrix dying at 27.
Right. The 27 Club.
Yeah, exactly. Is that the deal with the devil? And is that the sacrifice you make for the stardom and, the money and the glory and the fame? You in turn are giving your life because, man, when you look at that stuff, it is very, very coincidental.
Yeah, that ritual is referred to as the crossroads, going to the crossroads. And it was Dylan that had an interview with, I think, 60 Minutes with Ed Bradley, going back, I believe it was the early 2000s, where Bob really spilled the beans because Ed Bradley was asking him, how is it that he's able to continue to go on and doing this as long as he has been doing it? And I'm going to paraphrase here, but Dylan had said, look, I have an agreement with the chief commander. And Ed Bradley said, the chief commander? Who's the chief commander? And Dylan responds, well, he's the main man in this world, next world, in the unseen world, I think is what Bob said. So, the first noteworthy story of somebody going to the crossroads was Robert Johnson, who was a blues guitar player, right? But he really wasn't well known. There's also a theory or a notion that Bob Dylan did the same thing, that Dylan went to the crossroads. So, we have those situations, these young deaths, right? We have, like you said, the 27 Club, Kurt Cobain, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin. And then people don't really think about, what about John Bonham of Led Zeppelin? Mm-hmm. How about Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones? Freddie Mercury of Queen. And people will say, well, Mike, Freddie died from AIDS. I don't see how you think that's a ritual. What you have to understand is that the ritual is not they put you on an altar and then they drive a stake through your heart.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It comes across it like an accident, but it's an accident that comes before your time is supposed to be up. Because when you go to the crossroads, what you're really asking for is you're really asking Lucifer / Satan to rewrite your life script. That's what you're asking for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So Lucifer or Satan or whoever the chief commander is going to say, okay, well, I can rewrite your script if you want, but it's going to cost you.
Yeah. And it's almost like when you look at the deaths of all those people you mentioned, it was almost like they were killed by their own demons. Yeah. Freddie Mercury living that lifestyle, you could look at that like it was demon. You didn't even mention Amy Winehouse.
Right, Amy Winehouse.
Bon Scott.
Yep.
I mean, the list goes on and on. Their demons is kind of what did them in. Mike, I guess the next point, man, we have time to do this, right, Mike?
Yeah, you just keep going, Vince.
Okay, I guess the next point, so Tavistock, Mike told me about Tavistock, and I was like, holy shit. Here's the next thing Mike told me about. And like I said, bro, the the 28 if and all this bullshit. Like, bro, please. The McCartney dreams.
Yeah.
Would that be the next point? Should we go to that next, or am I missing something in the middle?
No. So we had the ritual, and then so the ritual in 62 with Paul and John participating meant that Paul had 4 years of runway. That's it. And so I'm believing that these nightmares and these dreams that he was having, recurring nightmares and dreams about his own death, were the result of having that ritual. So he was being haunted. He knew his time was up. He knew he was closing in, right? At some point, wheels have to go up on the plane.
Right.
And he knew it.
But it wasn't even the dreams of his own death. It was the dreams of his own death and being replaced.
Yes, and being replaced. Exactly. That's right. And being replaced.
And during that time, Mike, he actually met Billy Shepherd.
Yeah, he did. He met Billy back actually in 1962. He was actually introduced to Billy by Denny Lane.
Mm-hmm.
So Denny Lane is up to his eyeballs at this thing. I had somebody comment on my YouTube channel just today and said, "Do you think Denny Lane knows about this?" I'm like, yeah. Denny Lane knows all about this.
Yeah.
So, so when Billy played with the Diplomats consisted of Billy, Denny Lane, Bev Bevan from ELO.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, we've got some heavy hitters in this band. The interesting thing with the Diplomats, if I could just for a second, is they were fairly big back in the day, back in England. But then they just closed up shop. They did record an album. It's locked in a vault someplace. It hasn't been released yet. Billy in Memoirs mentions that maybe someday they will release those tracks or they will release that album. We'll have to wait and see. But yes, so Billy and the Beatles go back to 1962, and Biological Paul knew Billy, and Billy knew Biological Paul. Now, I don't know whether, they were going out and having beers together, but they certainly were acquainted.
Okay, now, Mike, I want you to verify this fact, and I'm trying to walk everybody through this because I want you to have a thorough understanding. Because Mike, I'm sick of people telling me I'm out of my freaking mind.
Yeah,
it's very logical. Mike, I got this from somebody else. I don't remember who. I watched these videos when they come on my YouTube. Now, somebody, and they showed stills of this, that while this is going on, 62, Beatles, Ed Sullivan, New York, Shea Stadium, that the Beatles have like a fan club.
Yep.
And that one of the people who wrote a good deal of the copy for the fan club was Billy Shears. Is that true?
Yeah, Billy Shepherd. Yeah.
Billy Shepherd. Now, again, guys, logic. Once 66 came along, did that Billy Shepherd disappear off the face of the planet to never be heard from again?
Yeah, that's something I get asked too, Vince. I get that question. Well, whatever happened to this guy, Billy Shepherd? So
right.
let me just say, first of all, we're going to refer to Billy with 3 different names that get bantered around. Billy Shears, obviously, because that's how he introduced himself on Sgt. Pepper.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Billy Shepherd, which is the name he uses in the memoirs of Billy Shears, and then the long-standing surname of Campbell, Billy Campbell, that's been bantered around for a long time. So like I said, I don't get hung up on the last name. But yeah, it's interesting with the fan club articles and stuff like that. I think it's possible, Vince, that it wasn't the Billy we know today that was writing those articles. I believe it's very possible, like I said, because Tavistock has put this all together. It's a massive psychological operation. It's massive. And they could easily have had anybody on the staff involved in the operation write the articles and just stamp Billy Shepherd on it, knowing that in the future it's going to be used as some point of reference or some point for research. This is what they do. We have to understand that with these psychological operations, what they don't do is they don't live in the moment. Things are planned and strategized for years and decades out. So they will plant information knowing that 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, it could be a source of some researcher or somebody to go chase something down a rabbit hole. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. No, without a shadow of a doubt. Now, Mike, again, I want to stay in order,
Yep.
and I don't want to jump over anything, but we can't go past the diplomats. And you did not mention him, Phil Ackrell.
Phil Ackrell. Yep.
Okay. Now, again, this is where I really tried to break this down and process this, and this is where it gets confusing to me. On that day, September 11th, 1966, does Phil Ackrell disappear?
Yeah. So now what happened with Phil Ackrell? So let me just back up for the audience. So we have this band of diplomats, which most people listening to this are not going to know anything about.
But you can go online. You can read all. I did it last night.
Yeah.
You can go online, read all about their history. They existed.
They existed. They absolutely existed. And there was a guy in the band by the name of Phil Ackrell. That guy is Billy. Okay, so the Diplomats were an early iteration of a band in which Billy was getting his chops down, working with Denny Lane, Bev Bevan. Okay, so he played a character called Phil Ackrell. Phil Ackrell is not a real person. He's a character. In memoirs, Billy explains that he leased or rented the name to a gentleman by the name of Phil Ralston later on, who picked up the part. So I get sent videos from a Phil Ackrell playing at these small venues in the 1980s and the 1990s, and people wanting to argue with me saying, see, there he is, because there's a caption under the guy's name, Phil Ackrell. No, that's somebody playing the character of Phil Ackrell. Ackrell, like Stanshall, we'll get to Vivian Stanshall, is a character. It's like Tom Cruise plays a character on TV or in the movies. It doesn't mean that character on the TV or the movies is real. Tom Cruise is depicting that person, playing that character. So that's what Billy was doing. Billy, he has a lot of different names he uses. He likes aliases. Apollo C. Vermouth, Percy Thrillington, Billy Martin. He used the name Billy Martin in order to record his first solo album to kind of keep it under the radar. So he's very much into this, into playing different personalities, different characters, using aliases, and Phil Ackrell was one of those characters and aliases.
When you look at, come on, we're going to get into this a little later because I want to stay in order. But, Mike, one thing you did turn me on to big time, I knew nothing about Vivian Stanshall and Bonzo Doodah Dog Band. I knew nothing about, so I started watching video. Bro, there is no doubt about it. Vivian Stanshall was a entertainer and loved to be a character and do crazy things. So if you watch Vivian Stanshall and see who this man was, I bought a ton of the albums. Listen to the records. This guy was an entertainer. So for him to play various roles is very, very feasible. And also, Mike, when we look at Phil Ackrell, now we get the Denny Lane connection, and we can fast forward to Wings when the Beatles departed.
Absolutely. When he formed Wings, when the Beatles broke up, he just called back his old buddy. They re-teamed up.
And we know that interview with Denny Lane.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. You want to explain that while we're on the subject so people can connect the dots? Because I know we'll forget about it later.
Okay, so there's two situations. The first one is an interview that he did on another YouTube channel. It's not mine. And he did a show, and he went backstage, and the guy was interviewing him, and the guy says to him, look, if you don't want to answer this question, I understand. So Denny's like, go ahead, ask whatever question you want to ask. So he says, what was it like to play with Billy Shepherd? And so Denny says, Billy Shepherd? You mean Billy Shears? And so they banter back and forth a little bit. And but during that 1 minute dialogue, it was about a minute, the thing that Denny Lane never said, or the name he never mentioned, was Paul McCartney.
Right.
He didn't say, when the interviewer asked him, what was it like to play with Billy Shepherd? Denny didn't say, Billy Shepherd? Who's that? You mean Paul McCartney? No, he said Billy Shears.
Right.
Then he never mentions Paul McCartney's name. Right. And I think at the end of it, he says, well, who the hell is Billy Campbell anyway? So because the interviewer had said, oh, Billy Shears Campbell. So the interviewer was kind of jumping to conclusions. And then if you watch that clip, Denny has this little smirk on his face. It's the duper's delight kind of smile, right? Yeah. He knows he's pulling this guy in. Denny's having a little bit of fun. And at the end, he says, well, who the hell is Billy Campbell anyway?
Yeah.
So what Denny was telling us is that we've got this guy. He's not Paul McCartney because I didn't say it was Paul McCartney. I told you he was Billy Shears.
Right.
And you have to understand, this is a technique called masterfully speaking that the Masons, this is a technique that they use to speak. They can tell a ton of truth by masterfully speaking. And basically what it is an encoded way of talking. It's basically, what is it that you didn't say? Right? And
we clearly see this. We'll talk about this later, but the perfect example of this is Letterman.
Yes. Oh, the Letterman interview.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that. I want to stay in time.
Okay.
But perfect example of that, Mike.
Yeah, the other one was a good friend of mine, Walt. He works at concert venues, and Walt and I did an interview, I guess about 9 to 12 months ago, and he had emailed me beforehand. He goes, hey, Mike, Denny's playing at a venue here where I live, and I'm going to be doing some of the backstage setup. He says, I'm going to see if I can catch him, because a lot of times we can catch the artists, and we could talk to them a little bit. So he did. Denny was putting his guitars away, and Walt was there, and Walt has a great personality, So he says, hey, Denny, tell me a little bit about Billy Shepherd. And so Denny did the same thing. He goes, Billy who? And he goes, oh, you mean Billy McCartney? So there we go again with Denny not saying Paul McCartney and taking Billy's first name, merging it with McCartney. And again, it's what Denny's not saying. Denny's not saying, oh, I played with Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Right? He called him Billy McCartney. So anyway, the point being is that, like I said, these clues are all out there. You just have to take a step back, pause, and break it down and listen. You have to listen. Don't fill in the blanks, right? Listen, and it'll come together.
Okay, so now let's get up to speed. Paul's having these horrific dreams that he's going to die, and he's letting his bandmates know it. The Beatles know it. He's having these dreams, horrific dreams. He's going to die, and he's going to be replaced. And he's letting them all know about it. And it almost becomes an obsession with him. Right, Mike?
Yes.
Am I missing anything there before we get to – okay, then we get to September 11th, 1966. They're in the studio. There's an argument. Take it from there.
Yeah, so John wasn't there. He was in the studio, and I think John was in France. And the way the story goes, at least the way Memoirs tells it, is that Paul was given the song assignments for the next album, and he got agitated with Brian Epstein because of the number of songs that he was asked to crank out within a certain period of time. So he gets in the car. It's raining. He's driving down the road. There's a hitchhiker. The gal's name is Donna. That's where we get the song Lady Madonna. Maybe we can get to that a little bit. And then there's a car crash, and both of them die late at night, the day of September 11th, 1966. And so it took a little bit of time to be able to identify the bodies. Paul, the way the story goes, was decapitated, and he was very, very badly hurt and mangled in the accident. And so that was that. And so when it happened, there was then this this move very quickly to get a replacement in place. And so within, I think it's 5 days, they had Billy in front of John Lennon in France with Brian Epstein, banging through the terms and conditions in which Billy was going to take over the reins of the Beatles. Because at that point, the band up to that point was pretty much John Lennon's band. When Billy took over, one of his requirements, his demands was that he have sole control of the Beatles' creative process. And so they had to get John to relinquish his role, his part in playing that role, and turn it over to Billy, which he did under duress, I should add.
Yeah, I want to stop before we get there because, see, to me, like that's one of my red flags that I want to talk about. But I want to back up a little bit. So he gets killed in a car crash. We all know about you. You might want to tell people about Sailor Sam.
Yeah,
because that's a hint that not too many people know about.
Okay, so Sam was a reporter. We're not told what newspaper he worked for, but he had figured out that there was a car accident and that Paul McCartney had died. So he was making phone calls to Brian Epstein to confirm the story. And to make a long story short, what happened was Epstein had become very agitated with him, and he was having difficulty shaking this guy because this guy knew that Paul McCartney, biological Paul McCartney, did indeed pass away. So what they did was they paid him off. And they sent him on a little cruise. That was part of the payoff, a nice little vacation somewhere. So Billy writes about Sam in the song Band on the Run, Sailor Sam. Mm-hmm. So whenever you hear the lyric Sailor Sam in the song Band on the Run, Billy is referencing the reporter Sam, who at the time was going to go to press with the story that biological Paul McCartney was killed in a car crash. That's how that's the story. And so Sailor Sam and Band on the Run is that reporter.
Yeah. Now, Mike, I want to break down because you said within 5 days, Billy's in front of, John with Brian, but I want to break down why the replacement, because there are a lot of things to look at. And one of the things, let me just go through the list of what I, got out of the book. Number one, the promise was made to Paul. Paul was convinced, I am going to die, and the promise was made that your legacy is going to continue. That's number one. Number two, this is what you hear all the time about the mass suicide. Oh my God, there was afraid the teenage girls, there was going to be a mass suicide. Number three, was this Tavistock's plan to continue all along? These guys are getting hot, bro. We've got to get this thing going. Or because maybe this is where Paul's dad was involved, because Paul's dad kind of had to give it the blessing. Was this really all about dollars and cents? And this was a money-making, churning machine that they did not want to stop.
It's all of the above, Vince. So the way I approach this is, as I mentioned before, the pyramid of power, called the deep state, Tavistock, their planning is extremely in-depth. They don't leave anything to chance. So the way I look at this is that the whole thing, the pact that John and Paul made, the ritual, knowing that he was going to pass away in 1966, this was all known because of this ritual that they did. And if we back up before that, the whole grooming process I talked about before, right? So they're moving, when I say they, referring to Tavistock, to Deep State, they're moving this along. And so they knew that once they reached that point in 1966, they had to flip the switch, and it was going to be part two of their project plan, or phase two of their project plan. Phase two was the psychedelic era. Mm-hmm. Now, the reason for the rituals is because the rituals give their intent and their will. And again, when I say there, I mean the deep state, Tavistock, the occultists, the people that are involved in this, who are running the psychological operation. It gives their intent and will power to manifest. That's why they do these rituals. So now some people are going to say that's a bunch of bullshit. They won't believe it. I always tell folks it doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what they believe, because they're running the show. Mm-hmm. You're not running the show. They're running the show. This is what they do. This is how they operate. This is what they believe. So phase one of the Beatles was the Beatles prior to becoming famous. That was the Beatles back at the tavern back in Germany. Phase two of the Beatles were the Beatles that exploded onto the scene from 1962 through 1966 through Revolver. Please Please Me through Revolver.
Through when they stopped touring.
When they stopped touring, exactly.
Right.
So phase 2 was the recording and touring. Phase 3 was the Billy era. And I am thoroughly convinced, Vince, Billy coming into play was always part of the project plan. He was in the pipeline. So they didn't scurry. In other words, they didn't scurry around and say, oh, biological Paul McCartney was killed in a car crash. Who are we going to find that's going to fill his shoes?
Well, it's almost like we didn't even talk about this, Mike, but when you Billy Pepper and the Pepper Pots,
right?
Was that his practice?
Yes. Doing Beatle cover tunes.
Tell people about that.
All right. So, Billy also had this other band called Billy Pepper and the Pepper Pots. Of course, Billy Pepper, Sgt. Pepper. And they were Mercy Beat albums.
Yeah, they covered Beatles songs.
Beatles songs, right. Yeah, half the albums were Beatle cover songs, and the other half, they were original compositions by himself and a guy by the last name of Frazier, who was a buddy of his. So, so we had, so that's a good point, Vince. So, you had the Diplomats, you had Billy Pepper and the Pepper Pots, you had all this stuff going on, So Billy wasn't just a Johnny-come-lately, somebody they yanked by the scruff of the neck and pulled in. He was in the pipeline.
And not only that, Mike, we didn't even add this. Like, not only was he in the pipeline, this was one of the greatest studio musicians in the game. I mean, he didn't learn this along the way. I mean, Billy Shepherd was a studio musician and great at his craft.
That's right. So Billy was formally trained in music, and we'll get into that too, because we could talk about the mind control program he was in as a kid and his tutoring by Aleister Crowley. We'll get into that. But Billy is very, very well versed in music. Read, write, and score music. Now, we were told that the Beatle narrative is that none of the Beatles could read music. Well, none of the 4 original Beatles could read music, but Billy certainly can. So, when Billy came onto the scene, he teamed up immediately with George Martin, who was the Beatle producer. And, George, of course, was a highly skilled musician himself, along with being a producer. And by the way, Jane Asher, biological Paul's girlfriend, her mother was George's music teacher, just to make it a little weirder.
Yeah.
Okay. So Billy is, by trade, he's a wind instrument musician and a piano player.
Yeah, and we see that on the cover of Sgt. Pepper.
Sgt. Pepper, on the cover of Sgt. Pepper, folks, take out your album, brush it off, and take a look at all the instruments the Beatles are holding. Those are all of Billy's wind instruments. He plays those instruments. And in fact, if you go back to some of the old Vivian Stanshall performances with the Bonzo Band, he's playing those instruments. So Billy is he's very skilled. Like I said, Tavistock, they're not leaving anything to chance. They're not just going to plop somebody in there and hope for the best. They put a ringer in there.
Yeah.
They made sure it was going to be a successful transition.
And let's look at logic again, guys. Let's look at logic again. If what everything Mike is saying is true, and Tavistock, created, the Beatles, wanting to mind control the young youth of America, bro, the last thing you're going to do is that band's going to stop touring. That's the last thing you're going to do, bro. You want that band on the road in every city, having an influence on the youth of America. All of a sudden, 1966, we stopped touring. And what does Billy Shears say about that? Mike, what is he, about 5 inches taller than Paul McCartney? That you can clearly see in pictures, unless he's wearing high heels in every picture. The before and the after, he is clearly taller than his bandmates. And Billy says that's the reason why we stopped touring. If you remember the early Beatles, bro, it used to be John with a mic and George and Paul used to share a mic. Bro, they would not be able to do that any longer because there was actually a height difference. Now, he could get cosmetic surgery, but, bro, you're not going to cut, you're not going to cut 4 inches off the guy, Mike, right? So now, in their prime and wanting to get this message out, you stop touring?
Right. That's right. So Billy is at least 4 inches taller than biological Paul. Billy's 6'2", or at least in his prime, he was 6'2". He's going to be 82 years old this September. So when you get older, you lose a couple of inches. So we'll just say that he's around 6 foot. His current wife, Nancy Shevell, is 5 feet 10 inches. So when you see him walking with Nancy, he's taller than Nancy. So we know he's at least 6 feet tall. Mm-hmm. And with biological Paul, the numbers really, Vince, they shift around. Sometimes you'll see 5'9", 5'10", right. 5'11". They just keep moving around. But I think in memoirs, he says that he was about 4 inches taller than biological Paul. And you're correct. If he went on stage and he's standing next to George, people would look and say, well, he's a lot taller than George. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
What do you have, a growth spurt?
Yeah, and not only that, Mike, during the time, and I know you're going to know what I'm talking about. And guys, I have shown this on YouTube before. I'm going to get the link and put it up again. Bro, there's that black and white interview right after with Billy. It's in black and white. He's talking gibberish. He's constantly doing this, constantly trying to hide something. I don't know what that is on his head.
He's got a wig.
Can you tell people a little bit about, because bro, I got to tell you, Mike, when you go to Mike's website, Sage of Quay, guys, I'm telling you, when Mike puts the pictures side by side, it's ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, this is not, he's got a long face, he's got a round face, he's got this. It's ridiculous. But that one interview, Mike, when I saw that interview, that was my, are you effing me moment. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know why they did that, because that interview right there would raise every question that anybody would have.
Yeah, they rolled it out because they had to start introducing him. And you see a very, very different Paul McCartney. You see a guy that is very aloof, eccentric. He was very much into the avant-garde scene in England at the time. And then you had biological Paul. He was a kid from Liverpool. And you see a very, very different personality emerge with that interview. And you're right, Vince. He's touching his face. He's kind of rambling on. He's got this wig on his head. He's got this piece on his head. You can clearly see.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Yeah. And right? So the question is, I mean, how do you not look at that and say, why is Paul McCartney wearing a wig?
Right.
And that's when he was going through the transition. I want to back up to the red flag now. Mike, are we cool with time and everything?
Yeah, Vince, go as long as you want.
This is awesome for me, man.
Yeah.
Here's my red flag. Not that this convinces me otherwise. Mike, especially after the Beatles went their separate ways, and we see John Lennon. And we see a strong John Lennon. We see him, speaking out against the war. We see the bet-in. I mean, bro, there are great interviews I have on DVD on, Dick Cavett. This is a guy that, bro, isn't afraid to say what's on his mind, to the point of, the FBI and J. Edgar Hoover was supposedly looking into him. This is a guy that spoke his mind. This is the one first problem I have where Epstein brings Billy to John. I think he's in France, right?
Yeah.
Seeing John's personality from like 1970 to, I believe he died in 81, those 10 years when you saw John Lennon and he was a rebel and he was a spokesman and he didn't care about consequences, he's kind of rolling here, Mike. And like he kind of agrees to give Billy control of the band. And as I'm reading this part, again, I'm not doubting what Billy is saying in this book, but I'm having a hard time. Like, bro, the success the Beatles had at that point and who John Lennon was at that point, he's rolling to a studio musician more or less and agreeing to give him control of the band. And bro, I know the circumstances were Paul just died. He's not in the right state of mind. He's shook. This is a shock to him. But the Lennon we see later on, it doesn't seem like he'd do something like this.
Yeah, I think at the time, Vince, I'm just hypothesizing here, it's possible that when John found out that biological Paul passed away, that maybe the reality of the ritual, the pact, and all that stuff hit him like a ton of bricks.
Ah, that's a good point, Mike.
Okay? So
Yes.
maybe the realization of what in God's name did we do?
And I better go along with this.
And I better go along with this. And, I'm not really going to have much of a say in this anyway, because he's got to be thinking to himself, this is probably all semantics at this point, because this guy is going to be the guy. So that's just a guess on my part.
And you know what, Mike? He could have been told just like that.
Yeah.
For all we know, Lennon could have been told just like that. John, this guy's going to be the guy, period, end of story.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that's in Memoirs, if I recall. I don't know if it's in the Blue Book, maybe it was in the Red Book, but Billy tells us that John started to become paranoid at certain points because he started to wonder, well, gee, they replaced biological Paul McCartney. What's to say they couldn't replace me?
Right.
So they start to screw with their heads, Vince.
Right.
You start to think to yourself, okay, so you know what? I got to play ball here, because in all likelihood, if I don't, it's not going to turn out very well.
Yeah. Yeah.
That had to be what was running through his mind. I mean, even George Harrison in his home.
The assassination attack.
Yeah, the guy broke in and he had the whole all of his property was on lockdown with surveillance and everything else. This is how paranoid I think they had become after a certain point. Especially
and
after
that gets
Paul
back,
died.
Mike, and I just learned about this too, man. Like, guys, I'm just telling you, again, you can write every single one of these off to coincidence if you wanted. This blew my mind. I just picked it up the other day. John Lennon was killed by, was it David Wayne Chapman? What's his middle name?
David Chapman. Yeah.
But his middle name, I forget. I think it's Wayne.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, we go back to Magical Mystery Tour. There is a plaque on the desk with David Chapman's initials.
Yeah.
The exact initials of what his name is. Again, coincidental, or this is the guy that wound up killing John Lennon.
Yeah.
Billy says, and I've heard this all the time, Mike, about the Illuminati. Bro, they put the message right in your face. It's like, guys, here it is. We're telling you. Yeah. We're telling you, but you don't want to believe this, but we're telling you as clear as day. Guys, I was a Beatle fan at the time. Mike was a Beatle fan at the time. I believe the last album was Revolver, where you saw a little bit of a change. But now, bro, we are introduced to Sgt. Pepper. This is a new band. This is a new sound. This is a new look. And they are telling you, ladies and gentlemen, Billy Shears. They are telling you. They're making it as clear as day. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Shears. But I got to tell you, Mike, you're into music. I'm into music. You're a musician, so you know a lot more about it than I do. Man, I don't know if there was any band in the history of music that within one album went through such a critical and crucial change in music. Bro, we're talking a couple of years ago, literally a couple of years ago, I Want to Hold Your Hand, and then we're doing A Day in a Life.
Right.
This came from somewhere.
Right. That's right. So, and by the way, it was Mark David Chapman, right?
Mark David, and that's the initials on the plaque on Magical Mystery Tour. Yeah. Mark David Chapman, yeah.
So, so the evolution of the Beatles is something that I have called out to try to put some context around how they developed. And so we have this band going back to 1962 doing songs like Love Me Do and Please Please Me and I Want to Hold Your Hand. And if we take a look at what Tavistock did, Vince, they very methodically and incrementally took the Beatles from this very, very boy band, rock and roll band. A lot of their stuff on the albums like Please Please Me, With the Beatles or Meet the Beatles there were a lot of cover tunes that they did, right?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden we see this, they're moving along and the music is getting more and more evolved and more complex. And it really hits a pinnacle where the change is very obvious with Rubber Soul.
Mm-hmm.
We have this very Dylan-esque styled album, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they move to Revolver, which is now the introduction into Eastern music and also into the psychedelic era. It's the intro into Sgt. Pepper with Tomorrow Never Knows, the John Lennon song. And then, boom, they come at Sgt. Pepper, and then it's like nothing we've ever seen before. Now, what Tavistock did with Pepper was they knew that in order to do this, they had to just overwhelm the senses of the people that were going to buy the album and listen to the Beatles. So they just put this brand new band up there. They didn't just try to dress up the guy playing Paul McCartney, Billy. They dressed everybody up in the band outfits. Right? The whole cover of Sgt. Pepper is a funeral scene. And we have this completely different sound now. The psychedelic era has been kicked off June 1st, 1967, when the Beatles released Sgt. Pepper. And by the way, that album is Billy's baby. That's Billy's concept. And the other Beatles, even if you listen to interviews, especially with John, he will say that, well, it was Paul's idea, it was Paul's concept, and we were basically brought in to kind of play along.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing here. But
yeah, the Beatles became the studio musicians.
Exactly.
Right.
We were there to support Paul or Billy to make his concept come to life. I also should mention, too, that this is related to Sgt. Pepper. Billy was behind, he was one of the main creators of bringing the Monterey Pop Festival together. Okay, one of the masterminds behind it, along with John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas. And so the Monterey Pop Festival is considered the start of the Summer of Love, 1967, which is really the official start of the drug culture. And Billy, in memoirs, explains that he was working along with the CIA to get the distribution of LSD distributed at the Monterey Pop Festival. And local law enforcement was told to stand down, don't lock anybody up. So this was tops down, completely tops down, coming from the deep state, the CIA. This is what the Monterey Pop Festival is going to be all about. Kick off the psychedelic era, and we're going to do it by handing out LSD. And, Billy was involved in that, and he admits to it in memoirs. This is not something I'm making up. This is something he's telling us in the book. So we have the Monterey Pop Festival. That's when we really get to see Jimi Hendrix at the Monterey Pop Festival. And then, of course, going back to Sgt. Pepper, which is a landmark album. It's considered the psychedelic album of all time. And then with its little brother, Magical Mystery Tour, which followed, which had a lot of great songs on it too, but it was in Pepper's shadow.
Okay, Mike, here, maybe you could, this isn't something that you would know the answer to. This is really, I think, your just opinion and your feeling on this. Okay, biological Paul passed away. They replaced him with Billy Shears. Billy Shears is now running the band. There is a dramatic change in the Beatles.
Yeah.
Okay, now we start with all the hints on the records. And the fascinating thing that Billy tells you is, bro, in the book, man, I swear to God, like, as I'm reading this book, I'm a writer, Mike, and I've written a couple of books. And I'm reading this book. I'm like, bro, this guy either has a magnificent imagination, which is out of this world, because how he could possibly make this up, I can't even comprehend. The beautiful thing about Billy is now he goes into, Mike, what did you call it when they play it backwards? Backtracking or
backmasking?
He goes into it. He explains it to you. This is how we did it. We did it that way. We put these messages in. Mike, here's something that puzzles me a little bit. Why? If they replaced Paul McCartney, wouldn't you kind of want it to be like a thief in the night so the Tavistock plan goes on accordingly? Why would you all of a sudden, there's a funeral, there's the old Beatles, there's the new Beatles, Paul's back. Why? What was the purpose behind putting the hints out there?
Yeah, I think, Vince, I'll give you my opinion on this. I believe there are two reasons. The first reason is because the Illuminati subscribe to free will, what they refer to as free agency. Billy tells us this in the book. So in other words, what that means is we're going to give you the truth. We're going to tell you the truth. Now it's up to you to use your God-given gift of intellect and reasoning to figure it out. Either you pursue the truth or you make a decision that you're not, that you're going to continue to be deceived. And those that are deceived and stay in that space, they refer to as profane. So the Illuminati subscribe to free will and free agency, which means they must receive our consent in order to move things forward.
All right, guys, that was the end of my interview, part 1 with Mike Williams. Bro, we will be back next week. We will go deeper and deeper and deeper. We will peel back the onion, bro, and we will get to the truth. Paul McCartney or Billy Shears, bro? Who is walking around today, bro? We will get to that next week. Join me, bro. Don't miss it. See everybody next week. All right, Patreon supporters, this is your extended content in this part 1 interview between myself and Mike Williams of Sage of Quay. Bro, I told you, there is a mind-blowing interview that took place in 1967. Supposedly, this was the first public interview with Billy Shears. And what I'm going to do, bro, is I'm going to send you a link. And we're going to watch along a video where it's going back and forth between Biological Paul, 1966, and a year later, 1967, with who is supposed to be the same Paul. But is it Billy Shears? Totally, totally different look, mannerisms, choice of words. I want you guys to watch this along with me and decide for yourself. Guys, I'm going to send you the link to this video. Once you cue it up, we are going to start about 19 seconds in. So I am going to hit play.
It's made it more hectic. It's made all the
Now, this is Biological Paul, bro, in 1966. One of the things you notice about Paul is, bro, very baby-face-ish, very, very rounded face.
Except for the first show in Memphis, which was a bit down, you know, but so
even though everyone is sort of getting on very
now, bro,
well,
this is a year later.
It's a bit too controlled,
and this is what is fascinating to me. Paul seems to be talking just blubberish, bro. The face is very, very, very long. Do you see the difference, bro? This is a year apart. This ain't a few years apart. This is a year apart. Here in this shot, bro, that is clearly Paul's hair. You could see the rounded face, bro, the baby face.
I said, well, yes, but you're not allowed to do that. He said, well, you know, if
look at this, bro. Just the language is different. The covering up the face with the hand, the longer face, bro. And bro, that is a wig, bro. That is not real hair. That is a wig.
And it's just not true anymore. You know, they don't work all those rules.
Because there's this thing about, you know, when America gets violent, gets very.
I mean, bro, like, you know, we can write this off to cosmetic surgery. But then you got to ask yourself the question, why? Why is Paul getting cosmetic surgery in 66? Bro, Paul would have been about 24 years old. Good-looking guy. Why is he getting cosmetic surgery? Why is he wearing a wig? Why has the shape of his face changed dramatically, bro?
You know, it's just a straightforward endeavor kind of thing, just to do something.
I mean, my gosh, bro, the thing that always catches me when you go back and forth is just the difference in the face.
See, we're not, when we say anything like that, we don't say it as older people seem to think to be offensive. We mean it helpfully, and if it's wrong, what we say, okay, it's wrong, and people can say, you're wrong about that one. But in many cases, we believe it's right, we're quite serious about it.
Bro, notice the part in the hair is even different. In 1966, Paul, the part in his hair is completely on the other side of his head.
But it's that they're talking about things that are a bit new. They're talking about things which people don't.
I mean, that mustache looks fake,
But
bro.
do you mind being asked questions? For example, in America, people keep asking questions about Vietnam. Does this seem useful?
Well, I don't know, if you can say that war's no good and a few people believe you, then it may be good, I don't know. You can't say too much, though, that's the trouble.
And so
Wow. I'm telling you guys, every time I see this, I say all the time, we can write this off to plastic surgery, but why? Why would a young Paul McCartney, bro, at 24 years old, get his entire face reconstructed? It just doesn't make any sense to me, bro.
Freak out music and all that. Don't immediately take it as that, because your first reaction is going to be one of fear,
Look at that, bro. Look at when you put these side by side, long face, round. I'm telling you, bro, the one on the left is a wig. They say the lips are different here. I don't see too much of a difference. I see a little different. You see a thinner lip on the left, bro. Yeah, I mean, the eyes do look different. He looks more wide-eyed in the younger shot. Man, that's fascinating, bro. Just the shape of the face, the shape of the nose. Yeah, so these are the things, bro, that you have to look at. And you have to have an open mind to stuff like this, bro. Difference in the way they sit. I don't buy that, bro. I mean, there are a lot of times where I really sit differently. So I don't know how much I really, really buy into that. It's really just the structure of the face that is just unbelievable to me. Yeah, 1 year apart, bro. So that is it, guys. That is one of the that interview always blows me away because there is clearly a difference. There is clearly a physical difference from 1966 to 1967. Guys, next week, man, part 2, Mike Williams. Guys, please join me. It's going to be interesting as hell. Mike is brilliant. He has made this his life for the last 3 years. I hope you are enjoying this, bro. And again, personally, bro, I want to thank you, man, for being a member of Patreon. Take care, everybody.
Number nine, number nine, number nine, number nine, number nine.
Good day, everybody. Welcome. This is Vince Russo, and I am about to play part 2 of my Paul McCartney conspiracy with the great Mike Williams of Sage of Quay. Did Paul McCartney indeed die in a car crash September 11th, 1966, only to be replaced by a replacement, a body double, so to speak, Billy Shears? We all know about Billy Shears, Sgt. Pepper. Guys, this is riveting to me. I have been following this story since I am a kid. Michael Williams is a genius. He has dedicated 3 years of his life to this. Mike doesn't have an ego. Mike doesn't have an agenda, bro. Mike is just presenting facts to a very interesting case. And I want to talk about that for a second, bro, before I start part 2 of the interview. Bro, you know, I've got a lot of mud slung my way after the first part of this interview. Vince, what are you talking about? Vince, you're gullible. Vince, you're a jackass. Vince, you're this. Vince, you're that. You know, guys, not for anything, bro. Open your mind. Because let me tell you something, bro. If you think that everything is the way it seems, you are out of your mind. How do I know, bro? Because I worked at the WWE. I knew what was really going on backstage. I knew certain things that have never made it to the public, bro. But what do you know? Oh, WWE, great wrestling company, Vince McMahon, genius promoter, yada, yada, yada. As my good friend Bruce Mitchell would say, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, bro, you got no idea. You got no idea. So, bro, this case of Paul McCartney, bro, this is 50 years strong. Okay, if something's going on for 50 years, I don't care what it is, it has to have legs. So here I am, here Mike is. We are just providing you with some information and facts. Quite frankly, bro, I don't give a horse's ass whether you agree with me or not. It is unimportant to me, bro. It doesn't matter, and I'm not going to sit here trying to convince you of anything, bro. I am convinced that something really wrong is going on here, but that's me, bro. If you don't, that's cool. But like I said, people, don't be freaking gullible. There are a lot going on in this world, bro, that we have no clue about. We are not privy to. We all live in our little safe bubble, and we want it to remain safe. We want Paul McCartney to remain, one of the 4 Beatles, to, the icon, the legend. We don't want anything to change that, bro. But there's always the what if. And that's all Mike is presenting here today. Before we bring Mike back, I want to give a shout out, bro, to those who join the Patreon program, bro. Guys, without you, we can't do this. We need your support. And I want to thank right now Chloe McLeod, Mark Martucci, bro, little Paisan action there. Wesley Landon Woolsey, a.k.a. Mr. Woos. I know all about Mr. Woos from Twitch. I see him all the time. And, of course, Robert Braverman, who I know has been following the brand for a long time. Thank you guys so much for supporting Jeff and I on Patreon. All right, everybody, without further ado, here is the great Mike Williams, and here is the second part of the interview. Is Paul McCartney dead? Enjoy, everybody. If they replace Paul McCartney, wouldn't you kind of want it to be like a thief in the night so the Tavistock plan goes on accordingly? Why would you all of a sudden, there's a funeral, there's the old Beatles, there's the new Beatles, Paul's back. Why? What was the purpose behind putting the hits out there?
Yeah, I think, Vince, I'll give you my opinion on this. I believe there are 2 reasons. The first reason is because the Illuminati subscribe to free will, what they refer to as free agency. Billy tells us this in the book. So in other words, what that means is we're going to give you the truth. We're going to tell you the truth. Now it's up to you to use your God-given gift of intellect and reasoning to figure it out. Either you pursue the truth or you make a decision that you're not, that you're going to continue to be deceived. And those that are deceived and stay in that space, they refer to as profane. So the Illuminati subscribe to free will and free agency, which means they must receive our consent in order to move things forward. So consent can mean that you just ignore it.
Yeah. Hey, we told them, they don't want to listen.
Right. I told you. And so all these clues in the songs are telling us Paul is dead. Paul is dead. Paul is dead. And people are just blowing right past it. I was guilty of it myself. So that's the first thing. So in other words, those clues are about consent, that they can continue, that Billy can continue to plow along doing what he's doing because he has agreement from the masses to continue on as Paul McCartney. The second piece of it is a bit darker. I also believe that the reason why the clues are there is because it continues the ritual. It's a ritual. So every time you listen to a Beatles song and you have backmasking and you have clues and you're singing along and you're focused on that song, you are focusing your consciousness and your attention on the ritual. It's like, think of it as engaging in some kind of mantra or some kind of chant. George Harrison admitted to this in the song, My Sweet Lord. At the end of it, he's singing about Krishna. And George said the reason why he did that was because people would sing along. And that singing along creates the magic. The magic we're talking about is Crowley called it magic with a K. That magic is not somebody pulling a rabbit out of a hat or, showing you a card trick. This magic is about manipulating reality. It's about manipulating consciousness and steering the mass consciousness in a certain direction in order to achieve goals and objectives. It's called their will. This is why Crowley called it do as thou wilt. And this is the basis of Thelema. And this comes from Crowley's book, The Book of the Law. And this is what the Illuminati subscribe to. And so the entire world is locked up in this, and they don't even know it. So when you go to a show or you're buying records and you're worshiping rock stars and entertainers and celebrities, what you're really doing is you're worshiping your gods. They are consider them the demigods, and you're worshiping them. You're giving them your money, right? Money is what they call money, currency. It's a current. It's like electricity. It goes from you to them. In order for you to make that money, you have to exert energy to go to work and make that money. And then what do? You then take your hard-earned money and you give it to them.
Yeah. Man, you know what's fascinating about that, Mike? When you lay it out that way, and again, listen, Mike.
It's the same thing with wrestling, Vince. It's the same thing.
Yeah, people are going to watch this show and say we're both nuts. I'm going to get back to logic again.
Okay.
Because what you just said, I never thought of, I never looked at. But here's my question while I'm reading this book. Bro, every single song has messages in it, bro. Obla di, obla da. Every song, bro. Every freaking song. Bro, not only that, Donovan.
Yes.
Wrote about it. The Rolling Stones wrote about it. Elton John and Bernie Taupin wrote about it. So I'm sitting here, I'm saying, wait a minute. Now I'm confused because this is supposed to be a secret, but yet they're all writing about it. And like I'm saying to myself, bro, you think it would come to a point where, okay, bro, enough. You know what I'm saying? Bro, there were death clues in Egypt Station.
Right.
So it has gone on from 1966 to today. And I think it's exactly what it is. It's the subliminal.
Yes.
It's the getting that message across over and over and over again, because why else would you do it?
Yeah, it's repetition. It's repetition, and it becomes part of your psyche. And don't forget the Who.
Yeah, right, exactly.
The song Won't Get Fooled Again, Billy tells us, is a Paul is Dead song. The new boss, same as the old boss. The new Paul, same as the old Paul. That's how it's to be interpreted. And what they did with the Beatle lyrics is a lot of times they switched he and she to kind of camouflage.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Remember, it's layered, right? So the first layer, you're thinking he, she, but then they would just manipulate the he, she, he. And that's how they were layering the songs. And you're right. I mean, if you look at memoirs in the back of the book, I have it here, this unbelievable number of songs that Billy takes us through in the book. And it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling.
It's mind-boggling. It's every song, man. Every song.
Yeah, every song. And the one thing I want to add, Vince, a lot of people who want to say that the book is fiction and all this stuff, one of the things that you have to understand is in order for those lyrics to be in the book, Tommy Harriet had to receive permission from those artists to put those songs and the lyrics in the book. So he had to receive permission from Paul McCartney, Billy. He had to receive permission from Biological Pauls, whoever's managing his estate, Elton John, the Rolling Stones, Donovan, The Who. So otherwise, he would be up to his eyeballs in lawsuits. Okay.
And it's funny too, Mike, because like, I'm reading this book and I'm just like, bro, like they keep letting more and more people in on it. Bro, I knew about the Stones and the Who and Donovan and all that shit. I did not know about Elton John and Bernie Taupin. So like, as I'm reading this book, I'm like, why in God's name would you keep letting people in on this? Because somebody's going to spill the beans. But the fact of the matter is, bro, they're all at that level.
Yes.
So like, bro, if you spill the beans, there's going to be consequences.
Yes, that's right, Vince. So it's a big club, as George Carlin said, and we ain't in it. And so all of these guys are in the club, which means they all operate within that pyramid of power I spoke about. That's the thing. It's almost sad in a way, right? You have a lot of musicians and entertainers and people who want to be actors and actresses, and what they don't understand is it's a club. So all this stuff where they tell you, oh, you can make it big, you could be great, you could be this, you could be that. Well, you can, but you're going to have to sell a piece of your soul each step of the way. And the higher you want to climb up that ladder, the more of your soul is going to have to be sold. And many of these guys, when we talk about Denny Lane, we talk about Billy, we talk about Mick Jagger, we talk about Jimmy Page, all of these guys are like card-carrying members of the pyramid of power, right? They did not obtain the opportunities that they received and the fame and fortune that they received because they just happened to have a lot of luck. Okay. Yes, they had to be very good at what they did, and there is a competition. They operate like a corporation. This is how the pyramid operates. Within a corporation, opportunities arise, and people within the corporation have to compete for those positions to get promoted and so on. Works the same way. I asked this to a very high-level Freemason. I said, I've deducted that the Masonic structure operates like a corporation. Am I right or wrong? He says, you're correct. That's exactly how it works. So they do have to compete. But the thing is, as they secure these opportunities and they move up each step of the ladder, more and more power, more and more benefits, more fame and fortune and wealth comes their way. And that's how it works,
The one question like I kept asking, and again, when you talk about, the more you talk about Billy, the more you talk about like the more I believe like this is almost like something out of this world. And because I'll tell you, one of the things, like as I'm reading this and I'm going through these pages, it's not that I'm going back and forth in believing. It's not that, but I'm going back and forth in my questions. I'll give you a perfect example. Mike, my heyday in wrestling was 1999. Wrestling at that point, it was called the Attitude Era. Bro, the world was watching wrestling. I was writing it. Okay? Huge boom period. To this day, Mike, I'm 58. People will ask me questions from 20 years ago. Vince, why did you book this match? Why did you do this? And I'm like, bro, I can't remember. Like, honestly, I can't remember. So when I know I'm constantly being asked things from 20 years ago and I'm only 58 and, bro, I can't remember. And then 2009. Okay, bro, so do the math. This original book was written when he was 72 years old. So that's what's blowing me away, because I'm saying, okay, bro, a 72-year-old man wrote this. How did he remember all that shit? Like, bro, every detail of every song and every line. And B, if he's making it up, this 72-year-old man has an extraordinary mind. Like what is it, bro? I can't imagine I'm 58, bro. I can't imagine 70. You know who Vince McMahon is, right?
Yes.
Mike, Vince McMahon just turned 72. He's lost his marbles. Like, you look at the things he does now. He used to be a genius. I'll be honest with you, bro. At 72, he's an idiot savant. I mean, seriously, the guy's an idiot. So I'm saying to myself, okay, bro, either a 72-year-old is making this brilliant shit up, or he's got a memory that's photographic, or I don't know, did he keep a log? What's your opinion of that?
Okay, so I can answer this question, believe it or not. First of all, Billy is still fully functioning. You know, when I went to go see him in concert, his voice is shot, yes, but physically, his mobility on stage for a man that's going to be 82 in September was unbelievable. I have parents who are a year or two older than him, and I'm going to tell you right now, Vince, there is absolutely no way they would last 4 minutes on that stage.
Right,
okay?
right.
And he's doing 2.5-hour shows. The concert tour, I think, is 39 dates within a year, and he's going to be 82 years old. So, so something's going on there. But I'm going to take you through something I stumbled on that I figured out based upon a correspondence that I had with the author Thomas Hugh Harriott. So I had a question for Tom. And occasionally I'll email him, and Tom and I have a good relationship these days. It's a professional relationship. He enjoys what I put out. I enjoy the books, and so
do you really know anything about him beyond the surface, or do you kind of keep it on the surface? Do you know about him?
I don't know anything about Tom in depth. I can tell you that he was a Mormon. He left the Mormon Church back in 2009. Of course, Mormonism was created by Freemasonry. He is a Freemason, and if I had to guess, he is either a 32nd or 33rd degree Mason. Tom did tell me that his ability to encode was a skill that was taught to him years ago. And at the time when he was taught it, he had no idea why. He just was taught how to do encoding. So remember, before I was telling you that when I say they, the deep state, Tavistock, the Masons, they strategize, years and decades ahead, right? I mean, they're always planning ahead. So Tom was trained in this ability to be able to encode. So that's all I know about Tom, other than the fact that he has been extremely gracious whenever I've contacted him. He has signed non-disclosures, obviously, and confidentiality agreements in order to do the book. So he will write to me if I have questions. He will tell me what he can. He has been very open where he can be, but there's other times when he cannot talk about certain things. And I understand that, so I don't press him. Now, one of the questions I asked him had to do with I think it had to do with Phil Ackrell, going back about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And Tom wrote me back and he said, Mike, I have to go back to the boxes and take a look and go through the files and see what was sent to me on that. Okay, so we now know he was sent a bunch of information. He was sent boxes with files. So that tells me Billy's life is extremely well documented. And I don't believe it's just Billy writing about himself. I don't think it's Billy writing a diary. Because Billy is in this system, and Billy is blue blood. Billy goes back to William Wallace. Mm-hmm. William Wallace, for those who don't know, he's the character that Mel Gibson played in Braveheart. Mm-hmm. So he is of Scottish descent. He goes back to William Wallace. The 28 if on the Volkswagen had nothing to do with Paul McCartney's age would have been. It has to do with the generations separating Billy from William Wallace. Mm-hmm. Okay? So the point being, Vince, is that Billy's life has been documented from the very beginning, which means he was slotted and being groomed to be in a position of influence and power at some point down the line. He was brought along. He was tapped. He was identified at a very early age. When that happens within this system, and this is a system that people who are listening to the show are thinking, this guy Mike is absolutely out of his mind, okay? I'm telling you, there's a whole other world out there that we're not privy to, that we do not operate in. There's two worlds. There's the world for those that live outside the pyramid, and there's the world that exists for the people inside the pyramid. Billy's inside the pyramid. He's documented, Vince, up the wazoo. Okay? And like I said, it's not because he was writing a diary. He may have a diary. I'm sure he does. But it goes way beyond that. So when Tom was tapped to write this book, when he was selected to write this book, all this stuff was sent to him. And that it was Tom's job to take these files, which I'm sure were not just thrown to him like a bunch of receipts you go to the IRS with, right? These were very orderly, chronologically put together. And then Tom had the job of pulling it all together and then putting it into the book and encoding the book. 666 pages, 66 chapters, 66 footnotes. It's all occulted. So that is how that's how the book got written. Although I am told by Tom that Billy's not suffering from any kind of loss of memory, that he is still very focused on what he does. He's very focused on his business because McCartney is an enterprise. He's not just a guy that runs around writing songs. And I mean, that's what he does, but he's big business. He's an enterprise, and he's still sharp as a tack. That's what I'm told by Tom.
Okay. Let's follow up a little bit because I want you to get into this a little bit, Mike, because this is where it's hard for me to understand.
Yeah.
Has Billy ever been? I've never seen an interview, and I'm sure he has been. There has definitely been. We talked about the height. You want to tell them about the 5 or 6 toes quickly?
Yeah. So I was doing an interview with Tina Foster, and Tina's another researcher. She does great work. And during our discussion, she happened to mention that she was clued in a while back that Billy, or a version, I don't want to say Billy, a version of McCartney, because it's not just Billy. There are other characters filling in and playing the part over the timeline. Billy's the primary replacement, but there have been others. Has 6 toes. So I wrote it down. And I said, wow, okay. So I went and I did some research, and lo and behold, I find versions of McCartney with his shoes off, and he has 6 toes.
And you've put those pictures up on Sage of Quay. You can see the pictures for yourself.
You can see them for yourself. I blew them up. I even have numbers. You can count the toes. But here's the thing. And people say, well, so what? He has 6 toes. Well, the so what part of it is this. Biological Paul, and I have pictures of his feet also, he had 5 toes. So either along the way he grew a 6th toe, or there's another person, at least one other person,
right, playing
the part.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is a very, very key proof point as far as I'm concerned, Vince. The 5 toes versus the 6 toes. There's no way of getting around that one.
Mike, are you familiar with wrestling at all?
A little bit. Yeah.
Did you know a wrestler by the name of China?
Yes.
Okay, well, if you look at China earlier, I was very close with her, Mike. We were very, very good friends. But when she came in, she had like a very square, manly face. Okay? Bro, they basically smashed her face and rebuilt it because she wanted more of a feminine look. Because she had a jetting jaw and very masculine. And she sent me the pictures. I mean, she was wrapped like the mummy. I mean, she had her face, broken and rebuilt. I mean, my God, bro, it is as clear as day. The younger Paul, the biological Paul, the round baby face. All of a sudden, bro, we got this long horse face. Has he ever been asked about cosmetic plastic surgery? Because I can't find anything where anybody has ever asked him that or he's addressed it.
Yeah, nobody will ask him that question because Billy, everything is vetted, Vince. He's been at a level for a very long time where, there's not going to be a lot of just people outside the inner circle that are going to get that close to him, especially to ask those types of questions. It's just not going to happen. In fact, I was trying to see if I would be able to meet him at the concert. Okay. I did actually put a feeler out to see if that would be possible. And the person that I contacted, and I'm not going to say who the person is, said, let me see, Mike, what we can do. He said, my initial take on it is that the answer is going to be no. He says, but we don't know with him sometimes because sometimes he'll make a decision that surprises us all. And so I ended up not seeing him. And I'm sure the reason for that was because I'm one of those people that are outside the inner circle, and I am one of those people that know that I shouldn't know because I'm outside the circle. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's like bringing an outsider into your home,
Right.
and then trusting that outsider to toe the line. So what they're not going to do is they're not going to have a situation where something could jeopardize the deception. So that's why I'm convinced that's why I was told, no, you're not going to be able to go see him.
You know what I was, what I saw that was interesting to me, Mike, and I find this hard to believe he's slipping up. Because I mean, from everything you've said in the boxes of, documentation that you, Harriet, received, there were two contradictions on a recent Stern interview from the book. I'll tell you what those two contradictions were, because I just read the parts in the book today. Number one, obla di obla da. Stern said to him, man, I heard Lennon hated that song. And he said on the show, oh no, he liked it. And then he went on to tell the story that he's got in the book where he says, Lennon came in, sat at the piano, banged away that opening part. That was consistent. But in the book, he says Lennon hated the song.
Yeah.
And the second inconsistency, and this was a big one, man, the clips on YouTube where Stern asked him who broke up the Beatles. And he says John Lennon broke up the Beatles. I mean, it was John. In the book, he clearly states, I broke up the Beatles.
Yes.
And I found that interesting because, reading these details of every song in the documentation, it just seems like he would know these answers by heart. What do you, could that be the age factor?
I'm going to say, Vince, that Billy does. I see Billy do this a lot. So what he does is he has two narratives. We have the one narrative that's in the memoirs of Billy Shears, and that's the narrative where he's telling you the truth. In fact, in the book, he even tells you that the version of the Beatles and Paul McCartney for public consumption is the fiction. And what I'm telling you here is the nonfiction. He even says that in the book, right? There's a sentence or two that explains that. So what he does is when he goes outside of the book, he continues to play the part of Paul McCartney, and he has different versions of these stories. There are times when he will overlap with something he said in the book, and then he just veers off, and it's different, like you just explained, right? You just illustrated. I believe that's intentional. I believe it's because Billy's take on this, it goes this way. Again, my opinion. You want to know about me? You want to know the truth? Read the book. If you're not going to read the book and you're going to continue to idolize a persona, a character, then I'm going to give you the fictional accounts of the character. And that's how I think, I believe he has two narratives and two threads that he rides. And
yeah, Mike,
that's the best way I can explain it.
That would make perfect sense because I always go back to who's going to take off their shoes to walk across red hot pavement?
Nobody.
I mean, like that, bro. Seriously, before we talk about that interview, here's the thing this is really a hard pill to swallow. And I want to get into this a little bit because, bro, thanks to you, I've become a big fan of this character, Vivian Stanshall. What a freak. But he would have been a great wrestler. What a personality. What, like, unbelievable. I've been watching a lot of Bonzo documentaries and, them being on shows over there and stuff. Oh my God, what a charismatic individual. Okay. Magical Mystery Tour. Bonzo's in the movie.
Right.
Magical Mystery Tour. Paul's in the movie. Now, I've heard you say this, Mike. This is where, like, you say there are other Vivian Stanshaw's.
Yes.
Correct. So that would have been a imposter Vivian Stanshall for that movie.
No. So let me explain. I'll give you my theory on this. So I was contacted about a year and a half ago, Vince, by somebody who was very credible. And they had explained to me, I'm going to give you a little backstory here, so I hope you have the time.
Oh, absolutely. Please.
Okay. This person explained to me that back in the 1990s, they were at a very high level party, soiree, whatever you want to call it. It consisted of people from the intelligence business, people from technology, the military industrial intelligence industries. And during that get together where they were having discussions, there was a couple of guys that were off to the side. This is how it was explained to me. And this person was there. This is a first person account. And they explained that when they made the swap, the Paul McCartney swap, when Paul died, they created two primary replacements. One being the performer, the musician. That's Billy.
Right.
There was another version that was not a musician, but an actor who was used for public consumption. So he would walk the streets. He might do interviews. He'd be photographed. Okay. The way I understand it and the way I put it together is, and I call that version Street Paul. That's the name that was given to me. Right. They said he was referred to as Street Paul. So Street Paul, he was way ahead as far as the reconstructive surgery and the transformation to look like Paul McCartney. Billy was still in process, but Tavistock and the team there didn't worry about it because they said, well, Billy's going to be recording songs, and everybody who's going to be in the recording studio, the engineers and the producers, know who he is. No big deal. They're in on a secret. So, but we have Street Paul, and he can run cover. So people are going to see this guy that looks very much like Street Paul. In fact, in memoirs, they tell us at the Melody Maker Awards on September 13th, 1966, where Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr are up on stage and they're receiving an award, that's not biological Paul. That was Tavistock's best double. That's Street Paul. It's a mind blower because when I have the footage. When you watch it, it's just unbelievable what they did, how they were able to transform this guy to look exactly like biological Paul. So I believe what they did in Magical Mystery Tour was this. Scenes where we have close-ups and they're not performing, we are seeing Street Paul. Other scenes where there's a performance and the camera is further away, that's Billy in costume. The costume consisted of, they used a lot of latex, foam latex. Foam latex has been used extensively since The Wizard of Oz back in the 1930s. So by the time they got to 1966, it was 30 years of foam latex technology being used cosmetically for theater and movies and so on. A lot of people think like they invented latex last week. It's been in play for 90 years. Mm-hmm. So I believe in Magical Mystery Tour we are seeing two replacements. We're seeing Street Paul, and then we're seeing Billy when there's the performances, like when they're singing I Am the Walrus, that scene, I believe that to be Billy.
Who's Vivian Stanshall?
Okay, so Stanshall is Billy. So when Stanshall comes out in Magical Mystery Tour, that's what he looks like without all of the latex and all the cosmetics. So he made a cameo as himself, and then the rest of the time in the film, he was made up to look like Paul McCartney. And I believe, again, what they did was they played off of Street Paul and Billy, Street Paul and Billy. Because even when you look at Magical Mystery Tour, if you look at stills from the movie, if you look closely, you will see that the Paul McCartney in Magical Mystery Tour in different stills doesn't look exactly the same. They don't look the same. So
because you're not looking for that.
You're not looking for it. See, what they did was, which was brilliant, was they put him in the context of the Beatles. So what happens with people psychologically in the mind? They say, that's Paul McCartney.
Right.
You have no reason to question it.
Right.
But once you start analyzing it, so Magical Mystery Tour, Billy's in it. He does a cameo as Vivian Stanshall, and he's also playing the McCartney character, but not in the close-ups. In the close-ups, that's Street Paul, because Street Paul, like I said, was more advanced in the transformation. In fact, I don't even want to say more advanced. They nailed it with him. He was all set. He was ready to go.
Now, Mike, here's where you blew me a little. Here's where you blew me away a little, because here's where you made me believe that you're in on this thing, Mike. You tell us about Vivian Stanshall, who allegedly passed away, but Vivian Stanshall did not pass away. The year of his passing is the year he killed the character.
That's correct? Right. Yep, he killed the character. Right. Well, no. Well, Vivian's.
Go ahead. Explain this.
Okay. So let me explain. So the reason why I set it up with the two primary replacements with Paul McCartney, the reason why I did that was because, and a lot of people will say, Mike, you know more about this. You must be, you're in the inner circle. You're an agent or whatever doing this stuff. No, I got contacted by somebody. Now, I do not discount the fact that this person who told me the story about the two primary Paul replacements was not somebody that was sent from the inner circle to me as a source in order to get me to understand how it worked. You see what I'm saying, Vince?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So I put it together. I think I sent a version of that video, that presentation, which I put up in December of 2018. I sent it to Tom. I said, let me know what you think. He emailed me back and he said, I think you're going to like the new memoirs. Okay, so Memoirs was a pre-order on September 9th of 2018, but it didn't show up until after Christmas, right? There were delays in getting the book out. So I did not have the book when I sent Tom the presentation. When the book finally came out, the same exact template was used for Vivian Stanshall. 2 Vivian Stanshalls. There's one Vivian Stanshall who's Billy, who plays at the Bonzo Dog Band with Neil Innes. By the way, Neil Innes is the main protagonist of the parody Beatle band, the Ruddles. Mm-hmm. It's all tied together, okay? Monty Python, all of those guys, they're all kind of in on it. George Harrison was very connected into the Monty Python group.
Yeah.
So we've got Billy playing with the Bonzos, and what Billy did was he hired an actor/musician to play Vivian Stanshall. He hired this guy to be a lifetime actor. The reason why Billy did this was because the McCartney role was taking up a lot of time, and so he needed the McCartney character and the Stanshall character to coexist. So he hired this guy. This guy was on Billy's payroll. So this was the person, we'll call him Street Vivian or Street Viv. Yeah. This is the guy that was married to Quay Longfellow. This is the guy that had kids, and he had a dog by the name of Bones. I'll get into that in my next presentation a couple of months out. Think Skull and Bones, okay? So he put this guy in place. Then when Linda was diagnosed with cancer, Billy said, you know what? I'm just going to retire the character. That's what I'm going to do. So he approached the guy that was on his payroll, the actor playing the part of Vivian Stanshall when Billy wasn't with the Bonzos. And by the way, if you take a close look, folks, at those 2 Stanshalls, I'm doing a collage right now, Vince, just like I did with McCartney. You're going to see there are different versions of Vivian Stanshall. They don't look alike. So there are different characters playing the role. So he went to Street Viv and said, look, I'm packing it up. Memoirs tells us on page 84 that the guy playing the character said, no, I'm not giving it up. this is my life. I've invested my life into being this character, Vivian Stanshall. I like doing it. I'm not giving it up.
Just like Billy had invested his life into being Paul McCartney.
Right.
Kind of the same thing.
So this guy said to Billy, no, I'm not doing that, which took Billy by surprise. And then, this is what happened. You guys, people listening, can read into this, make your own decisions. He dies in an electrical fire at the age of 51 in 1995. I don't know how many people, I don't know anybody who ever died in an electrical fire. I know people do, but it's very odd that Billy approaches this guy and says, look, I'm packing the character up. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm going to retire the character. And this guy says, no, I'm not doing that. And then this guy disappears. Okay? Mm-hmm. I don't know. And people will say to me about this whole Stanshall piece in Memoirs being fiction. And I said, look, if it were a lie, if it were fiction, the Stanshall estate, he's got children, would sue Tom Harriet. Mm-hmm. They would sue him. Right?
Yeah.
As far as I know, there's no lawsuit. And the reason why is because, as Billy explains in the book, there were two of them. Billy and the actor he hired, the lifetime actor he hired that was on his payroll to play the part when Billy had to go run off and play McCartney. So you see the same template was used. Yeah. Performer, Billy McCartney, Street Paul. Then we have performer Stanshall with the Bonzos, Billy. And then we had Street Fib, who was an actor / musician, but not a musician like Billy was. You see, so the same template rolled out.
God, it blows your mind, Mike, because when you talk about how many instances is this being used in today that is right in front of our face? I'm a huge Rihanna mark. I mean, come on, man.
Right.
Like, I mean, how, you got to explain this to me, bro, because this freaked me out a little bit. The Vivian Stanshall messages on your recordings.
Yeah.
What do you, bro? Like that's what I thought. He's in on it, bro. Mike Williams is Vivian Stanshall. Bro, that literally freaked me out, bro. Like that literally freaked me out. What, please tell me how you did that.
It's a computerized voice.
Oh God, man. It was so freaking real. That gave me the heebie-jeebies, bro.
It's a software that I have. And what you have to do, Vince, is you have to just word things. You have to put the words together just right so it doesn't sound computerized.
Yeah.
And I've had so many people write me and say, that can't be him. He died. Right. And I'm laughing and I'm thinking to myself, it's not Vivian Stanshall, but, it's good for fun. I do it for laughs and to get a chuckle out of it. But
you freak me out. You didn't make me laugh. You freaked me out, Mike. Hey, Mike, let's turn this. This is where now, I told you a couple of the red flags, John just caving, but man, your explanation and your theory and your opinion of that, I buy it. Yeah. Vivian, Ackrell, I mean, bro, you have to have an open mind to believe all that. Bro, and again, I go back to the showman that Vivian Stanshall was.
Yeah.
This guy, guys, you got to see him. I mean, you know what's funny, Mike? I'm a huge Tiny Tim mark.
Okay.
Because Tiny Tim was so unique. That's why I like Vivian Stanshall. I mean, the same thing. But Mike, here's now where I start. Okay. I don't know if it's intentional or not. There are a couple of instances in this book. The more you get closer to the end, the more the real person, Billy Shear, starts to come out. And bro, I know, I started feeling emotional about it when, bro, and guys, let's look at this realistically. From the time Billy joined the band in 1966, bro, I don't think people realize the Beatles were done 3 years later. Yeah. So there was, whether either they didn't get along or, bro, they only had a 3-year run with Billy. But here's the first thing, Mike, where my heart started opening up a little bit. He really starts talking about, and he doesn't hit you over the head with it. It's as he's telling the stories. They kind of start detesting him. Especially John Lennon, they start detesting him. They start making fun of him. With the obla di obla da, Desmond, calling him
Right.
Desmond and Boogaloo and all this stuff. And like all of a sudden, bro, he is a guy. I mean, you guys got to really wrap your head around this and think about this. Okay, bro? Here's a guy, bro, that's being, as far as Paul, Ringo, and George are concerned, this is not Paul. This is not their friend. This is a guy that came into the group, took over the group, 1,000 times more motivated than biological Paul, telling them what to do, producing them. I mean, this guy, Billy, really took control of the operation. Okay, bro? From what I'm reading, Paul, Ringo, John never really got over Paul's death. They never really got over it. And with Billy being this perfectionist, that I'm going to bring the Beatles to a new level and kind of taking charge and being the guys and telling them what to do, the combination of them really missing Paul and starting to detest Billy because of his drive. As you're reading the book, bro, he's starting to feel more and more like an outsider.
Yeah.
Now, guys, you got to understand, think about this for a second. If this book, The Memoirs of Billy Shears, is correct, Billy Shears exists. So this was a man who gave up his entire life. Billy Shears no longer existed, bro. Gave up his entire life to become Paul McCartney. Now, bro, of course, he even talks about it. There's fame, there's fortune, there's money, there's the sexual prowess. He can get any girl he wants. He talks about all this, but he's also now talking about, I gave up my life. Not even arguably, I brought the Beatles to the next level. Me, I did that. I gave up my identity. I gave up my family. I gave up my life. And these guys are ridiculing me. These guys are making fun of me. These guys are detesting me. And, bro, he makes it clear, and I believe him. The money, the wealth, the fame, the fortune, I don't think that meant absolutely anything to him. I think, bro, for Billy Shepherd, this was his dream job. I mean, bro, if you're going to give up your identity, this better be the dream job. But, man, this was the first instance in the book, Mike, where I really started feeling for Billy Shears as a human being. I'm going to get to part 2 later, which was 10 times as worse. But this is where now you start, holy shit, this is a different guy. And this guy gave up an entire life, everything he had built before it, family, friends. And this is the treatment he's getting. And bro, of course, I'm brought to the scene in Let It Be.
Yeah.
Where Harrison, bro, I'll do whatever you want me to. When you're reading this and you're looking at that scene, it's like, bro, this ain't the guy they started with in 1962.
No, that's a very telling scene in Let It Be.
Yeah. So, Mike, did you just really? I felt Billy coming out more and more as the book went on.
Yeah. So Billy, he makes no bones about it that he took the Beatles to a level that he believes, at least he believes, would never have achieved. They would never have achieved. He
makes no bones about, Mike makes no bones about it. He was better than biological Paul. Makes no bones. Says it numerous times.
Yes, more talented, more of a skilled musician, and so on. He definitely says that. And the Beatles would have ended in 1966 if it wasn't for him taking the reins. Plain and simple. So what happened was, Vince, and you explained it great. I mean, the Beatles before he showed up, basically they were four friends. Now they had a boss.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And they had a guy that was a workaholic and a perfectionist. And in fact, in the book, he tells us that during the recording of Pepper, that he actually went back and redid tracks that the other Beatles had put down because he didn't like the way they played and he didn't like the way it sounded. So he says he was in that studio late at night, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., working on Pepper, day in and day out. I believe it was 9 months worth of time. And, if we think about all the McCartney songs as a Beatle from 1967 through 1970 that people enjoy, that's Billy. And Billy drove them.
And keep in mind, Mike, I didn't even add this. Billy's not getting credit.
Right. That's right.
So, as the songwriter, musician, Billy is not getting credit for any of this.
That's why he's coming out now, because can you imagine going your whole life, the last 53 years, writing the music that he's written, and nobody knows who the hell Billy Shepherd or Billy Shears is. Nobody knows who that person is. Everybody thinks a dead guy wrote the music. Somebody who passed away 53 years ago wrote all that music from late 66 on. So now people are going to argue with me, and there are going to be people listening to this and say, well, he deserved it because he entered into this knowingly and it's been a deception. I understand that argument, but I also understand that in the world in which they operate in, I'm talking about Billy, the elites, the blue bloods, that's their world. That's how they operate. That's how the music and entertainment industry works. We can go and take a look at any number of actors and actresses who didn't use their real name. They had stage names that they kept. This happens all the time. So, I understand the argument both ways. I can sympathize with Billy on one hand, Vince, me personally, based upon the things that you said. I can also understand the position which says, but you know what, Bill? You didn't have to do this. And a piece of it, you did do it, and I would say probably a big piece of it, is because you wanted the fame, the fortune, and the money. And as time went on, as you got older, you sat back and then you started to reflect and you started to become more introspective about your life. Because when you're in your 30s and 40s and you're doing this stuff, you're thinking to yourself, you have your whole life ahead of you.
Yep.
You're living in the moment. You're making a lot of money. Like you said, you got the women, you got the fame and fortune. People are loving you. They're treating you like a god. And then, boom, you hit your 70s. You talk about Vince McMahon, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Bro, I'm that way at 58.
Yeah, you reach a point where now all of a sudden you become very reflective and you're looking back and you're thinking, nobody knows who I am.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah.
What's my tombstone going to be? Blank? And so that's why this is coming out now. So obviously, I don't know this for sure, but it has to work out this way. He received the green light to start to disclose who he is so that when he passes away, people will know that the person that was in the Beatles from 1966 on, late 66 on, and all through Wings and the solo career was Billy Shears or Billy Shepherd. So I think that that's something that the powers that be, they believe that they owe him. That's something that's in the contract that
because
he can disclose.
Can you imagine, Mike? Can you imagine accomplishing what he accomplished for the last 50 plus years and not having a legacy as Billy? He's got no legacy.
No,
there's no, his legacy is a facade.
Right.
Mike, here's the part of the book, and this was the last thing I read. Like I said, but I think I got 30 pages left, but this was the last thing I read. Now, I read this thing, and this was my conclusion from this. 3 things. Number one, either whoever wrote this book is a absolutely complete asshole. That's number one. Number two, biological Paul is alive and well, and he is the one orchestrating this whole thing. Okay, this is biological. He made this shit up himself so he could have a career well into his 80s. And me and you, Mike, would be here talking about it today. Okay, That's number 2. Or number 3, this book is 100% accurate because you would have had to be an asshole to talk about it this way. You would have to be the real Paul McCartney to talk about it this way, or you would have to be Billy Shears. And here's the chapter that touched me the most. The chapter on Linda.
Yeah.
Because, bro, if you're talking about your love of this woman, in book form for the world to read, and just pouring out how you feel about this woman and, your soulmates and everything she meant to you. And like, you're making this shit up, like you're an absolute asshole. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you're Paul McCartney, biological Paul, you could be feeling that way about Linda, obviously. But if you're Billy Shears and Linda knew who you were, I love that story you told yesterday. Billy, guy's here to fix the guitar.
Right.
Okay, bro, then that part, I mean, man, that to me, Mike, the depthness of his love of Linda, that superseded any red flag I had. Because, bro, if you're making this up, you are one heartless SOB.
Yeah. No, it comes through in the book that he absolutely loved Linda and they were in love. It also comes through, Vince, that he loves his kids and his family. That's the other thing. And so, so, I mean, look, you mentioned 3 options here. So I believe it's option number 3, obviously. First of all, the book is loaded up with too much detail for somebody to make it up. In other words, if you're going to make something up, you'd have to connect all of the dots. And in the book, everything is connected. Yeah. It would be
Mike, this is like, seriously, guys, if you read this book, and I'm going to recommend it strongly, the only way I could put it, bro, is, you the imagination, bro, you got to be Stephen King times a million to have this type of imagination. It's not believable at all, bro. That somebody literally could sit down and make up these 660. It's not believable.
No, it's not believable. And that's what I tell folks, Vince, when they say to me, well, I don't know if the book is true. It's fiction. I said, have you read it? I always get crickets with that, by the way. People who always say that. Yeah, they haven't read the book. I say, look, do yourself a favor. And it's not because I'm hawking the book. Like I said in the beginning of the show, I used the book because I stumbled upon it. And when I read it, I decided to use it as a springboard for my own research. That's it. I had a very difficult time disproving the book and debunking the book. I found that as I went into the research, I was validating it. So if you're really interested in this conspiracy, again, and it encompasses so many things, so many aspects of how our reality is being controlled. Read it. Just pick it up and read it. I mean, what harm can it do? If you decide you don't like reading it or whatever, just, I guess just put the book down and go do something else. But if you really want to try to get a handle on what this is all about, take your time, read it. 666 pages. Yes, it's a big book, but you're not in a race. Take a couple of weeks, couple of months and read it.
All you have to say is, if Vince Russo can read this book, you can read this book. That's what they'll understand that. I want to, Mike, we're going to wrap this up soon because I swear I could talk to you for 8 hours. I mean, there's no question about it. I want to tie up some like little loose ends, stuff around this story. First of all, and I had this question for you, man. You get granted to go backstage. Okay? What do you say? Tell me, Mike, you got 5 minutes. Bro, there's you and him in a room. 5 minutes. What do you say?
I've been asked that before. And I guess what I would say is, I would say, hello, William. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I read...
And hope he wouldn't say anything.
I would tell him, I read your biography. I very much enjoyed the memoirs of Billy Shears. You know?
Would you really say that, Mike? That would take a big set to say that, Mike.
Yeah, I would say that because that's who he is. You see, that's the thing. That's who he is. A lot of times we're just afraid to confront what the truth is. You know, I don't want to say that. I don't want to offend him. But the thing is, I know at this point that Billy wants people to know who he is. Now, on page 326 of the book, there's a footnote. And in that footnote, it says that Billy enjoys. Let me just see if I can find it here for a second, Vince. Bear with me 1 second. So page 320.
I'm going to look while you look. 320. Would you believe I opened the book up to page 326?
Yeah, look at the footnote. So if you look at the footnote and you go to the second paragraph, it says some videos at www.jamespaulmccartney.com impressed William, but one troubled him when it said he hates Crowley. And so it goes on from there. Well, www.jamespaulmccartney is my URL. It's my domain.
Mm-hmm.
It points to my Paul is Dead YouTube channel.
Right.
So I had no idea this was going to be in the book. So Billy is watching my videos.
Mm.
So, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is not to pat myself on the back. It's to say that I wouldn't have a problem.
He'll know who you are.
Saying, hello, William.
He knows who you are.
Yeah. So he knows I know who he is, and he's watching my stuff. So I am jumping to a conclusion here that wouldn't work, but I'm thinking, well, you know what? I think that we can have a conversation. I don't think it would be a very long conversation.
Right.
You know, but I think that he would acknowledge the fact that I have pieced the puzzle together to a large degree, and that's what Billy's all about. I mentioned earlier, Vince. He likes to put the puzzle out there.
He likes to play, bro. This wasn't my next question, but you're leading me to the next question. He likes to play. Look at the Letterman interview.
Yeah.
He's telling you that would be me. Like he's telling you that would be me. And a lot of people, Mike, are basically saying that Letterman is in it, as deeply as Paul is, Letterman's Illuminati. Otherwise, because, bro, if you and I are sitting next to him and he's answering it that way, we're just going to let that go?
Right.
I mean, that was all contrived. Right. I mean, that back and forth. And like I said, bro, he's telling you, yeah, bro, the pavement was red hot, so I took my shoes off and walked across it. Like, okay. And then when he says, for Letterman to go through that line of questioning and say, yeah, that would be me, and Letterman not respond?
Right. So Letterman asks, so they claim that there's a double. And Billy says, yeah, right. Well, that would be me.
Yeah.
Right. That's masterfully speaking. And so he's telling us. And so what's interesting about it is, the audience is laughing and chuckling and they're not getting it. But Letterman is a high-level Mason.
Yeah.
Okay. He is also. So you have two very high-level Freemasons sitting next to each other, masterfully speaking between the two of them and playing the audience. And there are going to be people that will understand exactly what's going on. Once you understand the technique, you can decode it. And but the vast majority of the people out there, Vince, the 99.9% of the folks sitting in the audience, maybe 100%, did not get it. And like you said, when Billy says on the Abbey Road cover that he kicked his sandals off because it was so hot, what he was telling us is, does that make sense to you? Does it make sense that I would kick my sandals off and walk across the street on a hot pavement barefooted? Does that make sense to you? Because if it makes sense to you, you're not using your brain.
Right.
You're not thinking. So what Billy's telling us is, think. The reason why I walked across the street that way is because I was supposed to walk across the street that way. It was part of the photo shoot. It was a clue.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
That's how it works. And it's amazing how people rationalize the irrational.
Yeah.
I see it all the time, Vince.
Yeah.
People argue with me and all they want to do is just rationalize things. They don't want to critically think. They just want to explain it away because they want to remain in their little corner, in their belief system.
Safe. They want to be safe in their
They want to be safe. They want to live in their little box with the bow slapped on top of it. And don't you dare tell them there's something outside the box. Do not do that.
Yeah. Now, Mike, let's go real quick. I'm just going to tie up these loose ends, and then I'm going to hit you. At the end, I got one, real specific question I want to ask you. Heather Mills, Billy Bush. She knows, right? This is what she's telling us without her telling us.
Yeah. Heather knows, absolutely. In fact, I have a clip where Billy showed up for a premiere of the concert for George.
Oh yeah, his wife. George's wife.
George's wife says, "Hello, Billy," and who's standing right next to Billy? Well, it's Heather Mills. She was pregnant, right? Yeah. And again, I got that email, you referred to it before, where the electrician went in to do some wiring in Billy's studio, and when the door, Linda called out, "Hey, Billy, the electrician's here to work in the studio." So within the inner circle, that's what they call him, Billy.
And then you got the Dana Carvey, which, like, what the frig was that? Like, out of nowhere.
Yes, that was a slip. I'm convinced that was a slip. I'm told that interview never went anywhere. That was an outtake, and that's what I was told. And obviously it was leaked out there, and Dana Carvey says he met Paul McCartney, and then during the conversation, he calls him Billy.
Yeah. That's
his name. And so if that's your name, that's what people are going to call you by. People call me Mike. They call you Vince, Yeah. It's just the way it works.
Mike, I was really, I knew about the Japan incident.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Like, how did that get swept under? That's a big deal. Like, Mike, let me ask you this. If you had to hang your hat on one thing like that, bro, like, that's it. Bro, reading the Japan story, it's like, bro, like, fingerprints don't freaking match up. Like, right. I don't understand. Like, what else don't you understand? So, like, my question is, number one, like, what's that's it for you? And number two, how did this story not turn into a big deal?
Because it got buried. One of the big things for me was the 6 toes versus the 5 toes. That's a recent revelation from my perspective. But the 9 days in Japan. So just to give a little background, Billy was doing a tour with Wings. They were going to Japan, and they had to jump through a lot of hoops to get to Japan because he had a prior drug bust. And the Japanese at the time were very, very strict about having anybody come into their country with a criminal record. So they worked it out. And what Billy did was, like, very foolish. He admits in the book it was very foolish. He stuffed his bag full of weed, suitcase. He gets into the airport in Japan. They find it, and Billy winds up in the clink. And the Japanese authorities come to him and say, "Who are you?" "I'm Paul McCartney." "No, you're not. We know you're not Paul McCartney because we have your fingerprints, buddy. We have fingerprints from Interpol going back to Germany because Biopol was arrested for some ridiculous incident back in Germany. But it was a minor infraction, but they took his fingerprints. So they have
1962. So this is 30 years prior.
Yeah. So they had biological Paul's fingerprints. And so when Billy got arrested, they took his fingerprints. Japanese are looking at it and say, this is not the same guy. So he's sitting in jail. And as he tells it in memoirs, he's kind of sweating it out a little bit. And so the British government intelligence intervened. They got together with the Japanese government and said, yeah, you're going to have to help us out and let him go. And that's how Billy got out of jail in Japan. So what does that tell you? What does it tell you when, if you think of it from a very simple perspective, he's a singer, songwriter, musician. Why would British intelligence, why would the British government intervene to get him out of jail for bringing the dope that he brought into put in his suitcase? Why would they do anything about that? Well, it's because he's their puppy. He's their baby,
Yeah.
Right.
And there's also been DNA testing along those lines too, right, Mike?
Yeah. With Bettina Hubers, there was a paternity case that dragged out and dragged out and dragged out. They also did, in that case, a handwriting analysis that didn't match up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And somehow that case, Billy was able to walk away from it. The way he walked away from it with the DNA was the mother was claiming the child was biological Paul's child, and she didn't realize, the mother didn't know that this wasn't the real Paul McCartney. So he had to submit DNA. And when he did, it didn't match. So she claimed they sent an imposter. Billy got off the hook by saying, see, she's claiming it's my kid. I'm Paul McCartney. The DNA doesn't match. I'm not the father. That's how he got off the hook.
Right.
So she's shacked up with somebody else. And as much as she wants to believe that that's my kid, it's somebody else's kid. It's not mine. And technically, he's right. It's biological Paul's kid.
Yeah. And he even talks about in that book, like, bro, you could have DNA tested me 100 times. They wouldn't have been my kids. It was the other guy.
Right. And he says in the book, I'm going to ride that reasoning out. Whenever somebody wants to do any kind of DNA, okay, fine. It's not going to match, which means I am not the father.
Right.
You're not going to prove I'm not Paul McCartney. I'm just going to prove that I'm not the father.
Right.
That's how he's angling this thing. And the handwriting, the signatures didn't match up. And that perplexed the German courts. They were like, well, what, how did that happen? Yeah. So I don't know how they got through that piece of it. I have to be honest. I guess they just kind of shrugged their shoulders, and then who knows, him being him, they probably gave him the benefit of the doubt, and there you go. Case closed. Everybody goes home.
Mike, I got two more questions left here. Yeah. Here's one. Because as you dig deeper and deeper in, more people start contacting you. You're still getting new information on a daily basis. Are there times, bro, where you are concerned about your well-being and doing this, or is it the complete opposite? Do you feel, Mike, that you were chosen to get this word and to get this story out?
Yeah, so I have to measure things, Vince. So I get information that comes in, and information that doesn't resonate with me, I won't do anything with, right? Because, you do have to have that concern that you don't really know who you're dealing with on the other end. So I'll give you an example. So going back about a year and a half, 2 years ago, somebody writes me and said, we have an entire dossier on Heather Mills. And we want to send it over to you. And I didn't respond. And it was a no thank you, basically, by not responding. Because I'm not interested in receiving a dossier on somebody, because there's only one way you got that dossier. And it means that you either got it from a place that you weren't supposed to get it from, or you're getting it from people that I don't want to deal with. Mm-hmm. I don't want to get involved in. So when people contact me, and something intrigues me or interests me, I have a dialogue with them. It's typically email. I ask them a bunch of other questions, because what you're looking to do is you want to see if their storyline and their logic stays together, right? I'm looking for if something starts to crack. If it starts to crack, goodbye. I have nothing else to do with those people. So I have to be very careful about and very prudent with what it is I decide to engage in. Now, do I worry about it? No, I really don't, not so much, because I know that Billy wants to get the word out, because Billy wrote the book. Okay, so I think this would be a lot different if I were doing this work and it was 1967, or if it was the 1970s. Then I would say that I probably should be spending my time doing something else, because it wouldn't be a safe place to be. I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
Right.
But now, because of the disclosure, and I am thoroughly convinced he is disclosing that, it's okay. Now, I can tell you the way it does work is that the people that are watching the shows and information coming my way, they sit back. Initially, they sit back and they watch and they listen, and they want to see how credible you are. They want to understand your presentation style. First of all, they want to see if you're professional. They want to see if you're going to be objective, if you're going to use, you're going to be an intellectual about it from the standpoint of using reasoning and logicking through it. You're not going to be bombastic. You're not going to come across like some kind of nut job, some kind of wacko. So these people are sitting there and they're watching. And I know this because I've had some of them come forth and say, I've been listening to your shows, and so I've decided that I feel comfortable now. I've decided to send you some information. So they're measuring also. Like I'm measuring from my end. They're doing the same thing. And to be honest with you, that's why, people have reached out to me are very good sources. This is where I think I probably benefit more than other researchers. I'm not going to say all researchers, but there's a lot of people doing this work. And over the 3 years, I've had some people come forth that are very credible people. And I pledge to them that their identity will remain confidential. There is absolutely no way I'm going to give up anybody, because some of these people could wind up losing a job. I'll just put it that way. Or getting a lot less work. I'll just leave it at that. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not saying people are going to get killed. So I don't want anybody to misinterpret. But what I'm saying is there are ways to torpedo somebody, right? To pull the rug out from under them. Right. And the best way to do it is you get blacklisted and you get work taken away from you. Yeah. Especially if you're in the business, right? Yeah. Dries up, you're fucked. So, right. So you have to, you have to be very careful. I have to be very careful to make sure that I don't put anybody in that position, and I won't put anybody in that position.
Yeah. Mike, this has been tremendous, man. I swear, I love the work that you do, man. I'm on top of you. I go to Sage of Quay every day. I promote it. I tell people to go there. But listen, man, if you don't have an open mind, don't. But the reason I love you, Mike, and I'm a fan of yours, is because, it's exactly what you said. People can look at Vince Russo, oh, that crazy Italian from New York. He's out of his mind. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You obviously have put a lot of work into this. You have thought this out. You are so intelligent. You present this in such a calming manner. There is no agenda to bring people one way or the other. It's here it is. Yeah. And man, Mike, I just got to tell you, man, you've done such a great job with this. I am such a fan of yours. I really, really hope I was good enough, Mike, where we could do this again.
Absolutely, Vince. Anytime. In fact, I was going to say you have an open invitation to come on my show. Maybe we could talk about your life in the wrestling world. And
Mike, there are so many similarities. You talk about Illuminati. We have to talk about Vince McMahon. There are so many, Mike. There are so many comparisons. I think it would, because the wrestling business is a work. It's a work. It's all a work. It's all built on a facade. There are so many things that come into play. I think that's what piques my interest about this. But I'm sorry it took me long, because you wanted me to read the book first, and I knew I'm not going to serve you justice unless I read this. So that's why I took a little while to read it and digest it. But man, Mike, I can't thank you enough for coming on the show.
Absolute pleasure, Vince. It's been one of the best interviews I've ever done. And like I said, come on my show and we'll talk about your side of the business, and we'll get people to awaken to the reality and how it really works.
Yeah. All right, Mike, I'm going to wrap up. Just don't go anywhere, because I want to personally thank you. But guys, that is it, man. I am telling you, I've been telling you guys about Sage of Quay forever. Check it out. Mike, what's the other website? Because I want to give the exact name about Paul. What's the name? Because I follow that one too. What's the name?
The best thing to do is to go to my hub website, sageofquay, QUAY.com. All of my links are there. It's a hub, so you can hit my Sage of Quay main channel, my Paul is Dead channel. I have a guitar channel where I do guitar repairs, believe it or not. You can hit all that stuff. You can hit my blog, Mixcloud, Spreaker. It's all there.
Yeah. Well, there it is, guys. The great, great Mike Williams. Guys, open your minds, open your eyes, bro, because, you may miss what's not only right in front of you, but what can affect us all in the big picture. I will see you guys right here next week. Okay, Mike, last question.
Yeah.
Billy passes away. What happens?
It's going to be a slow, methodical process of rolling out disclosure. So what I've been told is that there are other projects underway. Some of them are major projects like documentaries. So memoirs, look at Tom Harriet as the project manager for the book part of the disclosure. And there are people who are working on other aspects, like I said, movies, disclosure, documentaries, and so on. And these will be rolled out. The one thing I can assure you is many people I know who do the research are hoping he gets arrested and all this stuff and he gets taken to court. I'm going to tell you right now, not going to happen. Never going to happen. Billy has been a good soldier, a stand-up guy for the pyramid of power. He has moved his way up into the ranks. He's into the illuminated degrees now, based upon how I've pieced this together. He's going out in style, Vince. He's getting a ticker tape parade. He's going to get accolades and a standing ovation. That's what's going to happen. And they're going to pave it. They're going to wrap this thing up so that people are going to have an appreciation for Billy Shears or Billy Shepherd. That's how this is how it's going to end. It's not going to.
So we will know. We will know.
The book says, Billy tells us, full disclosure will happen after he passes away. But between now and then, the disclosure process will continue with regard to more information coming out. There may be, I'm sure Tom may have another iteration of memoirs that might come out, another, like maybe a third edition at some point. And we're getting the clues. Like, as an example, Billy has that video, Who Cares? It's the song from his Egypt Station album, right? Filled with Illuminati symbolism, just loaded up with it. It's oozing with Illuminati symbolism. And at the end of that video, there is a picture of a newspaper. And it says, never a big fan of, and then there's a piece of paper where he writes, don't forget your umbrella, and he puts P. Well, when you read it horizontally, it says, not a big fan of P, Paul. So he's telling us he's not a big fan of biological Paul. That's what he's telling us. It's those types of clues that Billy's going to continue to put out. Now, some people don't like that, right? How dare he say he doesn't like biological Paul? Okay, whatever. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just telling you, if he were biological Paul, he wouldn't be writing, I'm not a big fan of myself.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So that's the disclosure process. So we're going to see more and more stuff like that. And we're seeing, like, Egypt Station is all about the Egyptian mysteries. It's all about mysticism and the occult and the esoteric. That's what that's all about. All kinds of clues on that album cover, as an example, you know. So that's what they're going to do, Vince. And only those that are really paying attention are going to get it. I told Mark Devlin, I don't need somebody to stand at a microphone and tell me that that guy is not biological Paul. I already know. Mm-hmm. I'm past that.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm not looking for that, you know, personally. And even people.
What personally though, Mike, what personally, one question would you want answered? All this 3 years of research, everything you've put into this, what's the one question that you would want answered?
The one question I would want answered is, what's the end game? In other words, Billy and the Beatles, along with the other bands, have introduced a Luciferian theology, philosophy into the culture and the society. I mean, it really full blown, starting in the 1960s. I mentioned earlier, overturning traditional values, Christianity, all that stuff, right? It's Luciferian. It's also, you can look at it as the cult of Dionysus. Look up the cult of Dionysus. You can see everything that represents the cult of Dionysus is happening today, right? Revelry. It's all of the androgyny. All of that stuff is all in, you know, it's all wrapped around the cult of Dionysus. My question would be, how does this benefit humanity? You're doing all this. How does this benefit the world? I mean, I can understand it, but I can't actually piece it together. Like, where are you going with this?
Yeah.
What's the world going to look like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now?
Right.
Because we have seen unbelievable changes in our culture, in our society, Vince, going back. Like you and I are close in age. I'm 60, you're 58, right? Think about when we were kids and how it worked with the family and all that stuff in school. It's not the same. Anybody who wants to tell me it's the same, you've been asleep. Okay? All of this drastic change, where is it going? I that's the part I struggle with. And if I had a question to ask Billy, all this work that you did is in support of this Luciferian mindset, of this Luciferian philosophy. So what does the world look like, Billy?
Yeah. But without a shadow of a doubt, you believe they know where it's going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They know where it's going. I don't know how much, control we have over it. I tell people that, the reality is controlled to such a degree. Everything is manipulated. Everything is controlled, your movies, your media, your politics, your government, your military, your judicial system, your medicine, everything. They got their hands in everything. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's an octopus. It's full spectrum dominance. And so people live under the illusion that they're free because, after work, you can go get a couple of beers or you can go shopping down at Old Navy or Walmart, So that's the question I would have for them. What are we looking at here? What does this mean for everybody?
Yeah.
Because all I'm seeing is a bunch of dysfunction. That's what I'm seeing. Chaos and dysfunction.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing people live in fear.
Yeah. Well,
people
but
live in
chaos
scarcity.
and dysfunction could be the smokescreen for the big picture.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of this chaos has been created.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great, man, Mike.
I don't have an answer to it. I have thoughts and stuff like that, but that's for another show.
Mike, in the words of the great John Lennon, how do you sleep at night, bro?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, folks, listen to that song and that John is telling us all about the Billy story.
Yeah.
In the song, How Do You Sleep?
Yeah, and also think about, bro, your friends from childhood, the band breaks up, we're all now going to sling mud at Paul, through song. I mean, that's just not logical.
Well, welcome everyone. We have a terrific show on tap with a guest that I am sure you will find very interesting. My guest is the one and only Vince Russo. Vince is an author, podcaster, pundit, and of course, very well known from his days as a mover and shaker within the professional wrestling business. And we're going to spend some time getting Vince's perspectives on how entertainment shapes our reality, whether we are aware of it or not. So Vince, thank you so much for accepting the invite. It's good to see you again.
Oh, Mike, I'm happy to be here. Listen, I told you on the last show, I don't know if anybody has ever told you this before. Mike, I'm your biggest fan. I want to clarify that from the jump. Mike, the thing about you and a lot of people from my world, russosbrand.com, a lot of my subscribers, they all said the same thing. Man, he's such a likable guy. and I mean, that's what it is about you, Mike. I mean, you discuss something very, very, very controversial, but I love the way you come across, like, not trying to change anybody's mind. Not trying to convince anybody. Here are the facts. Do what you want with them. That's why when you start talking about trolls, I could understand people trolling me because I'm a big loudmouth from New York. When you say people troll you, I really get hot because I'm like, how the heck can anybody troll Mike? He's such a great guy, man.
Well, as you know, Vince, anytime you lean up against someone's belief system, you're going to get pushback. It's the nature of the beast, and it goes with the territory. So anytime you put yourself out there into the public eye, there's going to be that segment of the population that will have an issue or a problem with whatever it is you're presenting or bringing forth. For a lot of people, the Beatles are gods. And when Mike comes along and questions the storyline, people react. And some of the reaction is not productive. It's over the top. It's nasty. It's ugly and, and all that stuff. And this includes people in the Paul is Dead research community itself. You would think there's unity, but there's not. So I just keep going and pushing forward, and I'll do what I believe is the right thing to do. So I'll just follow my heart. But I have 3 more presentations planned, which will take me out to the November time frame. And then I'm going to transition back to my main channel where I cover a lot of different topics, like this show, for instance. The Paul is Dead topic has reached a point of diminishing returns for me. And I put a lot of content out, so for anyone who's interested, it's all there. But the time has come to move on and to explore other topics.
We'll see.
Well, let me ask you this, because you are a first-time guest on my show, and I always ask my first-time guests about their journey in life. So you're a guy from Long Island, like I'm a guy from Long Island. And I was saying before we started here, I went into your biography on Wikipedia, and I was taking a look, and I thought to myself, wow, what a colorful career you've had. And so how did you wind up from being this kid on Long Island to getting into the pro wrestling business? Because you had a very, very long career there as well.
Mike, I think you'll find this interesting because it kind of goes back to, I think, something we're both involved in, which is entertainment. Okay. Mike, I actually had one of the very first mom and pop video stores on Long Island. It was in Coram, Long Island. Man, I'm going way back to the late 80s. It was called Will the Thrills Video. I was so successful in the one store in Coram, I opened up a second store in Lake Ronkonkoma. Okay? Mike, this is before Blockbuster. Blockbuster did not exist in New York. I was successful. I mean, we had a very successful video store. I loved it, bro, because I love entertainment. I love the movies. I would have been doing that forever. But what happened, Mike, is within a matter of time, a Blockbuster moved in across the street from one of the stores and down the road from the other.
Okay. I
was done, man. I could not compete with them on a financial level. You know, back then, you know, Mike, a mom and pop shop, if a hot title came out, you know, maybe you got 5 copies. Now all of a sudden Blockbuster's got 50. You know, and I found out quickly too, there was no such thing as customer loyalty. Like if somebody wanted to see Dirty Dancing and I didn't have it, they were going to Blockbuster. So the writing on the wall was on the wall. I knew I was done. I could not compete with them no matter how hard I tried. And, you know, growing up, man, I was a wrestling fan, but I was a wrestling fan like I was a fan of a lot of things. You know, like I was a Beatle fan and I was I was a baseball fan. I love the entertainment aspect of wrestling. The minute I saw it as a kid, I knew what it was. It was characters. It was storylines. It was, pomp and circumstance. It was larger than life. So when I had the video store, I ran a couple of big promotions with WWE wrestlers. And Mike, I mean, we drew thousands and thousands and thousands of people to those events. So we were so successful that somebody came into my store that had a wrestling radio show and they wanted me to sponsor the show. Well, what I did was I kind of wound up taking over the show and I kind of wound up parlaying that into a show called Vicious Vincent's World of Wrestling, where I played a character. Okay. Now this was on, I don't know if you know, but this was WGBB in Babylon. Okay. That's where the show was. But Mike, I had to pay for the airtime. So I had a business that was going out of business. Whatever money I was making, I was paying for. Bro, I was out of money. I was out of money. So what I did, bro, was I did something which I think was very clever. I wrote a letter to Linda McMahon because I knew, you know, Vince McMahon's wife worked at the WWE. Bro, everybody and their mother were writing letters to Vince McMahon. Now, if I want a job, no, I'm going to write to his wife. So sure enough, bro, I wrote a letter to Linda McMahon and I just told her my story. You know, listen, man, this is what I do. This is where I'm at. And basically I'm just looking for an opportunity. Well, luckily I had a degree in journalism, so I was a writer. So, a week later, Linda McMahon actually called me and she basically said, yeah, you know, our magazine is looking for some freelance writers. That's what I started doing. My video stores went out of business. You're going to get a kick out of this because everything is so Long Islandish. Okay. Bro, here I had a college degree. I had a young son. My video stores went out of business. Mike, I started working at PC Richards and Son.
I remember PC Richards. Yep.
Yeah. If you're on Long Island, you know PC Richards, but Part-time, I was a freelance writer for the WWE magazine. I was getting like $150 a story. Then what happened was, the editor was let go. I interviewed for the job. I got the job as the editor, and I got my foot in the door at the WWE. Now, Mike, this is something that's going to be very interesting to you, and I think your listeners as well, because this is the part of it they don't know. Okay? When I got into the WWE, when I got in the offices in Stamford, Connecticut, I was a fan with a fan's perspective. Okay? Mike, I walked into a world where Vince McMahon was surrounded by his minions. And the more I viewed this world and I witnessed this world, I saw, and I still use the term to this day, there was a wrestling bubble. And inside this wrestling bubble, Mike, they had no idea what was going on in the real world. They were so out of touch with what was going on in the world and what really attracted a television viewer. So I started at the WWE in around the mid-90s. The problem was, Mike, they were doing wrestling on television from the 70s because that's all they knew. That's all they knew. This is how wrestling is done. There's the good guys with the white hats. There's the bad guys with the black hats. And, you know, this is 1995 now. They're doing 1975 wrestling. And, Mike, it's as hokey as shit. I mean, it's borderline embarrassing. So here I was. I became very vocal. And as the editor of the magazine, I started like creating my own angles because I couldn't stand what they were writing on TV. So I kind of went into business for myself in the magazine. I was very outspoken about the way they were presenting wrestling in 1995. Mike, they hit rock bottom. I mean, the WWE in the mid-90s was in a very bad place. They were in the red. They were losing money. They were losing their audience in droves because they were out of touch. And, you know, finally, man, one day, Vince McMahon called me up to his office. All the minions were around the desk. They just came off a very bad rating on Monday Night Raw. Mike, I thought he called me up there to fire me. I thought he was going to make an example, you know, out of me. Much to my surprise, he took the magazine, threw it down on his desk in front of everybody and said, "This is what our show needs to be." He, you know, gave me the blessing, and that's when more or less the WWE Attitude Era was born. People know Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock. That's when that era was born. And all we did, Mike, was we brought wrestling up to speed. All of a sudden, it was wrestling for the time and not the cartoony stuff from 20 years before.
Okay, so let me ask this. You're this young guy, and you've come in and you're introducing a radically new business model and strategy to Vince McMahon. How hard was it to implement? Because I'm assuming not everyone was pleased with the new direction.
Mike, it was very difficult because the old guard was so used to doing things a certain way. They were looking at me like I was nuts. And Mike, they wanted me to fail because you got to think about it now. The old guard was there forever. I'm talking about people that started in the business 13 years old selling wrestling programs. You know, they were old timers, bro. Their entire life was wrestling. All of a sudden, here's this Russo kid. He owned video stores on Long Island. You know, it was the old who did he ever beat? So when I came in with this philosophy, and bro, the philosophy was really reality television. Mike, at that time, the only reality show out was The Real World on MTV. That was it. There was no reality television. So my whole thing was, the worst thing you can do is insult the intelligence of your audience. That's the worst thing you can do. So my whole thing was, we got to make this real. Because, Mike, in the wrestling bubble, no human being on this planet talks like a wrestler or does the things that wrestlers do. My whole thing was we've got to make them real people. So as the writer of the show, what I would do, Mike, is I would put myself in the boots of every character on the show. So like if I had a scenario like, so-and-so got hit by a car. Well, now I would go through the gamut. If this were Stone Cold Steve Austin, how would he react to this? Now, he would react differently than The Rock. The Rock would react differently from The Undertaker, whereas in the past, baby faces reacted this way, heels reacted that way. So now what I did was they all had their own personality. They all had their own character. And, they all wore gray hats. Mike, the thing I tell people all the time, and this is why the concept of baby faces and heels, that's what they call it in wrestling, doesn't work. Mike, in real life, good people do bad things and bad people do good things.
Yeah.
Everybody is a shade of gray. So that's what was kind of brought into it at the time.
So did you get any pushback, Vince, from, obviously from the old guard you did, but any of the new personnel that you were bringing in, the characters where they would argue with you or debate about the formulation of their character or where the script was going?
Well, Mike, I was very lucky because, like I said, at that point in time, Vince McMahon was in a position that he had nothing to lose. Okay. And the one thing about Vince McMahon was, if this was the direction we were going to go in, he was going to stick to it. He was going to be committed because Vince knew the old way was not working anymore. So the fact that Vince was committing to this direction, and Vince knew, Mike, in TV, you don't get ratings overnight. You've got to build ratings with good, consistent television shows. So Vince McMahon knew I got to give this time. Each show has to be better than the last. And what happened, Mike, was, first of all, Vince protected me. People knew if they messed with Vince Russo, they were messing with Vince McMahon. So I got to really concentrate on the nuts and bolts in the writing. I didn't have to worry about all the politics that go with wrestling. Well, what happened, Mike, is over time, the numbers started going up. More people started to come to the arena. And this is the key. The wrestlers started making more money. And as long as the wrestlers are making money, they're going to do whatever you tell them to do because they were in the business to make money.
So what's your take, Vince, on the audience in general? Did everyone or most people know it was entertainment? Or sometimes when I used to watch it, I used to think to myself, is everybody aware that this is entertainment? Some people appear to believe that the whole thing is real, which actually is a good thing from your perspective because as real as you can make it, if people can connect at that level, it's wonderful. But did you ever have moments when you thought to yourself, wow, I think some of the audience is taking this too far?
Well, Mike, I used to love, man, really talking to a lot of the old timers, that are no longer with us. A lot of great people from the past. I'm going to throw some names out there. I don't know how much you know wrestling, but, guys like, George the Animal Steel and, Chief Jay Strongbow. And I mean, Lou Albano.
Yep.
And they used to tell me stories like George the Animal Steel, told me, there were, WWF used to play Shea Stadium. And George would tell me, bro, his real name was Jim Myers. Bro, they literally needed a police escort to and from the ring because people wanted to physically hurt them. But Mike, what happened was right around the beginning of the 90s, the internet. So the secret was out.
Yeah.
So now everybody is in on it. Everybody knows this is a work. So now the job to get people to suspend the disbelief got more and more and more difficult. That's why, Mike, what I would have to do is when a wrestler was ready to come up to the WWE, I would have to sit down with them and really dig deep to find out who they were. And to find out what made them different from everybody else. The reason why I did that, Mike, was bro, these guys are not trained actors. So their character has to be an extension of themselves. They've got to take their personality and blow it up a million times over. So when they go out in front of the people, they believe what they're saying because there's a seed of truth to it. So because if the audience doesn't believe what they're saying, we're dead. They're not actors. So they kind of got to play off of something that's real. And that was really, really the key. Finding out who they were and just blowing it up. That's how people got to hate me so much on television, Mike, because, I went on TV in WCW. And that's why so many people hate me to this day. They think I'm the character. And you'll appreciate this, Mike. I went on WCW television in 1999 as myself, Vince Russo. My accent, I'm a New Yorker through and through. So, Mike, I knew, people hate New Yorkers. People want to hate New Yorkers. So my whole point was, if you want to hate New Yorkers, I'm going to give you So I took me as a New Yorker, but just blew it up. And to this day, people literally hate me because they think I'm that guy. No, I'm not that guy. I became who you wanted me to be based on being from New York and having an accent. So that's where the reality really comes in.
Staying on that thread, Vince, do you find that to be really something that makes you pause and step back, that people can actually have their reality shaped to such a degree?
Oh yeah, Mike. There was a time, Mike, after when I went to work for TNA later on in my career. Mike, we did the shows from a fairgrounds, okay, in Nashville, Tennessee. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay? One New Yorker to another. You know what I'm talking about. Mike, I swear to you, I used to perform in that building. This is 2000s. This is 2005, 6, 7. I would go outside after the show. People would be waiting for me to fight me. They wanted to fight. Mike, I would have to tell people literally, that's not real. What you just saw is a show. Because physically, they literally wanted to fight me. And this, like I said, this is 2005, 2006.
Yeah. So the whole power of the media, the ability to get your message out, to portray a certain image, like you said, with these personalities, right? They're really exaggerated versions of the actual person.
Yes.
And what you're saying is you had to keep that thread of who they really are. Otherwise, the thing would unravel.
Yeah, because in other words, if you gave them a character that wasn't who they were, now they had to go out there and act. So you had a couple of problems. Number one, they're not trained actors. Number two, if they didn't believe in what they were doing, the audience was not going to buy it. So there were very few wrestlers that you could literally give a character to that had nothing to do with their personality, but they were good enough to go out there and pull it off. They're few and far between.
So what was the interviewing process like, Vince, when you were bringing in candidates to be wrestlers? How did you vet them? What characteristics were you looking for? Did somebody just walk off the street, come in? Did they have to submit a resume? How did that work?
Well, how it worked is, there's a whole independent circuit, like in the country. And, wrestlers are wrestling in small towns in front of 20, 50, 100 people. They were, at that time, they were sending in tapes, footage of themselves, VHS tapes at that time. If we saw somebody we were interested in, we would then bring them in and we would begin training them. I was never involved in that process where I was a writer. I never got involved with wrestlers do what they do. But now once they were ready, once they were ring ready, they were brought to me because I would have to come up with a character. And that's when the conversation would take place where I would, just sit down with them and dig and dig and dig until I found something that made them unique, that they would be comfortable with, that would make them a standout.
But the training piece of it, Vince, I know you weren't involved in it, but it's obvious that they have to be very, very well trained regarding choreography. Otherwise, somebody could get really, really hurt.
That's it, Mike. It's not even the choreography. They've got to be trained so they don't get hurt. Mike, I stepped into the ring, and I had a little bit of training. Mike, I can't tell you how many concussions I received to the day that, like, I know I'm a different person today because of those concussions. If you're not properly trained, you can get hurt badly.
So what were some of the serious injuries, Vince? You said yourself you had concussions. What were some of the injuries that you saw or aware of that to this day bug you?
Well, Mike, this is where you really get into the ugly underbelly of professional wrestling. This is the part of it where I get heat because I'm not supposed to talk about things. It's supposed to be everything you see on TV. It's not. This is where wrestling started in the carnivals. Okay, that's literally where it started. And promoters would put on these fake fights in carnivals. Okay. Well, that progressed over the years, really starting with Vince McMahon Sr., Vince Jr.'s father, really starting with his dad. But from the get-go, Mike, these guys were hired as independent contractors. Okay, bro, there was no union in wrestling. There was no pension. There were no health benefits. And not only that, Mike, when you're dealing with independent contractors, Mike, it's every man for himself. There's no team unity. Wrestling's not a team. When you watch all these sports, it's team. Not wrestling is every man for themselves. This guy will act like he's your best friend and he's stabbing you in the back. Why? Because he wants that spot. Okay, the competition is fierce. And bro, I'll be honest with you, the promoters get off on that. Okay? So now, Mike, what happens? Guy gets in the ring, a guy gets concussed, a guy hurts his neck, a guy hurts his back, a guy, hurts his knee. Mike, they won't take themselves out of the game because they know there's 10 people there waiting to replace them. So what do, Mike? No, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Now the pain pills.
Yep.
Now the pain, because Mike, you gotta realize some of these guys wrestle 300 times a year, every day. Now the pain pills. Now the addiction to pain pills, because in their mind, bro, if they step out even for a week, somebody's going to step right in that spot and grab that spot. That's when you start seeing a lot of these early deaths in wrestling. There's a lot of addiction, Mike, to prescription medication where, you have these doctors that are marks, that are fans, giving the wrestlers whatever they need. Now, bro, in order to get through the next match, they're taking the painkillers. All of a sudden, bro, they're full-blown addicts. Next thing you know, bro, dead at 35, dead at 40. That's why you see so many deaths in professional wrestling. To this day, Mike, there is no union. There are no health benefits. There is no pension. It's unbelievable, bro, in 2019, the stuff that they get away with in wrestling, that any other form of a company, it would be absolute ludicrous.
Man, it sounds like it's completely unregulated.
1,000%. Yep.
Just for the audience, Vince, just so they know, I have a friend of mine who used to play professional football, and he told the exact same story with regard to football players, that knowing that if they have an injury and they step out, that there's 10 guys right behind them that'll play center, linebacker, whatever it may be. And so, they get into the prescription drugs in order to make the pain go away. And before you know it, the problem just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, everybody thinks with wrestling, Mike, even back in the day, everybody with wrestling, they think that the problem is steroids. No, bro, the problem was not steroids. The problem was prescription medication that these guys and gals would get hooked on in order to make it to the next show. That's always been the problem.
Okay. Well, a little shot of reality there for folks that are listening to the show. Now, what were the McMahons like? It sounds like in the beginning you had a good relationship, and what happened after that? Well,
I'll tell you exactly what happened, Mike, and it'll all make sense to you. Mike, when it comes to the McMahons, there's nothing in their world but wrestling, Mike. Nothing. 24/7 wrestling. I mean, when I tell you Vince McMahon did not watch TV, Vince McMahon did not go to the movies, Vince McMahon could not tell you what a loaf of bread cost. It is wrestling 24/7. That's all they know. And Mike, when you work for Vince, that company has to be number one. Your family takes a back seat. And that's the way he expects it to be. You're at his beck and call 24/7. And that's basically what happened with me, bro. I was there for about 5 years. I was very successful. To this day, the highest ratings in their history. Okay. But Mike, what happened was, Vince added a second show, never told me about it. And I wasn't even seeing my family. I had very, very young kids. So, Mike, listen, man, I'm an Italian guy from New York, very prideful, right?
Family oriented. Yep.
Very family orientated. So, bro, I literally had a meltdown. And, I just said to Vince McMahon, I said, listen, man, I at least want to move my wife and my family to where she's from. And whether I got to fly in and out on weekends, whatever I have to do. But my wife is raising my kids on her own. She's got no help, no support system. And man, Mike, I'll never forget, as cool as a cucumber, he looked me square in the eye. He goes, Vince, I don't know what your problem is. You make enough money now. Get a nanny to hire your kids. Mike, right there. It was game over. It was bro, but see, he didn't even know enough. You can't tell that to another husband, father, because not a lot of people think like you do. Bro, the WWE was more important to him than his family. Okay, bro, it's your baby. You invested all this money. You're going to live and die with this company. I was a writer. So I'm not going to have the same values that you have, but he didn't even know enough, bro, to know better than you just can't say that to somebody. And that was it, bro. That's why I left the company.
I spent a lot of time, Vince, as you know, in the corporate world over 30 years, and I saw very, very similar behavior in the upper echelon where, hey, look, your life needs to be about this business. It overrides your family or anything else you got going on in your life. And if you can't accept that, then we've got a problem.
Yeah, and what happens, man? What happens to everybody is, bro, when you're in your 30s and you're full of piss and vinegar, that's one thing. But as you start getting older, bro, and you see those kids getting older and older, bro, those priorities. I mean, it happens to everybody, bro. Never happened to him. Bro, the guy just turned 74 years old. You would think he's still at every single TV. He's starting the XFL. You would think it's 74 years old. Do the math. Okay, bro, maybe I have 15 years left. You know what? I'm going to spend these 15 years enjoying life. Now, bro, I know he enjoys that, but I mean, Mike, I'm 58. I think about, my mortality every single day. I don't want to waste 1 minute of my time anymore. I don't know how much time I have here. And that's why I look at a guy like him that's so obsessed with wrestling. And I'm like, bro, like seriously, like that's all life is to you. It's not about the money. The guy's a billionaire. He wouldn't know how to spend his money. But I mean, it really, Mike, I think it gets to the point of like literally being obsessed. I don't know about you, Mike. I've never been obsessed with anything. Like I've been a fan of a lot of things. I've never had that obsession. So it's really hard for me to understand that.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Vince. I have never been obsessed about anything. I've had a lot of interests. And when I was interested in something, I would put a lot of effort. And I would be very focused on what it is that I had to get done. But I always came back to the fact that what was most important to me is my family and my friends. Mm-hmm. Because without that, you really don't have anything.
Right.
You really don't. People who spend all of their time just maniacally focused on something. What they really need to do is to pause for a second and take a look back at their life and ask themselves, what am I getting out of this? Mm-hmm. And they might think that they're getting something out of it. But I think that if you're really contemplative and introspective and dig a little deeper, you'll find that maybe you should do a couple of things, maybe more than a couple of things, a little differently. Because you're not enriching your life if you're just very, very focused on one single thing and thinking that everybody who is around you has to be the exact same way.
Yeah.
Right? They have to think the same way as that person. And so, it's something, like I said, I've seen many, many times. So this is not something that surprises me at all.
And Mike, that's what the wrestling business has turned in today. The issue, and this is why I am so hated today, the issues that they have today, they've lost their entire casual fan audience. They literally changed the game, where there's no more psychology involved in matches. There's no more characters. There's no more storyline. They call it performance art. So it literally has become Cirque du Soleil. So all the casual fans like me that watched it for the characters and the art of the storytelling, must see TV, they're all gone. So they've gone from about 10 million people a week to about 2.5 million people. They've gone down to a niche audience. Now all these people now that watch wrestling, Mike, they're all obsessed with it. Like 24/7. That's all they talk about. They're obsessed with it. I know guys that have, we call them in the wrestling business dirt sheets, where they do podcasts. They give all the inside information and stuff. Mike, there are guys my age that are obsessed with this. And I'm like, bro, at the end of the day, these are fake fights.
Right.
Like when we were kids, Mike, and we used to wrestle in our bedroom, that's what this is. You're getting obsessed over fake fights, and it's superseding everything else in your life. Mike, that blows my mind.
Yeah, that's because, Vince, a lot of people do not sit back and reflect on life. They never ask themselves, why am I here? What's my purpose? And we were talking about age before. And you're 58 and I'm 60. And what a lot of folks don't realize is a lot of people don't make it to 58 or 60 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you're at our age or a little younger, a little older, whatever it may be, you can't take for granted that you're going to be here tomorrow. So I think that it's in anybody's best interest who is, like I said before, so focused on something that it has commandeered their entire life, that you need to press the pause button and sit back a little bit and maybe take a look at reprioritizing some things that are going on in your life.
Mike, I'm a firm believer in God. I really didn't become a Christian till later on in life, but God recently, he showed me something that has made it so simple for me. Every time, if I get upset about something, or if I say, now I start asking myself this question: is it going to matter when I'm dead? You know what I'm saying? Like, my wife gets upset, the dog lays on the couch, and I'm like, is it really going to matter when I'm dead? I mean, I'm 50. I don't know how much time I have here. And it's the same with these people obsessed over fake. Bro, are they going to matter when you're dead? What's really going to matter when you're dead? What's going to matter, bro, is the impact you had on the world, the impact you had on your kids, the impact you had on your family, the impact you had on your friends. That's what's going to matter. And like I said, Mike, I've never been obsessed over anything, so it's very hard for me to understand.
Yeah, I tell folks all the time, Vince, a key component to being happy in life is reconnecting back to spirit, back to God. So many people, they give it lip service, so they never even think about it, And but look, to each his own. Each person has got to find their path based upon their own trial and tribulations.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Yes.
If you stumble enough times or you realize you come to the conclusion that you've been on the wrong path, then you'll make that turn.
Right.
So about your family and all of this, right? So we're talking about the pressures that were put on you and the expectation that you had to eat, breathe, and crap wrestling. What was that like for your wife, and what was that like for your children? I mean, did you buffer them as much as you possibly could, but did your wife ever go to you and say, Vince, maybe you should do something else?
Well, Mike, first thing is I kept them as far away from the business as possible. See, Mike, and two, people always have an issue. The people that hate me in wrestling, they always have an issue with this. Mike, it was my job. That's it. I looked at it as a job. When I was in the wrestling business, I was not obsessed with wrestling. It was a job. I went to work every day. I did the absolute best that I could. Just like when I own my video stores. Just like now when I do podcasting. It's a job. So I never let that spill over into my life. I kept my family as far away from as possible as I could from the business. But Mike, what I really tried to do to accommodate it was the time that I did have with them. I mean, I tried to give them 200%. But I got to tell you, Mike, it's things like I'm 58 now. Mike, I miss my kid's first home run. I never forgot that. And now when I look back of how ungrateful Vince McMahon was, I'm like, what were you thinking? Like, what were you doing? You literally put your family on the back burner. I can't change that. But that's why I try to tell people, I don't want you to be in my spot. And that, I gave this company and I gave this man everything I had, bro. And I ignored what should have been the most important thing. I did not give that the proper time. And, bro, that stuff stays with you. It doesn't go away. I can't remember my kids growing up. I can't remember them growing up. My wife's got to tell me stuff all the time. I can't remember it.
Vince, we all have those moments, and you think back and you think to yourself, well, I should have done this better. I should have been there. The way we have to approach this is that it's life. But the most important thing is that you get to a point where you realize that type of lifestyle cannot continue.
Right.
That's the most important thing. I have the same thing. I look back, I think to myself, because I had a career. I wasn't here. I wasn't there. I was doing this. I wasn't doing that. And then, I'm older now and I look back at it and I said, what was I doing all that for?
Yeah.
Yep. We know what it was for, folks. It was for money. You need it, obviously, to be able to survive, but it cannot get to a point where it becomes the controlling entity or mechanism in your life.
Right.
Because you will miss out on a lot if you're driven by that. Now, the other thing I wanted to cover with you is when we look at the wrestlers outside the ring, were there any that were personal friends of yours that you got along with really well and had a friendship with?
Mike, it's another thing about the wrestling business. There are no friends, man. It's all a facade. Mike, it's all a facade. And you know how you know that? I'll tell you how you know that. I was the head writer. Okay, bro. So in their mind, Vince was the guy that could make me or break me. When I was the head writer, Mike, everybody was my best friend. Mike, being a New Yorker, see, people don't understand this. Being a New Yorker, I was smart to that. Okay, I knew that, bro, you're not my friend. Like, you want me to write you in the show. Like, you're not my friend. And bro, it's just comical because I knew that. I knew it was all a facade. I knew it was all phony bullshit. And Mike, the day I left the WWE was the day my phone stopped ringing.
Yep.
And that's how it is, bro. There are no friendships. The old thing, keep your enemies close. It's bizarro land, Mike. It really is. To this day, I call it the wrestling bubble. They have no concept of what a friend is. They don't understand what friendship means. Mike, they all cheat on their wives. To me, that was the biggest crime in the world, Mike. Here you are living your dream on the road every day, at the bar after the show. Okay, your wife is home by herself raising your kids, and you're going to freaking cheat on your wife? Like, to me, that was the lowest form, but that's the norm. Mike, I've worked with thousands and thousands of wrestlers. I think I knew one person who stayed loyal to their wife. That's the world. And, like I said, Mike, the older you get, you're like, man, I don't want to be a part of that world. I don't want to be a part of it.
Yeah. And, Vince, I follow you on Twitter, and I know that, and I discussed this actually in the last show too, and we talked about criticism of me, criticism of you. How do you deal with it? Do you deal with it differently today than you did back then? Because, many times, folks, the criticism, as much as we don't want it to affect us, some of it can be very hurtful because it's not true. It's fabricated. People just saying things for the sake of trying to get a rise out of whoever it is that they're attacking. So how do you deal with it today, Vince, versus how you used to deal with it way back when?
Oh, Mike, it's complete night and day. I mean, back in the day, bro, when I was that, guy in his mid-30s, bro, you want to go toe-to-toe like we'll go toe-to-toe. I mean, bro, if you attacked me or you said something to me, bro, I was gonna bite your head off. And, bro, I always knew I'm going to win because, bro, like from where I'm from, New York's dog eat dog, bro. Don't think you're going to, politic and backstab me behind my back. I know what you're doing. I know what's going on. And, bro, I would let people have it. Okay, bro, let them have it. But now, bro, like as I get older, Mike, here's the worst thing. This is the most hurtful thing. This is how society is today. Okay, but this is how I deal with it. Mike, I'm out there like on a daily basis. Before I came on this show, I just finished doing a show called That's Life. That's Life is a show I do every week. It's the most important show I do. I want all roads of all my other shows to go to this show. This is where I talk about life. And I literally talk about God. And I believe my path in life took place the way it did because God knew, Vince, I want you to develop a following. I want you to develop a base of people that will only understand me through you. You can talk their language. You're not going to beat them over the head with the Bible. You're so rough around the edges. You're a sinner. But I can get my word to these people through you. So, Mike, I have no problem saying I'm a believer in God. God first. I do a show about God. Well, bro, the problem today, the most hurtful thing with social media, bro, is I knew, Mike, once I went out there with my belief, I'm going to be attacked by the world. I mean, you accept that. That's part of the game. The war that you got to put on the armor of God and say, let's go. But Mike, how they attack you today is you're a homophobe. You're a racist. You're a sexist. That shit that to my core, it's the most hurtful thing that anybody can say. Mike, I have somebody running my website who literally is a transgender. And I love her to death. Mike, I was a guy that put the WCW title on a black man because, bro, he was being suppressed and he was never given the opportunity. I came along. I gave him the opportunity. It's the proudest moment in my life that I was able to do this for this individual. But my point is, no matter what stuff like that is on your resume, that's ignored. And then you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're this or that. That's the hardest thing to deal with. The way I deal with it today is I know, bro, once I accept it, I am here to glorify God. I am here to spread his name, bro. That's why I'm here. And that's what you're going to get. Because the world does not want that. Like you said earlier, Mike, the world wants you to believe money is everything. Expensive cars, big houses, success. That's everything. That's what the world wants you to believe. So when you have somebody like me saying, bro, wait a minute, they're going to throw everything they can at you. And that's knowing that, bro, God just gives me the strength to get through it. And I just ignore it the best I can today.
That's all you can do. There's a lot of black-hearted people out there. That's my conclusion. So what I try to do, Vince, is I need to stay elevated. I need to stay above and focus on the positive. Because if you dive into their crap, into their nonsense, then you're connected into that very negative, dense stuff. And what is that going to do? That's going to take somebody like yourself or me or anybody else who's trying to do good in life. It's going to bring them down.
And that's what they want.
Exactly. So the best thing to do is what I do is I try to ignore them as much as I possibly can. Every once in a while, I do have to step out and maybe set the record straight on something, but I try to do that extremely sporadically because you also don't want to bring any attention to the people that are engaged in this type of negative stuff.
Right.
Right. So it's really a fine line. It's a balancing act, I think, when you're trying to deal with that type of stuff.
It really is. Yep. The worst thing is now though too, Mike, it's like, my son, Will, he's my oldest son and he's very, very creative. And like now he's trying to establish a presence on social media. I know he's going to get all the Vince Russo shit. You know what I mean? And that's the part of it. Like, really, like, come on, man, and he's hearing it, I mean, people have already gotten his phone number and they're texting him stuff. And I'm like, that's the part of it where like, I want so hard to be able to protect him. But like the first thing I had to tell him is, bro, if you put yourself out there, this is what you're going to get,
Yeah. Many people, they have no boundaries.
Yeah.
And they think nothing of doing stuff like that. I spend a lot of time protecting my friends and family, isolating them from the work that I do. Because, look, I'm doing it. I know what it's like to be involved in the arena of the public. So I'm willing to deal with it. But I don't want to bring anybody who doesn't want to be there to have to be involved in it.
Right.
Because a lot of times, look, there's a lot of good stuff. So let me just, I don't want to paint a negative picture here. There's a lot of very, very, very good people out there, positive people you like to interact with. So that's the vast majority of folks. But you have this segment. It's a small segment. But that small segment is very, very nasty. It can be very, very ugly.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So, Vince, when you look back at your career, what would you consider to be the highlight of the career? And then we'll get into what would you view as the part of your career that presented personal challenges to you that you had to work through?
Well, no doubt, Mike, the highlight of my career was there's a wrestler, he still works for the WWE today, very, very popular. His name was Booker T. And, the African-American guy. When I went to WCW, there was such a level of politics going on that somebody like him, bro, that was a happy-go-lucky guy. He was a company guy. He did whatever you asked him to do. There was a thumb on him. He was never going to be able to get through to a certain level. And I remember, one day I went into a creative meeting and there was probably about 6 guys there. And I said, if you could put the title on anybody right now, who would it be? And every single person in that room said Booker T. And at that point, I made the decision. And Mike, my career was almost ruined by the old guard for making that decision. Because I was the kind of guy, bro, you're not going to play politics with me. I'm not a political guy, bro. Like, and people really get pissed off. Like when you don't play the political game and you try to do everything on the uppity up, they can't deal with that because all they know is politics. Here's what I tell people all the time, Mike. There's politics in everything. But in wrestling, it's a political cesspool. And Mike, there were times I was defeated by the politics because I was not going to play that game. I'm not going to do that. But in my mind, Mike, and I say this because I hope a lot of people will be able to benefit from this. Here's what's going to happen. The reason people get involved in the politics and the backstabbing, okay, is because they know you're better than them on a legitimate level. They can't surpass you. They know you're better. And Mike, 9 times out of 10, you know why you're better? Because you work harder. Because you work harder. You put the work in. So now they know this guy's better than me. I don't want to work as hard as this guy. So what am I going to do? I'm going to take the shortcut. And I'm going to talk about him behind his back. And I'm going to start all gossip about him. You know, so there were a couple of times in my career I knew exactly that this was going on. I knew it. I would turn, Mike, you know, when you turn around, you know, 2 people are talking and you turn around and you look at them and then all of a sudden they go their separate ways.
Yeah.
It was that all the time. Okay. But Mike, here's what I knew. And this is what I tell people all the time. My thing was, if you're going to be worked and they're going to win you over by burying me and they're going to get my spot, guess what? They got the spot. Now they're going to have to deliver.
Right.
They weren't capable of delivering. That's why they were taking shortcuts. So what's going to happen? Okay, bro, take my spot because I'm not going to go toe to toe politically with you. And I will go home and I will sit there and I will wait for you to fail because you took shortcuts and then they'll call me back. And that's what happened numerous times. But my most defining moment was giving somebody an opportunity that really, really deserved it and could just not get past the political cesspool.
Okay. So the downside or the challenges would be working through that cesspool of politics.
Oh man. Mike, here's what I say all the time about the wrestling business. You can't be a nice guy and survive in the wrestling business. You can't, Mike. It's sharks. It's a sea of sharks, bro. So what happens, Mike, is you're kind of forced to create this hard shell around you. Because if you don't create this hard shell around you, they'll eat you alive. But then, Mike, all of a sudden what happens is you take a step back and you kind of see what you're becoming. And you're becoming one of them just in order to survive. That's the only reason, because if I don't harden myself, they will kill me and I will be out of work and I've got a family and a wife. So you wind up creating this shell around yourself. All of a sudden, bro, you're somebody you're not and you don't like what you see. And when you get to that point, bro, you got to make a decision. You're either going to go all in, bro, or you're either going to walk away. And I mean, I walked away, bro, because I wasn't that guy.
How long were you in the business, Vince, before you walked away from it?
Oh my God. I was just telling a story on That's Life. I got in the business in 1991. I walked away from the business in 2012.
Okay.
Mike, you want to hear something fascinating? I'll tell this real quickly, but I was just, this will blow you away, Mike. Mike, you know how, like you said, when you were working and in the core role, it was about the money, it was about the money, it was about the money. Mike, I got married at 22 years old. Okay. With me, Mike, it wasn't about the money and it wasn't about the amount of money. Okay. I was always concerned with, supporting my family. I always had this fear of not being able to support my family. I think a lot of it comes from getting married at 22. You know, I was still a kid. Now I had this wife who was dependent on me. We had children early. So my fear was always the fear of not being able to support I never wanted, Mike, I swear to God, man, I sit here 58 years old. My most prized possession is my vinyl collection. Like that. And Mike, you know where I get my vinyl collection from? I go to freaking thrift stores and find me gems for $2.
Right.
Like I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy with the big house and the big cars. I'm not that guy. So Mike, my whole life, you know, I really started hating wrestling in about 99. Okay. I really started the politics. When I went from WWE to WCW, the politics kicked my ass. And in 99, I started hating it. I wanted to get out. I wanted to get out. You know, I became a born again Christian about 2005-ish. And I kept saying to God, I know you don't want me here. what am I gonna do to support my family? I mean, Mike, when your resume reeks professional wrestling, who's gonna freaking hire you? You know, I'm in my 40s now. I'm 50. Who's gonna hire me? So it was always, God, I know you don't want me here. How am I gonna support my family? I was miserable. Mike, one day I was on the road in Orlando. I was in my hotel room and I really had reached the breaking point. I literally got down on my knees, and for the first time ever, I just started bawling. And I'm like, God, I get it. You don't want me here. I am not supposed to be here. How am I going to support my family? That's the question I kept asking, right? So Mike, that day I went to work and it went from bad to worse. So I found a conference room and I locked myself in that conference room, and I literally had to take out my Bible because I had to ground myself. I had to ground myself because I was losing it. Right? So bro, I'm getting some of God's word, and I bow my head and I'm like, God, I get it. I hear you loud and clear. How am I going to support my family? Okay. Mike, I got up and I put my hand in my pocket to get a piece of gum. You know, the gum that's like the square pack and you got to flip it open gimmick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mike, I reach in my pocket. I open up the gum. Mike, two $50 bills, brand new, neatly folded, like they had never been touched, fell out of the gum. Mike, I was just, hold on one second. I carry them around me to this day. Mike, these are them. I mean, literally, like they just came off the mint. Okay? Fell out of my gum. Now, Mike, you got to understand, I never have money. I don't use money. Everything I do, I use my credit card. I want a cup of coffee at McDonald's, I'll use my credit card for $1. I never have money. So now all of a sudden these two $50 bills fall out of my gum. And I'm like, literally it was God saying, like, bro, like what don't you understand? What don't you understand? Mike, the first thing I did was I called my wife. Did you put money in my pocket? No, Vin, like, I know you don't take money. You know, Mike, I don't go to the bank. I don't take withdrawals. To this day, I have no idea. But when that happened, Mike, I knew, bro, if you don't walk away after that, you might as well spit in the face of God, because there's nothing he will be able to do to convince you that he knows what you need. And as long as you're loyal and faithful to him, he's going to take care of you. And literally, that was the last TV taping I went to. I walked away after that. It's going to be 8 years ago in February. Mike, I didn't know what podcasting was then. I didn't know what Twitch was then. I didn't know what Patreon was then. Those things did not exist. Now what do, bro? I sit here behind my computer and I make a living and I don't have a worry in the world.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. A lot of people will be able to resonate with what I refer to as divine intervention. It's there, it's real. Of course, there are going to be the naysayers, and that's fine. You could be a naysayer. But I've had situations like that in my own life, Vince, where out of the blue, something happened, and it was a message. It was clearly a message, right? And many times those messages are, it's okay. Push through it. It's okay. You're going to be all right.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be all right. You know, but the most important thing, too, about being all right is, and you have it in you, is the ability to work hard, like you mentioned before.
Yep.
Put your head down, push through it, work hard. When you persevere, good things will happen. It doesn't happen overnight.
Yep.
It takes time, but you will build it.
Yep.
You know, and I've had the same types of experiences in my own life. You know, and you mentioned, I wanted to just go back to this a little bit about being concerned about not being able to support your family. I have a bit of that myself, you know, because my mom and dad, we were very blue collar. growing up on Long Island. You know, mom stayed at home and dad was a cop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and contrary to what a lot of people might believe, cops, especially back in those days, we're talking about the 1960s and into the 70s, they didn't make a lot of money.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You know, so when in our household, it was always, I had a very good childhood. I have 2 other brothers and a sister, and it was very good. But when I look back at it, we didn't have a lot, which meant you can be happy without having all of that material stuff all around you.
Yep.
You know, but what it also taught me was I needed to work hard, like my dad worked hard.
Yep.
In order to keep the food on the table and to keep, you know, a roof over the head of your family.
Yep.
So, yeah, these are all things that help you to get through times when, you know, you're having challenges in life.
Yeah.
You're doubting yourself, or you're doubting, you know, what's going to happen, or you think you're trapped. That's the thing, right? You think you're trapped.
Yeah.
I'm in this corner and I don't see a door out.
Yeah. It's like too, Mike, it's like with me, like I said, you know, I've got like 3 arms of the Russo brand. You know, I've got my subscription base, you know, russosbrand.com. I got my Patreon. And then I've got Twitch. As long as I keep those 3 arms going, I'm fine. But Mike, I'm human. So in the very, very back here somewhere, there is, what if this all stops tomorrow? Like, then what? Like, what am I going to do? What if this stops tomorrow? But now I can go the next step and I could say this. If it stops tomorrow, it's because it's supposed to stop tomorrow.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? So like I can be cool with it. If it stops, it's because it's supposed to, and you're supposed to be on to something else. I didn't have that in the past.
Yeah. What happens is you develop this intuitiveness that says to you, this has run its course. You've done as much as you could possibly do with whatever it is that you're working on.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to shift gears.
Mm-hmm.
Where people get themselves into trouble is when they ignore that intuitiveness, that feeling in your gut. When you ignore that, typically what happens is something not so good winds up down the road for you.
Right.
People ignore that, and they shouldn't ignore that. Now, you've also written 2 books, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So did you want to talk a little bit about the books?
Yeah, no, bro, that was my biggest, you know, outside of, the Booker T situation. I mean, you know, being a writer and going to school for journalism and being editor of my college newspaper and all that, my number one goal was writing a book. So, you know, being able to write a book, far superseded anything that I did in wrestling, any television show that I ever wrote. And then the funny thing, Mike, is then, you know, I sit down. My first book was called Forgiven. I put my heart and my soul in this book. And, you know, my mother was alive at the time. And like, I really knew like the fact that this book is going to be published would like mean the world to her. Mike, I was so raw and so honest in this book. I was the hardest on me than anybody else. And then, you know, the book comes out and then what do you get? Everything in the book is a lie. So I'm like, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I literally sat down. I wrote every word in the book myself. I literally sat down and spent a year writing a book of lies. But it's stuff like that it's just like you gotta shake your head, man, because it's like no matter what you do. But writing those books, bro, I mean, that was that was really monumental for me.
And you have a degree in journalism.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So how long did it take to write the books, Vince? I'm always interested because I've never written a book, and people have said to me, Mike, someday you should write a book. And I'm thinking, I don't think I have time to do it. So.
Mike, it sucks. Like, Mike, remember the old Odd Couple show? Remember Tony Randall and Jack Klugman? Yeah. I'll never forget this, bro, because Jack Klugman, as Oscar Madison said this once, he says, a good writer hates to write, but loves to have written. And that's it in a nutshell. The process of writing sucks. And bro, there is such a discipline to writing. If you do not sit down every day and write and force yourself to write, it's not going to happen. Bro, I love this story. To this day, Jerry Seinfeld has a big calendar in his house every day of the year because he writes every day.
Yeah.
And he has to write every day. Seinfeld at this point, and he just checks the days off. But that's it, Mike. You have to force yourself. You got to grind through it. You can't get writer's block because there's a million reasons why you want to quit, because it's a difficult process.
Yeah. That's part of the reason why I don't think I've started.
Yeah. I mean, people keep asking me about a third book, and I'm like, just no way. I mean, there's no way. I don't have it in me.
You know, when I left the business world, and I was there for 3 decades, people would ask me afterwards, do you miss it? And one of the most interesting phenomenons, Vince, is that I very rarely think back at it. I know I did it. I know I was there. I know what I used to do. I knew I was good at it, but I don't spend any time whatsoever thinking back on it, lamenting. It's just that my life is in a completely different place now, and I'm much, much happier now. So how about yourself? It sounds like maybe you're in the same boat.
No, I wish, man. You know, Mike, the problem is it's in my face every day.
Okay.
But Mike, I have said this now. You know how like you talk about there comes a time when you know you got to go on. Mike, I have said this. I'm 58 years old. I'm going to be 59 in January. I've said the day I turn 60, I am no longer talking about wrestling. I am no longer talking about it. I would love to be able to continue on my podcasting career and my entertainment career. But I've made a vow to myself at 60, it stops, because Mike, it's so juvenile, and it's so childish, and it's so meaningless. And, you know, bro, every day it's in my face. You know, Mike, the only time I'm really on Twitter and social media is when I have to promote something.
Yeah.
You know, you and I both know, bro, when you're in business for yourself, you have to promote it. If you stop promoting it, it will die.
Right.
So I go online to promote it, but, you know, the minute I'm online, there's 10 comments about, you know, every single day right in my face. And I sit there. I don't say anything. I'm not bringing the comments on. But that's why, like, I've made the decision, man, I'm going to suck this up till I'm 60. But once I'm 60, man, I literally am going to eliminate it from my life.
What path do you think you're going to take once you hit 60?
Man, Mike, I got to tell you, this sounds crazy, but, you know, I mean, I wrote one of the most popular shows in cable history. You know, I was a character on TV. Mike, going all the way back to WGBB, I've always loved radio. I love freaking radio. That's why I'm so lucky with podcasting, and I'm blessed with podcasting, and it's the next best thing. Bro, I've always wanted to be a radio guy. I still pursue that dream. There are some DJs and stuff that I talk to, you know, here in Colorado. But again, bro, it's such red tape, and it's so political. But again, my attitude is, if it's supposed to happen, it will happen. If it's not, it won't. But I would love to be able to continue, you know, broadcasting and podcasting. I was influenced in my life greatly by Stern. I mean, I always wanted to do what Howard did, always, bro. And I just hope, you know, when I step away from wrestling, that's kind of what the brand turns into.
Now, what advice, Vince, do you have for anyone looking to get into the entertainment business? Forget about wrestling specifically, but the entertainment business in general. I mean, if somebody said to you, hey, Mr. Russo, I want to get into entertainment, what tips do you have as far as what to look out for and what to avoid?
Well, Mike, you know what's a great thing nowadays? I mean, man, there is such a need for content. You know, there are so many, I mean, you know, outside of television, you know, the internet, I mean, there is such a need for content. You know, this didn't exist when I graduated college. I've dabbled enough, like, bro, in LA and Hollywood and that whole scene. I've dabbled enough in it. Mike, I know without a shadow of a doubt, if you have any talent and you're driven and you plant yourself in the middle of that town, you will find work. I mean, there isn't a doubt in my mind. Being a content provider is what everybody is looking for nowadays. That ship has sailed with me. I'm just too old. But if you have the talent and if you're driven and you're willing to move yourself there, I honestly think that you'll be successful. I honestly believe that.
Yeah, it's what we said before. You have to work really hard. You have to apply yourself. Things are just not going to fall into your lap, you know. Now, Vince, before we wrap up here, I just wanted to ask if there's anything else specifically that you wanted to talk about, anything that was on your mind that you wanted to get out to the audience.
Yeah, it's just, it's what we're talking about, man. Like I said, I talk about it all the time about the wrestling bubble, but it's not just the wrestling bubble. There's a lot of bubbles out there. And man, bro, people just tend to get caught up in things that just don't matter. You know what I say all the time, Mike? I say, if you're putting all your attention in something that really doesn't matter, what that means is, bro, you're not paying attention to the things that really do. Bro, I know when I became a Christian, this is how I knew that I became a Christian, Mike. The things that once meant the world to me, all of a sudden meant nothing. And the things that meant nothing, all of a sudden meant the world. And the reason why, like, I preach this, to nausea is, man, it took me a long time to figure this stuff out. I wish there was somebody when I was that 35-year-old guy at the WWE. I wish there was somebody saying these things to me. Mike, a lot of times in life, you have to figure things out for yourself. Okay, I totally get it. But man, I'm just telling you, as time goes on, you are going to figure out these things. And you're going to look back and you're just going to say, man, why did it take me so long? So that's why, if I could, just share my story and let people know about that, hopefully there's one idiot out there that listens to what I have to say.
I say the same thing to my daughter, Vince. I would talk to her about stuff, and sometimes she'd say to me, Dad, why are we having this conversation? I said, because it took me a long time to figure it out.
Yeah, man.
And if I can shorten it up for you, you could figure it out a little sooner in life. Yeah. It's going to be a whole lot better, Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that's the thing. And it's like I don't want you to go through what I did.
Right.
There's no need for you to go through, but 99.9% of the time, listen, man, they're just going to have to figure it out themselves and they'll find out, you know.
That's the way it works, right? That's life. So Vince, where can the audience connect with you online?
Okay, a couple of places. I do, Mike, again, you talk about hard work. Mike, we have a podcast network. Mike, I do over a dozen shows a week. There's a show every single day. Guys, it's like less than $1 a week. That's at russosbrand.com. I do a show on Westwood One, bro, and there's a Patreon that goes with that, and that's patreon.com /Russo TWC, and then like Twitch.
All right, so I'm going to ask my audience to make sure that they check out Vince's shows on his platforms. And Vince, I will put all the links in the description box below. And again, I want to thank you very much for coming on the show. It was a great discussion.
All right, thank you very, very much, Mike. I'll talk to you soon. Mike, I want to ask you two things.
Yeah.
When I look at, like, from my point of view, okay, Vince, like, why do you really believe this? What is the one thing that makes you really believe this compared to the contrast of what is the one thing that really makes you not believe it? Okay. The one thing that I've said over and over and over again that makes me believe is, okay, all the clues, the backmasking, the album covers, they're all there. They exist. Okay, there's no question about that. I buried Paul was not cranberry sauce. They exist.
Yeah.
So I lived my whole life thinking, okay, it's a publicity stunt. They wanted to sell more albums. They eventually will come clean with it. You know, I mean, when Paul, Billy, Ringo, like when they're in their 70s, does it matter? Like, does it matter if Ringo says, hey man, the Rolling Stones were really coming on, bro. We had to sell some records. Does it matter? I don't think anybody would ever have an issue with it. I really don't. So my whole life I'm waiting for, okay guys, it was a big publicity stunt. Bro, that never happened. To this day, nobody has said it was a publicity stunt, but yet all the stuff is there. It's all there. It was purposely done. Bro, we get back to the scene, that Abbey Road picture I sent you, like when he said on Letterman, bro, it was a hot day, so I kicked off my shoes. Okay, bro. First of all, when it's a hot day, that means the pavement is the hottest. So you kicked off your shoes to walk across the hot pavement. But then, bro, when you see the pictures before they took the shot, he's actually wearing sandals.
Right.
So like he's not even wearing shoes. You're wearing sandals. So now you break it down even further. Okay, bro. So you were wearing sandals with a suit? No, bro, you weren't wearing sandals with a suit. That was going to be the shot. You were going to be barefoot. That was the shot. So like, again, you have the opportunity to say it was a publicity stunt, but yet you just tell this harebrained story that doesn't make any sense. So that's what I look at as, okay, bro, like, come on, like, what the hell's going on? But then the other part that's really tricky, and you and I have discussed this, the acrostantial is real. That's really tricky for me. Even though, Mike, I got to tell you, bro, since I got turned on to you, I own practically every Bonzo album. Bro, there's a lot of songs that relate to this he was doing it that you haven't even touched upon. But there are some lyrics that are like, wait a minute, bro, like, is it coincidental? So my question to you is, what would be the one thing, if you had to put your stamp on that one thing, like, this is why this is Billy? And the one thing that may stick in your craw a little bit about, I don't know if I can really make sense out of that. What are those two things?
Well, it is the fact that they don't look alike. That's the thing that puts the ball over the goal line for me, Vince. People want to say, oh, he looks exactly the same way and he sings the same way and all that stuff. It's not true. So when people say that to me or they want to respond that way in comments, I know that they haven't done any homework. I know they haven't done any research. So, I've looked at enough pictures now that, I know who's Billy. And when it's not him, that's the main point, is they do not look alike. Do they resemble each other? Yes. They obviously resemble each other because that's what it was all about, was to get him to look as much like biological Paul as they possibly could. But does he look exactly like him? No, he does not. The thing that I guess bothers me the most about the whole conspiracy is the fact that, I really didn't want to believe it. I was like you. I thought it was a publicity stunt to sell more records. And as I think I mentioned in your show, they did indeed sell more records once the conspiracy came out back in 1969. Beatle records sales popped. Because, my whole life as a musician and as a guitar player was spent as the Beatles, as my foundation, as my baseline. So to pop that bubble, that wasn't an easy thing. That's why I laugh sometimes, and when people say that I'm a Beatle hater, or, I love fall McCartney, and I hear all this nonsense. It's just adolescent nonsense. And I think to myself, no, I didn't want to be a Beatle hater. I didn't even know that fall existed. I thought it was a marketing ploy, So when all this stuff came together back in 2016 and I started looking into it, it was very hard to get my head wrapped around. It was a hard pill to swallow. So there's that part of me sometimes that thinks, it just was a lot better the way it used to be. Yeah. And because it was a more simplistic way of looking at the world. It's the Cinderella story. It says 4 lads from Liverpool made it big, and, they were brilliant songwriters and all this stuff. And then, then I have to take a step back and I say, but Mike, you've shown, and I believe conclusively, that very little of that story is true. Very little of it. In fact, one of the things I'm working on next, and I've already, the guns are pointed at me, Vince, and what I'm going to present is the fact that they did not write all of their own music.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they didn't write any of their own music. So I want to make that very clear. I'm saying that they didn't write all of their own music. And the way it came about was because this is the first time I'm going to show this. There was this DVD. Okay.
Oh, okay. Wow. I've never seen that before.
The premise, and by the way, this is a sanctioned DVD. This is somebody that is presenting this that loves the Beatles. They're giving us the Beatles story, the official Beatle narrative. So this is not a hit piece on the Beatles, but basically it goes like this. The Beatles just came off hectic touring. They had to go into the studio. They had to write from scratch because they didn't have a backlog to speak of. 14 songs in 30 days. 14 songs in 30 days. That means write the songs, record the songs, mix the songs, master the songs, get the LP jackets prepared, labels prepared for the 33 RPM records, and have that record out 3 weeks later. But here's the problem. The problem is that every songwriter I have spoken to so far, and some of the folks that I'm connected to are professional songwriters. They're in the business. And they have said it's not possible to get those songs written, recorded, mixed, and mastered in 30 days. They said it's just not possible. Because the way songwriting works, Vince, because I'm a songwriter, is that when you sit down to write a song, you may complete that song, you may not. In other words, you may start a song, have an idea, and you think to yourself, oh, this is not working. Right? So there are starts and stops and stuff that you put on the shelf and so on. You'll write lyrics and you're thinking, oh, I don't know, those lyrics sounded okay yesterday, but today, I don't know. So you have all of this going on, this dynamic going on. The story they want to sell to the public is the Beatles came in after they got done touring, sat down, wrote these songs without blinking. There was no puts and takes. There was no false starts. There was no, I don't know about these lyrics. Everything just came together miraculously, like magic. And the other thing that I try to get across to folks is that when we go back to the Beatles' early recordings, like With the Beatles and their first album, Please Please Me, that was just straightforward rock and roll. A lot of that stuff was cover music. There were Lennon and McCartney compositions as well. But when you take a look at, in 1963, when they released Please Please Me in March of 63, and then you jump ahead to Rubber Soul in 1965, Revolver was in 66, when you take a look at Rubber Soul and you see how much that songwriting evolved over just 2 years, It is unbelievable. It is a leap that any thinking person should pause and look at and say, I don't know about that. That's a gigantic leap. In fact, I was just watching a video this morning that somebody sent me. It was Ringo on the Ellen Show going back to 2015. And in that interview, he said that when the Beatles were touring, one of the reasons why they stopped was because they were becoming lesser musicians. That they were not excelling at their craft, if you will. Right? He said the touring and all that stuff was actually hurting them from a musician standpoint. So I'm thinking to myself, well, that's an interesting thing to say, because you just got off of touring, then you hopped into the studio for 30 days, and you guys allegedly banged out 14 songs like that, no problem. Well, that doesn't mesh. So what happens is we catch these things, right? So you have to be alert. You catch these little anomalies. They're not like just blatant hit you over the head with a hammer types of stuff that you're going to catch. Sometimes it is, but it isn't very often. It's subtle. And so what happens is you see enough material and you start to pick up on these little things. And you think, well, that doesn't map to that, and that doesn't map to this. And before you know it, you start to pick up discrepancies in the story. Why are there discrepancies in the story? Why? It's because it is a story. And that's what people don't understand. It's a narrative. It's like when you did scripts for wrestling. They were scripted. The Beatles story is scripted. People come to me and say, oh, well, so-and-so wrote this book, and he's a Beatle expert. And I said, well, look, what you have to understand is the same people that delivered the music to you, the Beatles, the band, Tavistock, right, are the same people that made sure that the backdrop was there. They made sure that the history was there, and the narrative was there, and the storyline was there. Okay? They just didn't do one variable or one piece of the puzzle. They have to do the whole puzzle. So when you have people who write books, you have one of two things going on. One, they are either in the inner circle, and that's their job, is to perpetuate the story, right, to write the narrative, to keep it going, or they're not in the inner circle, and they are writers with good intent, but they're relying on source material by the people who wrote it. Right? So they don't know any better. And we all fell into that. I mean, I fell into that. I have tons of Beatle books, Vince, downstairs, and I read them all. And now I look at it, I think to myself, I cannot believe that I read these books and I believed half the stuff that was in there. But at the time, I just soaked it all up. So that show, which is going to come out in October, about them not writing all, I have to be very clear about this, all of their own music, is going to cause a big ruckus in the whole Paul is dead McCartney conspiracy arena, because there are people who are fanatics about this stuff. There are people that are into this research that are in it for social justice for James Paul McCartney. They believe somehow they're going to elevate him and put him back on a pedestal and put him in his rightful place in the annals of rock and roll and so on, when in reality, biological Paul McCartney is a subplot. In other words, he was one of the characters, one of the players that was part and parcel of this entire psychological operation that was created by Tavistock called the Beatles. There are people out there that think that Billy's going to be arrested. It's ridiculous. I tell them, I said, look, Billy's going out with a ticker tape parade, okay? They're going to erect a statue of him at Buckingham Palace. It's going to be 66 feet tall, So this is what they don't understand. A lot of people have a hard time realizing and comprehending, or wanting to believe for that matter, that there are two worlds. There is the world inside the pyramid, which is the controlling mechanism over our reality. And then there's a world outside of that pyramid. Mm-hmm. And people want to believe that the pyramid world doesn't exist, but it does exist. And it's a very, very different world. And it's a realm where they dictate out to the world outside the pyramid as to how things are going to work. They're going to shape your beliefs. They're going to shape your norms. They're going to shape your societies and your cultures. And they're going to get you to agree to certain things, disagree to others. That's what they do. They manipulate reality. And it's only when you wake up to the fact that dynamic exists, that there are two separate worlds, will you begin to understand how all this really, really works. And, and the Beatles were, don't get me wrong, the music is great. I have all my Beatle albums, Vince. I'm like you. I'm a vinyl collector. I have Beatle vinyl that I collected for over 10 years from all over the world. And I still sit down and enjoy the music, but I listen to it with different ears now. I no longer listen to it putting the same luster around the Beatles as I used to. They're not shined up to me anymore. Now I listen to it because I can appreciate the craftsmanship of the music, what went behind the music, regardless of who it was that actually wrote the song or arranged the song. I can just listen to it from that standpoint, and I'm okay with that now, So anyway, I probably went on a little longer there.
That blows my mind, man. Couldn't the argument be made, though, Mike? Could the argument be made that they were working on the album when they were on tour?
I mean, somebody could make that argument, but when you're on tour, it is extremely difficult to sit down and to start writing music. You may have ideas, you may strum a couple of chords here and there, but what people have to realize is from 1963 through 1966, the Beatles toured a lot. Mm-hmm. And the Beatles did 2 movies. And the Beatles had unbelievable amounts of photo ops and interviews and stuff like that. So when you pile all that into the equation, right, you throw it into the stew, you think to yourself, well, when did they really have time to write all those songs? Again, I'm not saying they didn't write any songs. They wrote songs, but I don't believe they wrote all of those songs. They had help. And they had help by uncredited songwriters, ringers, people that came in. Here's one for you. Somebody sent me a video, and it's going to be in the presentation in October. And in that video is them working in the studio. They are reading from these binders. I mean, these binders are professional binders. And what's in the binders? Well, best I can tell from looking at the video, it's music and it's lyrics. Where did the binders come from? In other words, when you write a song as a songwriter, you don't say, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write a song and some lyrics, and I'm going to put a binder together for my band. No, what you do is you sit in a room and you say, hey, guys, I wrote this song. I'm going to play it for you. Here are the chords. I've got the lyrics written down. I'll probably change some of them. So here are the chords. It's a rocker. It's a blues. It's E, A, G, whatever. D chord here, whatever it may be. And the band runs through it. You don't create corporate packaging, binders and all that stuff. Yeah. The reason why they did all those gigs back in Germany and the Cavern and all that stuff, it was to really, really enhance their chops as far as being able to play music, right? Chords and all that stuff. So they were very good. They were very astute at playing songs. I mean, if you gave them the chords, they could play the chords and all that stuff. So they went through this whole period of time when they were ramping them up to have those playing skills so that when they got into the studio and they were given songs that they didn't write, it didn't take them very long to be able to bang the chords out and to sing it. Mm-hmm. Right? I'm sure somebody came in and said, all right, we wrote this song and it's going to be credited to you, Lennon and McCartney. Here are the chords and here are the lyrics. And let us show you the melody, because none of the Beatles, aside from Billy, could read and write music. Mm-hmm. So you couldn't put sheet music in front of them and say, oh, okay, John or Paul, here's the sheet music and, bang it out. They had to be shown. But once they were shown, this is my premise, they were very good at playing it back. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think happened. And especially from the 1962 through 1966 period, and then once Billy stepped in, I believe that approach subsided a lot. I think what happened is once Billy got in, then you started to see more of their own original compositions come forth. I'm not saying every once in a while an uncredited songwriter didn't step in and give them a song. I'm not saying that, but I think it was less. Because the amount of songs that the Beatles had to crank out in the early days, Vince, from 63 through 66, they were doing 14 songs an album. Yeah. And I have a person that I know, I can't say who this person is, but this person is very accomplished. And I pointed them to that documentary. They watched it. They wrote me back within a few days and said, it's not possible.
Well, too, Mike, when you look at, the fact that they were young, they were millionaires. I don't know if drugs was an influence at that time, but when you look at the fact that they were young, they were millionaires, you don't know if drugs were involved, the type of discipline.
Right.
I mean, come on, the type of discipline it would take.
Right.
It's a hard pill to swallow. Now, do you think Billy would Billy know that? Because my question is, why wouldn't he discuss that in the book?
I think it's because Billy, in his contract, he can only talk about certain things. And most likely what he cannot talk about is that part of the Beatles story. In other words, his contract probably says you cannot talk about the songwriting going outside the four characters, John, Paul, George, and Ringo. You can't talk about that. That you're not open to talk about that yet. And, it's possible, like we know in memoirs, it says that he met the band, he knew them back in 1962. He's introduced to them by Denny Lane. Billy is formally trained. He's a very, very good musician. And he can read and write music. He can score music. I mean, he has his classical compositions. Anybody can go online, go take a look, go see what he's capable of. It's possible. I don't have any proof of this, but it's possible that he had a role in the band before 1966 where he might have been one of those professional songwriters, arrangers, that were in the background putting things together, and To me, it's not out of the realm of possibility that was done.
You know, it's kind of, man, when you look at the Beach Boys and, when they created, Pet Sounds, the only reason they created that was because Brian Wilson stayed back.
Right.
So while the Beach Boys were on tour touring, he was back spending all that time. And my God, bro, if you watch the movie, I can't think of the name of it, that John Cusack played him. And I mean, yeah, the work that he put in by himself to create that album. And then you look at your window. Yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow.
Well, just look at Sgt. Pepper. It took them 9 months to put Sgt. Pepper together. 9 months. And then we're to believe that Rubber Soul was done in 30 days. Signed, sealed, delivered. Yeah. Big bow slap on top of it. First of all, one of the things, I should mention this, right? So one of my sources got back to me and said, here's the biggest problem of all with a 30-day time frame. I said, what's that? He says, it takes 6 weeks to get the album covers made with the songs on.
Wow.
And the song.
So they would have had it already been done. Wow. Yeah.
So this person came back to me and said, so Mike, that means the songs were already known. The sequencing of the songs were already known. So they were given the songs that were on the album that were already known and told to play them and record them.
Wow.
I had another person, he spoke to me the other day. He says, Mike, he goes, yeah, you got the album covers. He says, but you got the label on the album. He goes, the same thing applies to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
He says, all that's got to be created. He says, back in the day, and these are people that know how it worked back in the day.
Yeah.
This stuff took time. This wasn't like, you're sitting at your computer and you have,
yeah.
You have a printer and you can print out labels.
Right.
And slap them on vinyl, right? Back in that day, you had to go send them to a printing house.
Yeah.
And have the prints run. So, it's one of those things, Vince, like I said, when I announced that I was going to do this, man, people had me in their crosshairs. And to be honest with you, I'm at the point now where I'm thinking, I've got 3 more shows on this. When you reach that point when you need to go do something else. And I'm at that point now.
Yeah.
And some people might construe it as, well, the heat got too much in the kitchen for Mike. No, it's not that at all. Okay. Because for 3 years, I've been sitting in that very hot kitchen.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of diminishing returns at this point in time. And you have to know when it's time to go do something else.
Yeah.
So I talked about that intuitive feeling that we get. You had it. I've had it. Other people have had it. That's what I have. And I went to my lady and I said to her, hon, I'm doing these 3 shows and then I'm stepping aside. If something big happens, significant with Billy, I'll hop back in. But otherwise, I'm going back to my bread and butter channel. And we're going to talk about a lot of different things like I used to. Vince, when I actually came up with that plan and decided this is what I was going to do, I cannot tell you how much relief
I can imagine.
And burden came off
I can imagine.
my shoulders.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I think to myself, why am I doing this? Like, why am I doing this?
Well, but there's a reason that you're doing it. And we may not know what that reason is, but there's a reason that you're doing it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm doing it. I did it for whatever reason. I'm in it. But, now it's time to step outside of it.
Do you think there'll be another revision or no?
It's possible. Probably yes, because on page 326, where Tom mentions that Billy knows about my YouTube channel because my URL is in the footnote, the way it was worded, the way the footnote was worded was not accurate. So I did a video on it and said, gee, I never said that about Aleister Crowley.
Yeah.
And so Tom connected with me. He goes, Mike, I really apologize. He says, it should have been written better. He says, so he goes, what I'll do is the next time I do some updates, I'll correct it and make sure it properly reflects what was said and what wasn't said. So he apologized for that. And I said, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I said, I didn't remember saying it. And it was because I didn't.
Yeah.
About the Crowley stuff, right? That he hated Crowley. I never said that.
Now, have you spoken to Tom, or is that just text messages and what you've spoken to him?
I spoke to Tom once. So almost all of our correspondences are email, or it might be a PM on Facebook, right? But a lot of times the more detailed types of stuff would be email based. And it was always me asking him a question. So I would read the book and I'm like, I need more clarification on that. Or
what was it? Was it often, Mike? How often was that?
Periodically. I would say once every 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
Right? It's like I wasn't writing to him all the time. It's like we weren't pen pals. So what would happen is I would go along the research and then I would hit something and I would think, what is Billy trying to say here? Am I interpreting this correctly? It was always, not always, but most of the time it was me trying to figure out whether I was decoding it properly. Because Billy likes, like as we mentioned in our show, Billy likes puzzles and riddles and he likes for people to figure things out. So I would write Tom and say, okay, so this passage in the book on this page, is this what he's saying? And so Tom would get back to me. So where he could respond, and many times he was able to, he would say yay or nay. He would say, he's really talking about this, Mike, or he's really going in this direction. Okay. And there's other times when he couldn't talk about it. When he couldn't talk about it, he would just omit that question from, maybe, let's say I asked him like 4 or 5 questions. I would see that particular question went unanswered. Right. So he would just leave that out. So that was the pattern. The pattern was when he couldn't talk about it, he just wouldn't say anything. That's the way it was. And there was one time, I guess about 6 months ago, 5-6 months ago, that I did get an opportunity to speak to him on the phone. I wanted to talk to him a little bit about the whole Crowley piece, how pervasive it was in the new book, the Blue Book. So we had a conversation. It was about 40 minutes, I would say, 45 minutes we talked. But generally speaking, Tom and I, we both make an effort not to have a false perspective that we are conversing all the time and that we're working together, because none of those things are true.
Do you think there are many people conversing with him outside of you?
There are people that reach out to him. They send him emails. There are people who have written to me and said, I wrote Tom and he wrote me back. But I think it's probably a different level of correspondence, Yeah. I told Tom way back 3 years ago, he couldn't talk about the book. He was going to come on my show to talk about it. Then a week later, he wrote me and said, Mike, I can't do any interviews. Not that he couldn't do my interview. He couldn't do any. So, I don't know this for sure, but what happened was, attorneys said, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Even as careful as you want to be, you might say something that's going to jeopardize agreements that you've signed. So, look, I'm not going to tell you you can't do it, but our recommendation is don't do it. So Tom wrote back and said, I can't do this. He says, look, I get requests to talk about the book. If I send them to you, would you consider doing them? And I wrote him back, and I didn't know him very well at this point. And I said to him, well, yeah, I'll consider doing them. I said, but just so you understand, I'm not going to be towing the book's line.
Right.
And I was very clear about that. And I said, because there are things about the book. First of all, when I first read the Red Book, Vince, I was not happy. The deception really got to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was pissed off. I'm like, what is this? So Tom wrote me back, and, in all fairness, he said, no, that's fine. I'm not asking you to tow the book's narrative. He says, I'm just saying I get these requests and I can't do anything with them. So if you wouldn't mind considering them, that would be great. And I said, fine, I would consider them. So that's how it started, and the thing is, I'm not all the time favorable toward Billy. This is another thing. People say, oh, you never bash him. Well, first of all, I don't bash him, number one, because I look at this as I'm a researcher. I have to stay neutral and objective.
Right.
It's not about Billy's personality. It's about what was done and how it was done.
Right.
I'm not going to spend my time kicking the crap out of the guy. What purpose does that serve? He's been there for 53 years. It is what it is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely, I do.
So I take a different perspective on this thing. I want to know why it was done, how it was done, because that's what really intrigues me more than anything else.
No, you never, ever come across on any of your shows of anything being personal at all. Ever.
No.
Never.
No. I've had people on, Vince, that I don't agree with. I don't agree with, people come on my shows and they want to talk about whatever. I don't want to say what it is because that person might be listening and think he's talking about me. But, they'll bring something up or introduce something, and that's what they've researched, and that's what they believe. I don't believe it, or I'm not. My research indicates something different, but I'm not going to argue with them. My job as a host is to allow them to communicate their research, their findings, and to express themselves.
Right.
And let the audience decide.
Right.
That's how I approach this thing. And I even do with the Paul stuff, with the McCartney stuff. It's the same thing. People get really, really, really angry with me because I won't jump in one boat or another. I won't piss on Billy's head. So therefore, I have some agenda, or I'm some shill, or, I'm working for something.
Yeah.
No, it's called objective reporting. It's what it's called.
Right.
So, so that's where it's all kind of, ended up. I would like to do a show where I could talk about the journey. That's what I would like to do. I don't know if I could do that myself. I mean, I'm not going to talk about myself. That's, that would seem really weird.
Man, if you're interested in doing something like that, let me know, because before you hang it up, I definitely want to do another interview with you.
Because the journey is very, very, that's the piece of it that I don't talk about it very much. There's the part about being trolled. There's the part about people having a fanaticism. It's like a cult. It's a freaking cult with some people, with cult leaders.
Yeah.
To some degree, you have to deal with it, even if it means that you ignore it, because ignoring something means that that's your way of dealing with something, right?
Right.
And you're constantly being barraged with people attacking you, making stuff up. I mean, it's the most unbelievable thing that people make stuff up. And sometimes it's comical because you're reading and you're thinking, well, that must have come to you in a dream. I don't know where you got that.
Yeah. It happens to me all the time. That's why I'm saying, man, I would love to have that conversation with you.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'll connect with you. We'll do it.
So when do you think, what's the amount of time for you to go through these 3 projects, do you think?
Well, the first one, which is going to be the roundtable, is going to be 3 hours, and then I'll have to edit that show. So that'll take about a day.
What's that going to be in October, I think you said?
Well, I'm going to release that show on September 11th.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah.
Right, that's the date of biological Paul's death, best we can tell.
So you haven't recorded that show yet, have you?
No, Monday. Doing it on Monday. And then Tuesday, I have another 3 hours set aside to chat with Richard Balducci. That'll be a show. And then the one we just talked about, whether they wrote all their own music, that will be late October, no later than November 1st.
I would love to coincide with you, Mike, when you're done in that one last interview. I mean, it would be such an honor for me. I really mean that. No,
great, Vince. Consider it done. It would be great to talk to you about it, because there are not a lot of people out there that you can actually have, a good conversation with.
You just brought something to my attention today like that didn't even dawn on me, because I'm like you, man. I go back, man. Like I said, I learned about this when I was 6 years old. I've been a Beatle fan my whole life. But when you talk about like people thinking that your stance is you actually hate the Beatles, like this has not deterred me from the band any such form.
No.
Like that never even crossed my, because of this I hate the Beatles. Like the music is the music.
Right.
Whoever created the music is the music, and I am a fan of that music. So, I mean, just that alone blows me away, because I wouldn't think people would perceive it that way.
Well, it's because there are those out there that have been in this research for a longer period of time, right? That's their claim to fame, that they've been doing this longer than Mike. Never mind that Mike has been heads down, and this has been my life from a research perspective for 3 years, mm-hmm. right? Because typically the way a lot of this research works, Vince, is, there's a uptick in the research, you're really involved in it. Then there's a valley, and it rides for a while, and then you might hop back into it, get a little more information, then it flatlines again, so it's not this like exponentially growing, ramping up of research that you're doing, and that's not how it works. And so what happens is you've got people that put a certain narrative out there, and they like their narrative, and their followers like that narrative. And so when somebody else comes along and says, well, that narrative might not be correct, or here's something a little different, and not me calling them out. In other words, from the sheer fact that I'm just introducing my own ideas and my own thoughts, but they take it as a personal attack. You are personally attacking and questioning their work. No, I'm not.
It's an alternative.
Exactly. I'm doing my own work.
Right.
But there's a fanatical mindset that permeates this whole Paul is Dead community it's really quite a study, I would think, in the human psyche.
Yeah.
And they get very, very upset by it. I received an email from somebody that was conversing with me on and off for the last, I want to say maybe 2 years or so, periodically. I thought the guy was a decent enough guy. And he proceeds to write in the email that he's going to investigate Tom Harriet. He's a fraud. He's a hoax. He's this. He's that. I just wrote this person back and I said, you need to be very careful about libel, slander, doxing, stalking, because that's what it's going to amount to.
Yeah.
And, and I said, there are legal ramifications on this type of thing. And let me explain something to you. I said, if you're going to go do something like this, you better be right. Like, you better be ironclad right.
Right.
Because if you're wrong, you and I talked about this. Tom didn't pull his book out of thin air. So there is a machine behind him.
Yeah.
So for anybody who is in their own little world out there, in their own little bubble, that thinks that they're going to go after and damage somebody.
Yeah. And Tom is the storyteller. Somebody's got to tell the story.
Right. So this is the kind of stuff, that just ripples through the community. And it's just stuff that boggles my mind, because for me, never in my wildest dreams would I go after somebody. If I don't agree with somebody, I just don't agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, if I don't agree with your presentations, I'm certainly not going to sit in front of my screen and play videos. Yeah. What is the psychology behind somebody who doesn't agree with something, becomes agitated by it, angry by it, wants to go home and, punch their wife and kick the dog, and sits there and watches something that gets them into such a state?
Yeah, no, that happens with me all the time from a writing perspective. Oh, you didn't come up with this. You didn't come up with that. And they set out to prove it. And I'm like, if I didn't come up with something, I would not say I did. It's that simple. But yeah, they just go out on this tangent and they're gonna prove something, by God. But the scary thing is they'll do whatever they have to do to prove it.
Yeah. And what they don't realize is that all of the wasted energy that they are spending focused on attacking somebody else or going after somebody else's work, where they could actually push their own work forward by putting that energy behind whatever it is that they want to chase.
Yeah.
The bottom line is this, Vince, for many of these folks, and I'm not, it's a multitude of people. It's not just like one or two people. Whenever I talk about something like this, people think, oh, you're talking about this person. You're talking about, no, you have no idea how many people out there think like this. How do I know? Because I get the emails, I get the PMs, I get the comments.
Yeah.
If I showed you, I could show you the list of nitwits I had to block from my Paul is Dead channel. It's absolutely mind-numbing, right? But here's what bothers them. I have over 1 million watches and listens on my Paul is Dead material. Over 1 million in 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay? They don't like that.
Yeah.
A lot of times people have a problem with success.
Yeah.
They don't like people being successful.
No, I know. Well, here's what they don't like too, Mike. Here's what they really don't like. They see you do the work. When you watch your shows, Mike, you know the work that is involved. Bro, a lot of people do not have that work ethic. And when somebody does that kind of work and they present it and they're not capable of doing it, I think that's where a lot of the hatred comes in.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is hatred. I call the Paul is Dead, a segment of the Paul is Dead community, as a toxic cesspool.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
Same in wrestling. It's the same thing in wrestling. It's the same thing. And that's why I don't say anything. Mike, if I go out there and make any comment, no matter what, they're all over it. No matter what I say. That's why I just go out there and promote.
Yep.
I threw a question out there today. I said, I just got a question. I said, I'm not being negative. I said, I just got a simple question. When we used to write the show, Mike, must see TV is every show would end in a cliffhanger. Bro, you learned that from Batman 1966.
Right.
Okay, like that's television 101. You end every show in a cliffhanger. They got to tune in the following week. So today in wrestling, every show is a period. The show closes. It's over. There's no need to watch the next week. So I just put out there today, I said, listen, I'm not being negative, but I just don't understand why isn't the show being written with cliffhangers anymore?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like what, it's like what I asked. And I'm like, I just, that's why I don't even put myself out there anymore, man. It's ridiculous. Mike Williams has a podcast and a website, Sage of Quay, which also goes hand in hand with a channel, a Paul is Dead channel, talking about the death of Paul McCartney going back to 1966, the replacement of Billy Shears. We're going to get into a lot of that. Mike, how you doing, my friend?
Doing well, Vince. Thank you for having me on the show. It's been a while since we spoke because it took me a while to get this last presentation done.
Yeah, Mike, I was keeping track. I was going to the website. I was watching all the podcasts, and you kept moving the date back because I have a good feel for you. I kept saying to myself, man, this is going to be incredible. And he's going to do it. There was never a question in my mind, but I also knew you were going to leave no stone unturned.
No, I was going to do it. I made a commitment, and I keep to my commitments. It's just that for anybody who watches the presentation, they can now see that the amount of information that I had to plow through and vet and connect the dots on was enormous. So it took a long time to go through that, especially when you have other stuff to do in life, like you have a job and a family and everything else. So, but I would say the last 4 to 5 weeks, I was pretty much heads down. So any free time I had, I was just focused on getting it out because I didn't want to delay it anymore.
Got off your presentation, 4.5 hours. I watched it over 4 days because I wanted to take everything in. I took notes. Saturday, obviously, we all have to find things to do at this current time. So I have all the Beatles films on DVD. So the first thing I said is, I'm going to watch Help. Help has always been one of my favorite Beatle movies. I think that's my favorite movie because of the music. Help and Rubber Soul are my 2 favorite Beatle albums. So now I'm listening to your report and I'm hearing about, really during the filming of Help, there was a lot of marijuana involved, a lot of the usage of drugs for the first time with the Beatles. So I was like, let me watch Help. Let me see how these guys appear. Let me see if they, appear under the influence. Okay. So I sat there, I watched Help. Mike, then I had sitting on my shelf, I have never watched this before. I had the Magical Mystery Tour. And I said, I am finally going to put on the Magical Mystery Tour. Mike, I put on the Magical Mystery Tour, and all I'm thinking about is Mike Williams is not going anywhere. Because, Mike, you could probably spend 5 years picking that movie alone apart because I sat there and I watched Magical Mystery Tour. Not a lot is said about that film.
Yeah.
But when that film is complete, I'm sitting there knowing, man, there was a lot of shit in that movie that I did not get. And I've not heard you talk about that film much. Can you give me your little insights? Because, man, I watched that from start to finish, and I don't know what I experienced.
Yeah, well, Magical Mystery Tour is all occulted. It has the 9/11 encoded in it, and that was the brainchild of Billy. So Billy was the one that put it together. And, and Billy is an occultist, plain and simple. He's heavily into the occult, into magic and so on. So Magical Mystery Tour is filled with all kinds of symbolism. I Am the Eggman is really a play on Humpty Dumpty. Fell off the wall, right? And they couldn't put him back together again, right? That's a Paul is Dead clue. I wish I had my cheat sheet in front of me right now, but I would be able to take you through more of the occult that's embedded in Magical Mystery Tour. But rest assured that it's completely occulted. The whole thing. When it came out, it got trashed because the average person, really didn't understand what it was all about, because it is this crazy mixed bag of stuff, right? But what Billy did with that movie was that it was really filled with occultism. And for people who understand the occult, they would get very clearly what it is that the film was depicting. And for those that don't understand, the way this works in the occult and magic is if you focus on it and you watch it and pay attention to it, in the occult, your focus, your consciousness focused on something gives their magic power. Mm-hmm. And they believe that enables them to be able to manifest whatever it is their objectives or their goals are. If you understand the occult, you know exactly what they're doing and saying and why. If you don't, it doesn't matter anyway, because they're basically usurping your energy, your conscious energy and your thoughts, and manipulating it so that they can manifest what it is that they want.
Mike, I learned something else, man. I was doing a little research when I wanted to come out. It makes me laugh because when I used to work for Vince McMahon, Mike, my whole thing was I got down to the point where, I was going to write the perfect wrestling television show, and he wasn't going to be able to poke one hole in it. So now, as I'm doing this research, I'm getting excited because I'm saying to myself, on one hand, I'm going to find something that Mike has not found. But then I know I'm going to hit Mike with something, and he's going to shoot it back to me verbatim because he has gone through everything. But again, today, I'm doing some research, and I want to ask you this: Thomas Hugh Harriet.
Yeah,
is that his real Twitter account?
Yeah.
Okay, now I was going through his Twitter account, and he mentions you on there frequently. And I came across just the clip today about Billy writing backwards,
mm-hmm.
and then the clip in the book about being mentored by Aleister Crowley, and I was like, I missed that the first time around. But again, he's openly saying that, and like you said, with Magical Mystery Tour, if I know the occult, I understand that movie. When Billy is openly saying that, you understand exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, it's the occult law of reversal. And in Memoirs, Billy tells us in the blue version that he was mentored by Aleister Crowley in his early years. So yes, so everything is out there, Vince. I mean, it's hidden in plain sight. And as I've said so many times, Billy has been dropping clues since day one. When people say, "Oh, Billy's a liar, he's a deceiver," well, he's only a liar and a deceiver if you don't understand the signs and symbols and what it is that he's putting out there. It's like Brian Ray, who's his current guitar player. I put a video up maybe about a week ago or so, and he was being interviewed. He had said that he's the best Paul McCartney ever, or something to that effect. Watching that, and you're listening to it, and the average person, it goes over their head. But once you understand about masterful speaking, where they could tell you the truth, but they encode it, the first question you ask yourself is, he's the best Paul McCartney ever. Well, isn't there only one Paul McCartney? So that's a very strange thing to say, right? Yeah. So it's stuff like that. It's not always going to hit you over the head and be extremely obvious. It's a lot of it's nuanced. And so you have to learn how to decode the nuances of what's being said and what's being shown. The interesting thing is with Tom, before I actually released the presentation, Did the Beatles Write All Their Own Music, Tom had PM'd me right before I was going to release it. And I wasn't going to share it with anybody preview-wise. I did share it with you because we were going to do this show, but I was going to just kind of keep it under wraps until it premiered. And Tom said to me, I'm working on an update to the abridged version of Memoirs the book is called Billy's Back. So evidently Billy sent the word down that he wants the book updated, and it's supposed to come out the summer of this year. So within the next few months or so. And Tom said to me that Billy is going to lean into the Lennon-McCartney songwriting myth. that it is not what we have been told or what most people, virtually everybody, believes. So when Tom said that, I wrote him back and I said, well, then you might be interested in my presentation. And I sent him the link. And he wrote me back after watching it, and he said, Mike, this is going to speed up disclosure. So this is going to really kick it into high gear. I didn't get, oh no, this is a problem, right? It was, okay, this is a good thing. And just so that everybody knows, I don't work with Tom. Tom and I have become acquaintances over the last 4 years because I've been engrossed in this for 4 years. But Tom and I do not share what I'm doing and what he's doing. Like he might say to me he's updating the book, but I have no idea what he's putting in the book. He knew I was doing a presentation that had to do with assessing whether the Beatles wrote their own music. But I didn't go back and report back to Tom and tell him what's in the presentation. He just knew I was doing that, So it's kind of interesting how it all kind of comes together and aligns at the end of the day. So for the folks that are going to be interested in watching my last presentation, just know that within the next couple of months or so, Billy, via Tom, and Billy's the guy that's playing Paul McCartney, is going to let some of the cat out of the bag himself. So this whole process of disclosure is well underway. And it's kind of interesting, Vince, with everything else going on in the world. I think it's a time when people really are being deluged with information and examples of the illusionary nature of the reality that people think is real.
Mike, I want to ask you, I'm going to turn to my other computer here because, I was looking into Tom a little bit today, and there was something I want you to clarify for me. And Tom was like answering like the top 12 questions or whatever, about the memoirs.
Yeah.
Okay, this was one thing I read. I want you to clarify this for me. The question was, did you, Harriet, really plan this book with Paul McCartney when they met at a beach in Southern California? And he answers, you, Harriet, who was only 7 years old when Paul died in 1966, never met Paul. The story about you, Harriet, meeting William as Paul on a Southern California beach one hot day after Paul left the recording studio in Los Angeles is merely a legend that was invented in chapter 35, which is fictional, to explain this book. In chapter 35, if chapter 35 were historically accurate, that disclosure to you, Harriet, would have constituted a breach of William's non-disclosure agreement, which William would never do. Hence, everyone can be certain that that chance meeting never occurred. Is you, Harriet, telling us here that he never met Billy?
He's saying that the decision and the discussion to do the book did not take place where they said a beach, right?
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That didn't happen. That's fiction. So they openly admit that that's a fictional aspect of the book. Now, I will explain how I believe it worked. The Masonic structure is just like a corporation. It's a pyramid, right? So if you work for Exxon or any large corporation, you have your CEO, president at the top, and then it just branches down. So what happens is, think of Billy as having his own pyramid and his own enterprise, if you will. When it came time for Billy to disclose, he then went out and looked throughout his corporate structure, if you will, his pyramid, for the people that had the right skills and resources to do the work. Tom is a Freemason. Billy, at this time, is in what I refer to as the illuminated degrees. In other words, he's above the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. So the way it works is you have the 33 degrees of Freemasonry, then you have 13 degrees of the Illuminati, and above that, there are 20 degrees that are just basically unknown. They're in the shadows. These are people and beings we will never know about. So when it came time to put the book together, they went out and they tapped into their network. And what Tom did tell me in an email going back a while ago is that he was specifically trained to do encoding. And he explained to me that at the time when it was happening, now I don't know when it took place. I'm assuming it took place when he was younger, when he was a kid, that when he was going through this training, he had no idea what it was for. And this is how it works. So how it works is all of this stuff that they do, when I say they, we're talking about the pyramid of power, the Freemasonic structure, the Illuminati, everything is planned years and years and years in advance. So they nurture and groom people along the way. Many times, these people don't even know that they're being groomed and brought along. And then it reaches a point where their skills are honed, and these skills can now be used to do whatever. In Tom's case, it was to encode the book. And the work that it took for Tom to encode that book is mind-boggling. Mm-hmm. Absolutely mind-boggling. And whenever he has to do an update, like he had to update the Memoirs of Billy Shears from the first edition, which is dated 2009, to the Blue Book, the second edition, which was 2018, he had to make sure that all of the pages, all of the encoding stayed in place with updates. I can't even imagine what it was like to sit there and have to put that all together and keep that encoding intact. It was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. So that depiction of how they met is fictional. Now, I've asked Tom if he's actually met Billy, and Tom told me that, he can't answer that question.
Okay.
And that's because, Tom has signed non-disclosures as well and confidentiality agreements. It's not just Billy who's bound by contractual obligations. Tom has them as well, as did the Beatles, by the way.
Mike, if you know that he hasn't met Billy, would your feelings still be as strong as they are now?
Yeah, I mean, it would be because, I can give you two scenarios. The one scenario would be that he has met Billy and he has conversed with him one-on-one. It could be telephone, maybe in person, through email. So direct communication with Billy. I personally believe that, yes, he has. I personally believe that he has had direct communication and contact with Billy. Now, whether it was in person, I don't know. But through, like I said, electronic means, telephone, email, stuff like that, yes. But now, the other way it could work is, it's like in a corporation. When I used to work in a corporation, I never met or spoke to our CEO, ever. But our CEO would cascade down a strategy that had to be implemented, that the corporation had to work on. And so people would convene and converge, and they would then bring this strategy or this vision, they would make it a reality, right? They bring products to market and so on. Now, does that mean that because I never actually met my CEO, that the product that we put out or the deliverables that we put out, that somehow it wasn't really what the CEO or the president of the corporation wanted? No, doesn't mean that at all, because there is a hierarchy and there is a chain of command. And it's no different when you're dealing with Freemasonry and the pyramid and with Billy. But my own personal take is, I do believe that Tom has been in direct communication with Billy. And that's just my take on it. I don't know for sure.
Okay, Mike, I want to ask you a question. You kind of just went by this because the presentation, again, like I said, guys, 4.5 hours. This was a life's work. I mean, Mike, seriously, the detail and the information in this is just absolutely incredible. However, you did make a comment which you really didn't get into, where, when we talk about Tavistock and we talk about that's where it all began and what the Beatles were created to do, you made the comment that you think this went well beyond before the Cavern, before Hamburg, before Epstein managed. You almost went back to their teens.
Yeah.
What makes you, what brings you to that theory?
Yeah, and I intentionally did not dive into that in that presentation, Vince, because it is a theory And it is one that a lot of people would have a very difficult time getting their heads wrapped around. And so what I didn't want to do was I didn't want to cloud the presentation with that. Okay. But I suspect that based upon what I've looked at, that it is very possible that it goes back to when they were kids. So what Vince is referring to is I had said that the Beatles were always on the radar and they were being groomed from very early ages. And I said that I believed it was possible that it started at least when they were back in Hamburg in Germany in the very early 1960s. But I do believe it goes before that, when they were teenagers and maybe even when they were kids. And the reason why I say that, Vince, is because all these gigs they were doing, they were playing nonstop, 7 hours a night. I showed in the presentation, it was like, 2/3 of the year they were just grinding it out. And you're doing it with very little to no pay. You're living in conditions, like especially in Germany, that were just deplorable. All of them sitting in a single room, sleeping at night, and so on. It's because they were groomed. They were brought along from a very early age. Now, there are pictures out there, and I put it in the presentation. It was kind of my way of a little bit of a wink and a nod to people who were in the know, of Paul McCartney with a bird cage over his head. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. So in Illuminati symbolism, whenever you see a bird cage represents mind control. And you see this a lot. You'll see this a lot with celebrities, actors, and musicians, and so on. If you look at the web and you look up pictures, you're going to see them near bird cages with the bird cage on their head. This is telling us that they are in a mind control program. And so when I came across the picture of Paul McCartney, biological Paul McCartney, with the bird cage, like his head in the bird cage, and I believe there's also one with George Harrison, the bird cage too, on his head. So that raised an eyebrow, and I became suspicious. I said, well, you know what? I think what we're being shown here and what we're being told is that they were subjected to trauma-based mind control. Trauma-based mind control doesn't take place when you're older. They have to basically break everything down early on in your life. So people would then say, well, does that mean that their parents were involved in this? I'm not going to go there because I don't want to accuse anybody of anything. All I'm going to say is that if they were in a mind control program at an early age, people had to know they were in these programs. Mm-hmm. Now, trauma-based mind control programs doesn't necessarily mean that everything is bad and evil. There are positive aspects of trauma-based mind control. In other words, there's a reward system. There are both negative and positive applications of it. As an example, let's just say there's a young boy that plays football, and his father is a big-time football coach, and he's coaching the team. His son's on it. And let's just say that he's grooming his son to be a star. We've seen this so many times, right? Mm-hmm. And let's just say his son is a running back, and then he fumbles the ball. After the game, what does the father do? In a lot of cases, what happens is the father becomes irate. How could you have done this? You broke your focus. Get down, do 500 push-ups, get your head back together. This can't happen again. That's trauma-based mind control. That child, their mind is being shaped at that moment. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, if that same kid in the next game actually runs 90 yards and scores a touchdown, the father's application at that point is to rain praise on his child. Pat him on the back. Let's go out to dinner, son. You did a wonderful job. Mm-hmm. You're head and shoulders above everybody else. That's the positive aspect of a trauma-based mind control program. So there's two sides of the coin, if you will. So Billy tells us in the memoirs of Billy Shears that he was in a mind control program, a trauma-based mind control program. I mean, that's in the book. Mm-hmm. That's not up for debate. I mean, that's in the book. It's one of the longer footnotes that Tom put in there. And although it doesn't say anything about biological Paul or any of the other Beatles having been in any of these types of programs, when I see birdcage symbolism, that makes me very suspicious.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't go into it in the presentation, Vince, because it would have been just over the head of too many people. They just would, what is this guy talking about?
Mike, I want to ask you another question because I'm just curious if these roads intersect, because I've not really seen you go into this, and perhaps you have, and I just missed it. I've been watching a lot on Pete Best lately. And, from what I'm understanding, Pete Best was really maybe the most popular Beatle.
Yeah.
He had a following. They loved him. He was very, very popular. Out of nowhere, Pete Best was replaced.
Yeah.
And Pete Best, when you see some of the interviews, he comes out and he says he thinks it was because of jealousy, because there was more attention on him than the other people. Do those roads intersect? Was that a part of Tavistock, do you believe, or was that just a band outing a drummer?
Yeah, so we have to, there were 3 phases to the Beatles, so we have to start there. Phase 1 of the Beatles was the Beatles with Stu Sutcliffe and Pete Best. This was the early Beatles back in Hamburg and all that stuff, right? Then we had phase 2 of the Beatles. This was the Ringo Starr period where we had John, Paul, George, and Ringo. And this was the period or the phase where they were recording and playing live, doing tours and concerts and live gigs. Phase 3 was the Billy era, Sgt. Pepper on. Now, the thing with Pete Best is if we want the truest story, it is in Memoirs on page 350, where Billy explains that Pete was replaced because George Martin didn't think much of him as a drummer. And so I think what they were looking at that point was not so much recording, because I guess we'll get into that in a little bit. George Martin was thinking in terms of playing live. So what I took from that was Pete didn't have the chops to do the live stuff. Ringo did. So what I'm saying is that George Martin determined that Ringo was a better drummer than Pete for what they needed to do next, which was to play these concerts through 1966. So if you're playing in small clubs and bars and stuff like that, Pete was okay. But once we stepped it up and we got out of bars and clubs and we got to concerts, then they had Ringo as the drummer. But as I've said in my presentation, that's where kind of like the road ended for him. In those early albums from Please Please Me, released in 1963 through Revolver in August of 1966, Ringo didn't play on those albums. Those were studio drummers that were playing on those albums. Probably a shock to a lot of people who haven't watched the presentation. So to answer your question, I believe Pete was ousted because I'm going to take Memoirs at its word. It's because George Martin, who was the primary player, the protagonist in this whole thing,
yes,
decided he wasn't the guy.
Let's talk about George Martin for a second, because here's one thing that I'm a little confused about. When you start off your presentation, we hear about Brian Epstein and the meeting with George Martin and the introduction of the Beatles. Okay. Yeah. George Martin pulls no punches. And he says on several occasions, like, they were not very good. And again, I think a lot of people know this, but we got to go back to the Cavern and the early days. They were a cover band.
Right.
They were a cover band, but there were so many instances and interviews that you pulled out early on where he basically said he saw nothing in them, that it kind of felt like they had charisma and right, they fit the bill. Almost like, we could look at today, we could look at NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys and all those boy bands,
or the Monkees.
The Monkees, yeah. It sounded like he was saying they had the charisma. Maybe they had the it factor, but on a musical level, they were lousy. And the words are coming from his mouth. But then we fast forward to the Rubber Soul and the success. And I love the one clip you have. Explain to everybody what the finger over the mouth means, because you could explain that much better than me.
Okay, so in Freemasonry, they have this symbolism. So when you see a Freemason place their forefinger or their index finger to their lips, that's the symbol for tell no secrets. And so there was an interview that was in a DVD, which was about George Martin. It's called Produced by George Martin. And I watched that DVD, and so he was being interviewed by Howard Goodall. And Howard is a composer himself. He's a broadcaster and composer. He's very accomplished. And so Mr. Goodall, during that interview, was asking George some questions. And then he says, I have to ask you this one question. And so George Martin says, okay, yeah, no problem. And so Mr. Goodall starts asking about the composition and the complexities of songs like Yesterday, Eleanor Rigby, Blackbird. And it's interesting. If you watch that clip closely, it's as if when Mr. Goodall asked George Martin that question, I don't think George Martin was expecting that question.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you notice, Vince, he straightens up in his chair. You know, George is sitting there. Howard asks him the question, and then George straightens up. And it's almost like, whoa. And the problem with Mr. Goodall asking that question is because he's a composer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's a formally trained musician and composer. And so when that comes from a peer and they're asking that question, that's questioning the official narrative. And so when Mr. Goodall was playing giving some examples of how the songs were constructed, remember he was playing the piano, giving some brief examples, George does this. So he's listening to Mr. Goodall, and he still has his finger up like this. And then once Mr. Goodall finishes explaining it, getting through his question and giving his examples on the piano, George then does what he does best, which is he directs the conversation, the answer back to John and Paul. He says, oh, no, they wrote it. They really did. They really did. And if I had wrote them, I would have made, a lot of money. And then I jumped at the clip where George Martin then says he wrote the melody line to Michelle. He says that was his composition. So when that happened, again, it's when you're able to decode the signs and symbols, and you don't have to know all of them, just the basic ones. Whenever you see this, that just means, we're going to keep silent, keep quiet. We're not going to reveal any secrets. When he did that during that particular segment of the presentation, when Mr. Goodall was asking him the question about those songs, that immediately said to me that the Beatles, John and Paul specifically, did not write those songs. And that's how I interpreted it.
I mean, why would he then early on pull no punches about them not being good musicians? And I mean, wouldn't from the get-go he build these guys up to be more than they actually were?
Yeah, so I think what happened was, and again, this is just a guess because it is kind of weird. In the beginning, he's telling us that he didn't like the music. Mm-hmm. He said he thought the music was rubbish.
Yeah.
His words, right?
Yeah.
That they didn't have much behind them. No, he said none of them stands above the others. Basically what he's saying is I've got an equal lot of 4 guys here, and what do I do with them? And then he said, I'll just take them on as a band. So I think what happened, and again, this is just me kind of reading into it. I think initially when the Beatles were presented to him, George didn't want anything to do with them. George is an accomplished musician, arranger, composer, and he's thinking, what am I going to do with this?
Mm-hmm.
And Tavistock had a whole pool of these bands around, and what they do is they have a pool of resource that they pull from. The Rolling Stones came from the same pool, by the way. The Stones are also a creation of Tavistock, as is the Who and the rest of them. I think what happened was people above George Martin said, okay, look, that's interesting that you don't like them, George, but they're the guys.
They're the chosen ones.
They're the ones that we're going to push forward with, okay? So I can appreciate the fact that this is going to be a lot of work on your part.
Right.
But you have to go do this.
Yeah.
And because even in the book, I think it was on page 351 of Memoirs, Billy mentions that the word came from a couple of rungs above George Martin.
Yeah.
So even though Memoirs does not specifically question who wrote the music, there are little clues hidden inside Memoirs that will help you to validate what I did as an example.
Yeah.
Right. It's neither denying or confirming in Memoirs.
Yeah.
But once you kind of grab onto a specific thread and you follow it, you find that, oh, you know what? I think perhaps this is what I'm being told in the book. Because people like to think that they're all rowing in the same direction, you know? It's not the case. It's like even the way it is in business. You might have disagreements amongst various vice presidents or executives within a corporation, and I don't think we should go there. The other guy thinks you should. And then what happens is from a layer above or 2 layers above, they'll say, okay, discussion's over. This is where we're going.
Yeah.
And this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
So I believe the same thing happened there.
Yeah. Let's talk. I want to talk Smoking Gun. Now, you know, to me, and I'm curious to hear your answer to this, Mike. To me, you know, doing all the research, reading the You Harriet book, I mean, everything I've been seeing since I'm a 7-year-old kid, to me, the smoking gun in the Paul is dead theory. The smoking gun to me is the arrest in Japan.
Yeah.
And then, and the fingerprints not matching up. And Billy thought, gigs up, man, like gigs up. That to me is the smoking gun here, like clearly. And I want you to, you know, go into this. The Mercy Beat article in 1962.
That's a smoking gun.
If this happened in 1962, what would make you think it didn't happen in 63 and 64 and 65 and 66? Listen, Mike, you and I both listen to a lot of music. You are a musician. You listen to a lot more than me. But I could tell you in my whole life of listening to music, even before you put together this unbelievable presentation, there is not one musical group out there, not one, that literally changed their style year after year after year after year, like they were 2, 3, 4 totally different bands. Not one. Zeppelin sounded like Zeppelin. Who sounded like who? Stones still sound like the Stones. Pink Floyd, Simon and Garfunkel. I'm a writer. There is a way I write. When I write something, you know it's Vince Russo. This was completely different from the early albums. Please, Please Me. Then we went into the Help Brothers Soul Revolver stage. Then all of a sudden, Sgt. Pepper and Magical Mystery Tour. Then we go to the White Album. Like, to think this is the same style of these same 4 individuals, there's no way, no how. But talk about that smoking gun in 1962 where we're told.
Yeah, so in the presentation, and I can't, you know, I'll give credit to one of my friends who sent this to me. I won't mention him by name because some folks don't want me to mention their names, but they sent me this this clip, an image of a Mercy Beat publication from, I think it was August, September of 1962. Mm-hmm. And in it was an article about the Beatles. And it was an article announcing that Pete Best left the group and Ringo Starr was the new drummer, and the Beatles were flying to London to record with EMI, and that the songs were specifically written for them and given to them by their producer, George Martin. It doesn't say that they wrote their own songs. It said that the songs were specifically written for them. And this goes back to 1962, right before they headed in to go record their first album, Please Please Me. So, and actually even before that, because Please Please Me was released in 1963. So that article was unbelievable. When it was shown to me, I read that. I said to myself, okay, well, how are you going to get around this? Mm-hmm. You can't. You just can't. There was a lot of information that I received, Vince, that I presented throughout the presentation that maybe not as black and white as that, were situations or circumstances that we're told in the official narrative that once you really analyze it, it's not possible.
Yeah, then you go through, I mean, we talk about a lot of plagiarism and a lot of their songs sounding like popular songs that were already out there. It almost seemed, I mean, Mike, do you think it seems to me after watching your presentation, there were many writers, and those writers changed over time according to the time. Was that your takeaway?
Yeah, I believe that from 62 to 66, they had a core group of writers that were writing for them. And, there were times when they lifted riffs from other songs, and I have this in the presentation. And if you watch the presentation, I give the examples. And, it's possible that they did that because they were able to get away with it. You just change up the lyrics a little bit, or maybe just change the melody line a little bit. And there you go. I mean, like I said, if you watch the presentation, I give examples of this stuff. But one of our team members, and again, I won't give out any names, but is a very accomplished composer and arranger. And he analyzed the music, and he had said that even within the 1962 through 66 period, if we go back to like 1965 and 1966, where we have Revolver and it was in 66, and Rubber Soul in 1965, that there are stylistic differences in the music there for songs that are credited to Paul McCartney. So what this team member was saying is these are quote unquote McCartney songs, but he was able to detect clear differences in style in writing of those songs. So I believe that there was a core group of writers that were involved in that period. I don't know how many. People have asked me, "Oh, Mike, do you know the names of any of these people?" No, I don't know the names of any of these people. These people are going to be uncredited unless somebody steps forward. Somebody like Bernard Purdy, who didn't write songs, but he stepped forward and back in the 1970s and said that he was hired to drum on 21 Beatles songs on the early records, on the early albums. Mm-hmm. So until we get more people to step forward like that, it's not going to be possible to figure out who these folks are. I have been given some names by people who say that they know people who claim that they were ghost writers for the Beatles, but I didn't put that into the presentation because I had no way to validate that. I had no way to verify it. I wasn't going to put somebody's name out there because somebody else told me that they believe this person was involved in that process. And then we could see, like you said, Vince, then the songwriting changes it's very, very different starting with Sgt. Pepper. Mm-hmm. So there was a different kludge of songwriters starting with Pepper. And I believe what happened there was, Billy was clearly the driver behind the Beatles when he took over the band in late 1966. And I think Billy then recruited people that he knew. Yeah. That, some of the names that I've heard, popular names that were potentially in that songwriting kludge or that stream were Harry Nilsson, Neil Innes from the Ruddles.
Lennon and Harry Nilsson were very, very tight.
Yeah, Neil Innes from the Ruddles. Now, because Neil wrote a lot of the Ruddles, obviously the Ruddle and the Bonzo Dog Band. He was in the Bonzos with Billy, right? Now, I don't know whether Harry wrote the songs or whether Neil wrote those songs, but these are some of the names that have floated out there that are recognizable. Junior Campbell is another name that's popped up, but who knows? I don't know. But the songwriting is very different, starting with Pepper, when you compare it to the pre-Pepper era, 62 to 66. Very, very different songwriting.
Now, Mike, you also make this statement. I'm curious to hear your take on this. If this were an opinion, or again, this was something out of memoirs, but you also believe that Billy was behind the scenes prior to 67. Yeah. Billy could have been working on some of this music prior to Pepper. What brings you to that thought?
Well, there was an article that came out about a year ago or so, and where Billy said that he wrote the music to In My Life, which is a song on Rubber Soul. Mm-hmm. Billy came out and said, no, I wrote the melody, the music, and John wrote the lyrics. Now, this is a very perplexing thing. So what happened was the mainstream media at that point went into damage control. And so they said they ran computer models because these computer models were able to pick up the styles of each individual Beatle. And they said, no, they know him as Paul McCartney, right? They call him Paul McCartney. They said, no, he just misremembered. In my presentation, I said, the probability that he would misremember writing a song like In My Life when it's one of the most famous Beatles songs of all time. I think Rolling Stone had its 100 greatest Beatles songs, and In My Life was number 5. Yeah. And any kind of music poll of greatest songs of all time in rock, In My Life ranks very, very high. There's no way
Yeah.
Billy misremembered that. There's no way. So if we know Billy, right, we understand Billy, he likes to drop clues. This is what he does. And so I think what Billy was doing was he was saying, yeah, that was my song. I wrote the music to it, which means he was there before he was there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Which actually, Vince, when you think about it, would make sense because it would make the assimilation of Billy into the band a lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he was already working with him. It's not like, oh, I'm just going to start working with George Martin now in the creation of Sgt. Pepper. I don't think that's the case at all anymore. I really do believe that Billy was there, and I believe he was there starting in 1965. It's very possible we're hearing his influences on the Help album and Rubber Soul.
Yeah, it's funny, Mike, that you mentioned that because it's a little sketchy. This is where you go from the fiction to the nonfiction. Again, in the You Harriet book, was when 5 days after biological Paul was killed, I believe it was in Paris.
Yeah.
That and it was Epstein. It was Epstein, right?
It was in France. Yeah, he met Epstein there to talk to John.
But isn't that where Epstein introduced him to Billy?
That's what the book says, that Epstein and Billy showed up and they were going to meet with John. And that's where Billy said that he had his criteria, right? And one of the criteria of doing this was that he had full creative control of the Beatles from that point going forward, that John relinquished control of the band, right? That's what's told to us in the book.
Right. And then in 67, you see another drastic change in music.
But that still doesn't mean that Billy wasn't there. All it says to me is that Billy was the guy that was eventually tapped. He could still have been working with the band and with George Martin prior to 1966, right? Yeah. So, and in all likelihood, John Lennon knew who he was.
Yeah.
Probably just didn't know at the time that he was going to be the guy tapped to take the lead role.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that's how I kind of read into it.
We're going to get to. I'm looking at my clock because I know how much time.
Yeah, no worries.
We're going to get to Rubber Soul at the end, but there were other tidbits. You drop little bombshells in this thing because there's so many. Like it's nothing.
One more thing I wanted to mention was the clip where I have Ringo explaining. He called the songwriters they.
Yeah, and I saw another clip where he did the same thing. The writers. I sent it to you, and I'm like, that's weird, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't say John and Paul. He says the writers.
Yeah, and then how many times do we? One of my my background right now on my computer is from your presentation, where the four of them are reading out of prepared books of music.
Yeah.
But here's another bombshell you dropped on me where I was like, oh, this was oh, by the way. Ed Sullivan was a part of this?
Yeah. In fact, that's in the book, The Committee of 300 by Dr. John Coleman. He explains this. But then to validate that, there's a clip in the presentation where you hear George saying that, I believe it was George, where he said that Ed Sullivan had met them in London.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So a lot of people like to, when it comes to the Beatle part of the book, The Committee of 300 by John Coleman, they'll say the rest of the book is brilliant, but the parts on the Beatles they don't like because it basically just tears apart the story, right?
Right.
But, he said that Ed Sullivan he was tapped to be the focal point to introduce them into the United States, and that, he had made trips out to London to meet with the band and to basically get his script and his orders as to how he was going to proceed.
Unbelievable. Here's another. This I love. I'm writing down so many of these. I'm going, through everything. Andy White, drummed for "Love Me Do" and "P.S. I Love You."
Yeah.
Then Bernard Purdie claimed to have 21 songs. Then we got. You said this earlier, George Martin. They had the charisma. I thought their music was rubbish, but here's the one that's like, holy crap. You're talking about the great songwriting team of Lennon and McCartney, the great composers, Quincy Jones, non-playing MFers.
Yeah.
Woof!
That was devastating. And, Then there was this, again, there was damage control, and where the press played it up that Quincy apologized and he misspoke and all this stuff. But, then I found the tweet where he allegedly apologized.
Yeah.
He didn't retract anything.
Right. Right.
He just said, I'm sorry for bad mouthing. That's all he said. He did not take back what he had said about their playing abilities, which he said they couldn't play. Now, some folks, they get angry with me for saying stuff like that. Don't get angry at me. Quincy Jones said this. I'm just telling you what Quincy said in Spin Magazine.
God, he's talking about the Monkees.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me, but which leads us to Rubber Soul.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, I'm looking at this whole thing, and again, this song was written, rehearsed, recorded, start to finish in 30 days between October 11th and November 11th, correct?
Right.
Okay.
That's the story, right?
That is the story. Now, to me, again, another smoking gun is the actual time it takes to manufacture an album, which we'll get into, okay? But when we look at this, October 11th through November 11th, Mike, we do look at, I believe, just prior to this, September 2nd, 1965, okay, the Beatles did have a 6-week break or hiatus.
Right.
Could this music not have been written in those 6 weeks?
People have brought that up, and the first thing I have to, I tell people is, first of all, that's not the official narrative. The official narrative says that they had no existing material other than little bits and pieces of Michelle and a couple of other songs, right? But no complete songs. They didn't have any backlog of material, and they were on the hook to record 16 original compositions between October 11th and November 11th. Now, people have come back to me and they have said, well, why couldn't they have written the songs during the break between coming back from the tour on September 2nd, 6 weeks, leading into October 11th? Well, my response to them is that, well, first of all, you're making up a new story because that's not the narrative that's given to us. But let's just set that aside for a second. Let's just say that they got off this hectic touring, which was 16 cities in 16 days, including one stop in Canada on the U.S. tour in 1965 in August. And as soon as they got off that airplane, they sat down, they got together as a band, and they started writing music. This means that the whole band would have had to convene, come together, start writing music, melodies, harmonies, and George Martin is going to have to participate because he has to do the arranging. Mm-hmm. Given 6 weeks to do 16 songs coming off a tour is really, it's not possible. People want to believe it's possible because they'll say, well, they were geniuses and, they had abilities beyond even some of the most talented musicians because, they were just capable of doing these things. But the truth of the matter is the Beatles have never called themselves geniuses. They never called themselves prodigies or any of that stuff. In fact, John Lennon in the 1980 interview in Playboy said that they couldn't read or write music. None of them were technically good musicians. Mm-hmm. So we have to go with what the official narrative is telling us. The official narrative doesn't say anything about them writing material during a 6-week break. And even if they did, when they got into the studio on October 11th, they would have had to have been so polished, had those songs down to the point where they could play them in their sleep in order to make it through that 30 days. It's not feasible.
Well, and it also, Mike, think about it for a second. Think about it logically, because I'm really a logic guy, and I always go back to logic, and I know what it is like when we had a television taping and we were going to record 8 shows. Okay, Vince, you got to write these 8 shows before we get there. I know what the schedule is. Think about this. They know they're going into the studio October 11th to record a whole album. The narrative tells us they showed up on October 11th with nothing. So right. In other words, during those 6 weeks, they know in 6 weeks, we got to go into the studio. We have 1 month to record an album, and they're going to go into that studio with nothing. The only way they're going to go into that studio with nothing is if that work is already done for them. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Exactly. All those songs were written. The basic tracks at the very least and the arranging, I believe, was already done. The music for the songs was completely done, recorded, and already mixed down. While they were on tour and doing their thing, this is what was going on behind the scenes with studio musicians and George Martin arranging the music. And again, the official narrative says that they walked into the Rubber Soul sessions with nothing. And they had to create those songs from scratch, blank sheet of paper, starting on October 11th. And to be honest with you, I didn't even pay attention or was aware of this timeline until I watched that DVD that I mentioned in the presentation. And, where the presenter is taking us through the timeline. And I got like 10 minutes into it. And I remember thinking to myself, this is impossible.
Yeah.
This is not possible. And the other thing I tried to explain in the presentation, Vince, is that when songwriters write, you don't just sit down and go, okay, well, I'm going to write a song, and you bang it out. And you're like, okay, here we go. Here's one song. There's a lot of puts and takes. A lot of songs get started and then they get shelved because you might have a good start to a song, a good verse. You don't have a good chorus. Maybe you need a bridge, but you don't have a bridge yet to the song. It's a creative process. It's not something where you just crank it out. It's not like, you're on an assembly line and that's how you make songs or how you write songs. And for people who are not songwriters, this sometimes is difficult for them to get their heads wrapped around because the official story tells us that they were basically magicians. I mean, they could just create this stuff on the spot because they were just brilliant and they were geniuses. But so many people that follow my work are songwriters and musicians. And they've come back to me and said, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
16 songs in 30 days, starting from scratch, didn't happen.
And Mike, that's only half the story. Now we get into the manufacturing and say, somehow, some way, they were able to come up with these 16 masterpieces in 30 days. But now there's another problem because they're finished with the session by November 11th.
Right.
The album they want the album to be released December 3rd for the holidays.
Right.
So when we look at November 11th to December 3rd, we're looking at less than a month. We're looking at literally, you're looking at about 3 weeks. Well, in order to manufacture an album, and Mike, I want you to take us through the steps because I don't think people really understand the finished product and what that takes. But when you look at the timeline of how long it takes to manufacture these albums and release these albums, we're looking at 6 to 8 weeks.
Yes.
They did it in 3 weeks. So now you've got a bigger issue on top of what's already a big issue. If somehow they did these in 30 days, how in God's name did they release an album in 3 weeks when they had to have it pressed, the label? Walk us through that, Mike.
Well, the thing is, when you release a record, it's not just about recording songs. Obviously, you have to record songs to have tracks on a record, but you also have to press the records and you have to create the record labels, the labels that get pressed onto the vinyl. You have to create the LP or record jackets, have photo shoots and all of this stuff. And in order to put all of that together, you have to have the names of the songs, the sequencing, what order the songs are in. You have to have the run times of the songs. Mm-hmm. You have to have all of this stuff. So the process of creating a record involves going through the printing process. It's the stamping of the records. It's bringing the records and the record jackets together and then staging the records for distribution and then getting the records out to retail outlets. What happened was when I was working with one of my team members who has been in the record business for a long time, he understands the record pressing process, the cycle time. He's not guessing. He knows exactly how it works. So when I was going through this and I said, okay, well, they finished up on November 11th and then the lacquer was cut on November 17th. So what the lacquer is, folks, is the lacquer is the final acetate of the record that then creates a stamper. You don't take a lacquer to make records. First of all, the lacquer has to be tested. You have to make sure that the lacquer is good, right? Once you go through that process, you create stampers. And the stampers are what actually press the records into the vinyl. The point I'm trying to make is this whole process, and it's not something that is easily expedited. And the whole bit about getting the record sleeves printed, you have to get that process started. It's called 4-ink printing process. Back in the day, when you created record sleeves, that had to go through a printing process. You run the 4 colors, it creates the actual picture, but then it needs a few days to dry before you could do anything with it. So the point I'm trying to make is that this is not just snap your fingers and everything just comes together. So there is a cycle time. There's a period of time that's required to be able to get a record out from the day the lacquer is cut to release when it ends up in a retail outlet. When I took my colleague through these dates, and I said the lacquer was cut on November 17th, and they got the records in the store on December 3rd, he said, it's impossible. I said, all right. So I said, explain to me. He said, Mike, when you print the record jacket, you have to have the names of the songs before you could do any printing. And many times on the back of the album, there's almost all of the time, there's the list of the songs. You have to know them. You can't make the record jacket and then add the songs later. It's all one process. He says the same thing with the record label itself, the round label that goes on the vinyl. You have to have the names of the songs. And he said, there is no way when that lacquer got cut, there was no time to get that printing process done from after November 11th to having the record released on December 3rd. Didn't happen. He says that process is a 6-week process. And a lot of times back in the day, it's 8 weeks. We used 6 weeks because I felt, okay, I'm going to use an expedited timetable here. Let's just say EMI pulled out all the stops to get that record out. And so I gave him the benefit of the doubt. But the truth of the matter is the 6 weeks that I use in my presentation is aggressive. And that the actual time period back in the day, back in the 1960s, was probably 7 to 8 weeks. But again, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. So I hope this is making sense. We are told, the official story tells us that the Beatles finished 4 songs on the very last day of recording. You Won't See Me, Girl, Wait, and I'm Looking Through You on the very last day. So that means George Martin wouldn't have had the actual complete list of songs until the very last day.
And not only the songs, the times of each song.
The times of the songs.
That's the times of the song they had to know.
Right. So this creates a gigantic problem. It creates a huge, huge problem for the timetable. And the thing is, nobody has really ever looked at it before. And I wouldn't have looked at it if I didn't watch that DVD. And it was when I watched that DVD, what set it off for me was 16 brand new songs in 30 days. And I said, impossible. I didn't even blink. I said, that didn't happen. And then once I started investigating some more, and then it was explained to me the whole process to press a record and to get it out for sale in a retail outlet, the cycle time for that, 6 to 8 weeks, I'm like, oh my God, the whole thing just collapses. It's like a house of cards. So I hope I explained that well enough, Vince, but to net it out for the folks, look, in order for them to have had the record sleeves done in time, all of that stuff would have had to have started before they got into the studio. So what that means is the songs were already recorded, which means the songwriters wrote the songs. The songs were brought into the studio way before October 11th.
Yeah, Mike, you said that in the presentation, you said that the record should have been sent out by October 22nd for a December 3rd release. That's when it should. If this were going according to the time, it should have went out October 22nd. It went out November 11th.
That's when the whole process with regard to the record sleeves would have had to been wrapped up no later than October 22nd. Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to say, folks, I know if you watch the presentation, it's a lot clearer. It's hard to do here without the slides, but What that means is while the Beatles were finishing up their Christmas shows in early 1965, then doing their European tour, filming Help, recording the Help album, and then doing their US tour in August, while they were doing all that stuff, behind the scenes, what was going on was the songs were written and recorded by studio musicians, session musicians. And so this way, what happened was when the music was done, George Martin already knew the times of the songs. He knew the names of the songs. He can sequence the songs for the album. So all that stuff was done. The photo shoot was done. So we have the names of the songs. We have the times of the songs. We have the sequencing, all of that, the photo shoot. Guess what? Now we can package the album sleeves and we can print the labels, the round labels for the vinyl. Mm-hmm. So we send that off. That's in the pipeline now. Music's done. When the Beatles show up on October 11th, what George Martin had was he had the music already recorded and already mixed down. That was already done. All they had to do was sing the songs. Based upon my work, that's what they did between October 11th and November 11th. The 30 days, they didn't write, rehearse, and record the music. They sang, a la the Monkees. And, and I have clips in there where I'm showing how they're struggling with trying to get Think for Yourself down. Mm-hmm. That actual video clip, Vince, went on a lot longer. I actually had to edit it so I wouldn't bore people out of their skulls listening to it. But the bits I left in were indicative of, what was going on. They were joking around. They were horsing around. They couldn't get the melody line. You could see they were struggling with the harmonies, so this is why it came down to the wire. It was because, this was a challenge for them. I know for people who haven't watched the presentation, this is going to sound like heresy, but,
Mike, when, it was very, very, and it doesn't end there, but it was very, very dramatic to me when you gave your conclusion after all this. So listen, Mike, you were just so nice, man. You just sent me 2 wonderful albums in the mail, which I am so thankful and so grateful for. It's like freaking gold to me. And then, you've told me a couple of times about your extensive Beatle collection. I know what a Beatle fan you are. I know what they mean to you and what they've meant to your life. How do you feel?
I've become actually numb to it in a way. I don't want to say numb, but dissociated from the Beatles. It's a huge disappointment. It is. I'm not going to say that it's not. In previous shows, I've told folks that, the luster is gone. But after I did this, it was really quite shocking, to think that, all right, we're down to they were doing the vocals. That's it. And I had to conclude that that's exactly what they were doing through the first 7 albums. When they tell us that Andy White drummed on Love Me Do and P.S. I Love You, those are 2 songs that they want to tell us about. My guess is Andy White drummed on a lot more songs than those 2, and Andy's not with us anymore. And I'm sure Andy had to sign some kind of confidentiality agreement so that, he wouldn't say anything. Bernard Purdie, who was a world-renowned drummer. He spent 25 years with Aretha Franklin. I mean, give me a break. And people want to say that Bernard's out of his mind and Bernard misremembered.
I loved Mike has a footage of Bernard, which I loved because during this you kind of seen the guy's character.
Yeah,
you're seeing him, you're listening to him, and he did not come across as somebody that's just gonna make this up on a whim for no reason.
And he caught a lot of grief. He got a lot of grief for saying what he did. And, but then he came out with his book in 2014, Let the Drums Speak. And he has a chapter dedicated to the Ringo Starr controversy. And Bernard does not back off the story. He says that he drummed on 21 songs on the early albums. So somebody could say, well, they released 77 songs over the first 7 albums. So does that mean that Ringo drummed on 50 of them? No, it doesn't mean that at all. I don't think Ringo drummed on any of those songs. And if you listen very closely, listen to the drumming. The timekeeping is very precise. It's precision.
Yeah.
And so what that means is that they had other session drummers aside from Bernard and aside from Andy White. And like we said, we don't know. Maybe Andy White drummed on a lot of the early stuff. They just told us about 2 songs, Love Me Do and P.S. I Love You. And then when you listen to the drumming after Revolver, which was the last of the first 7 albums, you hear different drumming. And in fact, if you listen to Lady Madonna, that's not Ringo on Lady Madonna. That's not Ringo. And in my view, I mean, again, we're back to that very precise timekeeping, very tight drumming. So I do think Ringo drummed on songs, starting with Sgt. Pepper, but even then, he was paging in and out. We know Billy drummed on songs on the White Album. Mm-hmm. Back in the USSR, Dear Prudence, Martha, My Dear. He did the Ballad of John and Yoko. Billy drumming on that song, which wasn't on the White Album, but later on, I don't know.
But then, Mike, you weren't done there because, again, you did this whole presentation based on a DVD. I think it's called The Deconstructing of Rubber Soul.
Yeah.
But then, Mike, I was a little astute here too, because now you're showing the time line on the albums that followed, and I'm looking at the presentation, and I'm like, wait a minute, the White Album.
Yeah. Yeah.
The White Album doesn't matter. I saw that before you even said it. Now, nobody, Mike, has said this prior to you before. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So what I wanted to do was I didn't want people to accuse me of just going after the biological Paul period, right? So they were like, oh, he just loves Billy, so he's going to deep six, no pun intended, biological Paul. And so I said, so I'm going to take a look at one of the later albums, and I didn't want to choose Pepper because I already knew that Sgt. Pepper was Billy's baby, and it was tightly controlled by Billy and George Martin. So I said, let me move to something after that. So let's take a look at the White Album. And I had known that, the story was that the White Album, the songs of the White Album, most of them were written while they were in India with the Maharishi, that retreat. And even Wikipedia says the songs were written, most of the songs are written in the March-April timeframe.
Over 30.
Over 30. And one site said that they wrote 48. Okay. What they don't tell you in the story is that the Beatles' time in India was staggered. They arrived in mid-February, all 4 Beatles, around mid-February. Ringo was gone by March 1st. I'm doing this by memory. Billy was gone by March 15th or the very least the latter part of March. And George and John stayed 8 weeks. They left mid-April. Now, while they were in India, we all know that they were doing meditation and there were other activities at the retreat. How is it possible that as a band that they wrote over 30 songs when one of the primary songwriters, Billy, aka Paul McCartney, was out of there in March, mid to late March, and then John was out of there after 8 weeks. So you're going to tell us that they wrote 30 plus songs when we can't even say 8 weeks because half the band wasn't even there for 8 weeks. It's another story that when you put it under the microscope and you scrutinize it, it doesn't hold together. The Beatles did not write 30 plus songs in India because they didn't have the time to do it. And then, with the 50th anniversary release of the White Album, we get the Escher demos. And these are allegedly the demos that the Beatles did leading into the White Album recording sessions, which started on May 30th, 1968. And we are told that on a single day in May of 1968, prior to recording, they went to George Harrison's bungalow and they laid down 27 songs in a single day. And the day is unknown. This is the most remarkable thing. It's like the photo shoot for Rubber Soul.
Yeah.
I could not find a specific date for the photo shoot for Rubber Soul. Why is that? It's one of the most iconic photo albums of all time, and yet we have no exact date for it. Why is that? Well, I would posit it's because if we give you a date, you're going to start looking at the timeline. It's the same thing with the Escher demos, right? We don't have a date. And one of the sites, the Beatles Bible, clearly says that there is no date. And I thought to myself, okay, this is very, very strange. So again, one of the most iconic Beatle albums of all time, the White Album, there's a demo of songs, of which I think it was 19 of the 27 songs recorded that day ended up on the White Album. Some ended up on Abbey Road, and some of them actually never got released. Some later on in their solo career, like Not Guilty. How could we not have a date for that? And so I concluded that there were no 27 songs recorded in a single day. That the 27 songs, yes, there were demos. Of course, we have them. We have the recordings. But what they were was rehearsals over a period of time.
Yeah.
What that period of time is, I have no idea. It could be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, but it wasn't a single day. Jeez. It's not credible. So with the White Album, the 30 plus songs written in India, they had a staggered stay there. That's not credible. The 27 songs in one day for the White Album, the Escher demos, that's not credible. So what happened? So I applied the template that they used for Rubber Soul, which said that the songs were written, they were in process. And it's not to say they didn't record some of the songs during the White Album sessions. In other words, Billy didn't record and write and all that stuff, or John wasn't on recordings, or George wasn't on recordings. It doesn't mean that. It just means that by the time they got into the White Album sessions, beginning May 30th of 1968, the stage was already set. And it's possible that a lot of those songs were already recorded and that they overlaid the vocals. And there were other times where they did record and did the vocals. But I think with the White Album, what we have is, I think we have a mix of songs that were written by songwriters outside of the Beatles, plus songs that were actual compositions by the Beatles. And I believe we do have John and George actually writing songs and recording on the White Album. That's what I concluded. But it's a mix. It's a mix of the Beatles and a mix of not the Beatles on the White Album as far as musically playing.
One of the last things you have on the presentation, and again, what could this mean? What does this mean? But man, you present all of this so beautifully, Mike. And Mike, how many slides were involved in this?
It was like 150 or something, 140.
Just incredible. But one of the last things after this entire presentation is John Lennon saying the music is a myth.
Yeah. Rolling Stone magazine.
What does that mean?
Right. John said in Rolling Stone magazine that he kept talking about the Beatles myth. And, back in 1971, I think the interview was in 71, you would read that and a lot of people just glossed over it. What does it mean? Today, we have a much better understanding of what that means. And again, we have John telling us, of all the Beatles, John was probably the one that was actually spilling the beans the most. And in that Rolling Stone magazine and also the Playboy interview in 1980 was another one where he was just dropping bombs. And in those interviews, whether it was the Rolling Stone one or the Playboy one, I forgot, but he said they were craftsmen.
Right.
And he said that by the time the Beatles got to the U.S., they were already old hands, which meant they were already like seasoned veterans at doing what they did. And what they did, their task was to take the songs that were written, not by them, we're talking about the first 7 albums, was to learn them and then take it out on tour. They were the veneer. They were the front men for these songs. That's what their craft was. See, John didn't say we were songwriters. Mm-hmm. John didn't say we were composers. John said we were craftsmen. Mm-hmm. That's kind of a very strange way to word what it is that you do, because that's John's way of telling us. Also, craftsman is a term that we associate with Freemasonry. So a Freemason is a craftsman, the craft. And so I think John was basically giving us 2 clues: who they were, what club they belonged to, and what it is that they were doing.
Mike, I want to read something. I got a couple of things to read to you. One of them blows me away, man. And correct me if I'm wrong about this. This was kind of like 1969, and the Billy Shears, Billy Shepherd conspiracy was really starting to take hold. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Life magazine went out to Paul McCartney's farm in Scotland, to try to find out if there was any meat to this. Correct so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, from what I gather, McCartney, Billy was first, paparazzi, get away from me, blocking himself from the camera. But then I heard that I guess they took some shots of him that he wasn't too pleased and he wasn't too happy with. So in exchange for them not printing those photos, he agreed to do a interview with them. I've got 2 excerpts from the interview, and one really blows me away. My first question to you before I read this first one is, do you believe, like, once the Beatles were under the thumb of Tavistock,
Yeah.
were they under the thumb of Tavistock until the day the band dissolved?
Yeah. I believe they were. Yeah. I mean, what happened was they were, they are a Tavistock creation. And so they are a Tavistock project. So in the early days, it came under the guidance and the direction of George Martin.
Okay.
And then the baton was handed to Billy.
Okay.
Starting in 1967 with Sgt. Pepper. But what we have to understand is that they all work for, I should say, on behalf of the pyramid of power, right? Of Tavistock's agenda, which is what I talked about, which was the human potential movement, the Aquarian conspiracy, which then made its way into the New Age movement and so on. Right. It's, this enlightenment that they talk about. And so, yes. So the answer to your question, Vince, is yes. They continue to work in the pyramid.
Listen to this quote, Mike, and you know all these, but I've read this, and now knowing what I know from you, I'm like, this is really interesting. This is from that Life 1971 article. Here's what he said. You see, there was a partnership contract put together years ago to hold us together as a group for 10 years. Anything anybody wanted to do, put out a record, anything, he had to get the other's permission. Because of what we were then, none of us ever looked at it when we signed it. We signed it in 67 and discovered it last year. It's talking about 71 now. We discovered this contract that bound us for 10 years. So it's, oh gosh, oh gal, oh golly, oh heck, Now boys can tear it up, please. But the trouble is the other 3 have been advised not to tear it up. They've been advised that if they tear it up, there will be serious bad consequences for them. The point, though, to me, was that it began to look like a 3-1 vote, which is what, in fact, happened at a couple of business meetings. It was 3-1, and then he goes into Alan Klein. But do you think is he talking about a Tavistock contract that if they didn't live up to the contract, bad things were? Because it's funny to me, he says they had been advised not to tear it up. They've been advised that if they tear it up, there will be bad, serious consequences to them. He never said their lawyers advised them.
Yeah, it's a very strange quote in that article. And, it's hard to really put a finger on what exactly he's talking about. The only thing I could think of is that they were all bound contractually as a band and what it is they could say, what they can do. I mean, they didn't have a lot of room. If you remember in my presentation is a clip of George Harrison saying from the anthology DVD that they didn't have a vote in anything.
Right. Yeah, I got that quote.
Remember that, right?
Yes.
And so I think that what Billy's alluding to there is that I think at that point, everybody was making decisions for us. That's what he said. Yes. Right. Exactly. Yeah. And so I think what happened was as they pushed on, especially within, into phase 3, which was 67 through 70, there was a lot of, I think, terse moments between them. They got along. It was like love-hate type of thing, right? They got along. When I talk about they, I mean, Billy got along with the other 3. The other 3 got along with him, but there were times when they didn't get along. And part of the reason for that is because Billy's work ethic, he was a perfectionist, or he still is, right? And And this is something that John even mentions in interviews, that he would say Paul was a perfectionist, and he's referring to Billy, and that clashed with them. And because Billy wanted things to click along, and he wanted everybody on a tight leash because he had to manage this thing. The other three perhaps were starting to really, really tire of the rigor.
Yeah.
Maybe even talking about, you know what, this is just a farce. And they couldn't come out and say anything, because if they did, there would have been severe repercussions for it. What it would have been, I don't know. I believe it probably could have meant very significant legal issues, probably retraction of financial gains, because all of this stuff would have been predicated on them keeping to the terms and conditions of the contracts that they signed.
Yeah.
So if they started flapping their lips, it would have been a big problem.
Yeah.
That's why when people say, how come they don't talk about it? Well, I think a big reason is because they could have lost everything.
Yeah. Now, here's the best part to me, man. Keep in mind this 1971 Life article, the whole thing started off of the hoax and them trying to find out if there was any meat to this. This is the last thing he says, which blows me away, because it's like, okay, they're coming. I don't want to have anything to do with them. Well, I don't like some of the pictures. You don't publish those pictures. I'll give you the story. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the last thing he says. So I think you've got to live your own life. That sounds like one of those statements, but it is, in fact, just very necessary to realize that. And particularly necessary for me, or else someone else is going to be living part of your life.
Yeah.
He goes, or else somebody else is going to be living part of your life for you.
Yeah. What does that mean, right?
Bro, it's like that's what they went there for. He tells them when it's all over, and it just blew by them. Like, what the frig does that mean? If you're not living your life right now, Mike Williams, if you're not living the life of Mike Williams, then who is living the Mike Williams life?
Right.
An imposter, it would have to be.
Exactly. That's why, Vince, in the beginning of the show, we said that he's been dropping clues since day one. And if you really read these interviews closely, the things that he says, the things that John had said, George and Ringo, if you listen to the interviews or you read them very closely, knowing what we know now, you can start to pick it apart, And
particularly necessary for me, or else someone else is going to be living part of your life for you.
Right.
You know what I noticed too, and it's one of the reasons I wanted to watch Help, and we'll end it on this. This is a little note, but one of the reasons I wanted to watch Help, because that's biological, Paul.
Yeah.
Was, did he do everything with his left hand? And he did. He did. Man, when you watch, there are a lot of Wing documentaries out there and stuff. He does everything with his right hand. And Mike, I'm going to be 60. And the things he's doing with his right hand, even at my age, would be very awkward for me to do with my left hand. And like I said, when you look at those, everything was lefty, lefty, lefty. It just seemed later on when he let that guard down, he just comes across as a natural right-handed guy. I know it's a little thing, but it's very noticeable.
No, that's one of the things that we pick up on. See, when I started the presentation, one of the first two charts or so, I said one example by itself might not mean anything.
Right.
But a stream of evidence can be very significant. And I intentionally phrased it that way because, yes, we can sit there and say, we can make excuses all day as to why he's going lefty, righty, whatever it may be. But then when you pick up on that and then you move to something else and then something else and something else, and then you start to see patterns forming. And then you have to apply common sense and logic and say, okay, something is up here. This does not look right. What they want us to do is they want to distract us from doing that, from focusing on those little details, those little nuanced things that we pick up on, and just kind of chalk them up as just doesn't really mean anything. It's like the article you just read, and there's many articles like that, right? We can read it and say, oh, I don't think it really means anything. What's he talking about? Oh, I don't know. And then people just walk away from it.
Yeah.
But they're telling you. And it's been one crazy ride, I can tell you that.
Well, Mike,
Crazy.
I can tell you this, man. This all started for me, and you probably know the exact date. I'll never forget it, man. It had to be back in 67 or 68. F. Lee Bailey,
Yeah.
the famous lawyer, hosted a special in primetime TV all about this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going full circle now, Mike, because here we are, 40, 50 years later. You blew F. Lee Bailey out of the water, Mike, with this president. Mike, this president, man, Mike, this was magnificent, man. Magnificent.
Yeah. Thank you, Vince. And it's hard to do it justice, without seeing the slide.
Yeah.
Because to see the dates and everything else, it's kind of hard to picture.
Let everybody know exactly where to go to see this, because guys, and I recommend do an hour a night. Do exactly what I did. Do an hour a night. Break this thing up. But where do they go, Mike?
Just go to my hub website, Sage of Quay, SageofQuay, sageofquay.com, and then just page down a little bit. And I actually added it to my website, so you can just go there and see it, or you can just click the link to my Paul is Dead channel or my main YouTube channel, and you can actually watch it there as well. So it's up on BitChute. I have a BitChute account, but all the links to all of those social media platforms are all on my hub website, and you can just go there and click away.
And you have a Patreon too, right, Mike?
I have a Patreon. Yeah, it's anemic, but yes, I do. But yeah, if you go to my hub website, you'll see the link there for my Patreon page as well.
Well, I know what I'm going to do, because there's no way you're done, because we know Billy's back is coming out in the summer. So here's what I'm going to do, and here's what everybody else is going to do, because Mike is the absolute best. Mike, I swear to God, you're such a great presenter. You do all this without trying to sway anybody either way.
No.
You present the fact, and that's why I get so pissed off at you when you give us little tidbits about getting hate mail and this and that. You are the most honest. Listen, here's the information. Do what you want with the information. That's what I love about you. But here's what I know I'm going to do, because we could have talked about Corona for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I would assume that's going to be heavily talked about now on the Sage of Quay, correct?
I'm actually putting little blurbs out, short videos, 5 to 10 minutes, where I'm just trying to get people to kind of wake up and understand that what you're being shown on the mainstream media is not actually reality. And I'm trying to get people to connect dots that way. Yeah. I don't know how successful I'm going to be, but I'm trying to do that. I will, when Billy's Back comes out,
the summer,
it's going to be summer of this year, I will take a look at the footnotes and read through the book, and I will do a little something on that. I will do something on that. But as far as major presentations on the Beatles, I'm not going to be doing any more major presentations, because the way I look at it, Vince, is this has been step by step. The first thing was, let's talk about the memoirs of Billy Shears because of what's contained in the book. Let's talk about the fact that biological Paul McCartney was replaced by somebody. Then let's get into the occult aspects of the Beatles. They are immersed in the occult. That was like phase 2. And phase 3 was the Beatles were not what we were told that they were at all, that they did not write all of their own music. And that's not to say they did not write some of their music, but they did not write all of the music we are told that they wrote. And so, once I did this last presentation, like you said, 4.5 hours, I thought to myself, well, where do I go from here? Really, where do I go from here? Some people still want me to talk about Paul is Dead clues, but I responded back to them. I said, look, I'm past that. Mm-hmm. It's beyond that now. We've gotten into the occult. That was the next step. We've gotten kind of past that now. I have lots of shows that talk about the occult aspects of it. So if you're interested in that, you can watch that. And now I've gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, the whole thing was so fabricated to the point where it's even beyond comprehension for just about everybody. The good news is, though, that I was waiting for a real storm to just come my way because, so many people love the Beatles, worship the Beatles. It's worship. It is. It's idol worship. And I was one of those people. So when I put this last presentation out, I thought, okay, here it comes. The tidal wave of hate and all that stuff is going to come. And it didn't. It's been overwhelmingly positive. Overwhelmingly. I've been driven to do this, Vince. There were many times along this journey where I questioned why I was doing this. I started to question, like, why am I doing this? I don't have to do this. I have other things in my life that I could be doing that are a lot more interesting than this. I mean, as far as giving me fulfillment in life. But there was this little voice in my head that said, keep going, keep going, keep going. You are almost there. Carry the ball one more yard and you're over the goal line. And that's how this has kind of played out, you know. And I had a lot of obstacles between last year to when I got this out. A lot of things that transpired in my own personal life as far as things that had to do with health and family members and everything else that I had to deal with. It was grueling. But finally it's out and people can watch it and decide for themselves. If you don't agree, you don't agree.
Well, you know, again, Mike, you say this all the time, and you've said this with every presentation you've ever done. You just provide the facts. And I think that's why you're not getting a negative backlash. I mean, you can't argue with these dates. These are real dates. These are real times. They're documented. You can't argue with them.
I had somebody write me from within the music industry who watched the presentation, and they said, you realize that nobody's going to be able to present the official narrative going forward without having to, in some fashion, address what you put out. Mm-hmm. I guess they can choose to ignore it. You know, that's an option, but they always run the risk that there's going to be somebody that has seen the presentation and is going to say, but what about the dates? Mm-hmm. What about the 16 songs in 30 days? What about the 30 plus songs in India? The 27 songs on some unknown day in May for the White Album? Mm-hmm. How about the Mercy Beat article? What's that about? Do we just gloss over that? Mm-hmm. Was that also like somebody writing something that they wrote the wrong thing down and it got published? Mm-hmm. You know, it gets to a point where you can't continue to dodge the bullet on this thing. You know, the article about them being in a haze of marijuana during the filming of Help, that not only affected the filming of Help, but that also affected any storyline that had to do with writing music during that period. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So these are all things that now going forward, this is what this person told me. They said it's going to have to be dealt with. So, you know, I felt good about that. And, but I didn't do this to throw a monkey wrench into anything. I really didn't. I just did it because I found it interesting to look at this and then think to myself, how come nobody else ever counted up the days?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, yeah. And I look, and I'm guilty of it. I didn't. It's just, I happened to be watching that DVD, which by the way, is very well presented. Scott Fryman does a great job on the DVD, but it is the official narrative. Does a wonderful job on it. But I remember watching it and then a light bulb went off and I said, okay, hold on a second. The tires screeched. I'm like, this didn't happen. And that's what set me on the path.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, Mike, you've, I mean, to every fan of the Beatles and anybody who's been following this story for decades, man, it wouldn't have been the same without you. I mean, I am so happy I stumbled upon you. I'm so happy we got to become friends. I'm going to be the first one knocking on the door in the summer. Yeah. The first one, Mike. Tell me about this. What is this? The thing I love too, like especially when you get into the books, is, man, all the information's in the footnotes.
Yeah.
And you have a way of really just dissecting those that are, first of all, I'm too old. I can't even read the printed so small.
Yeah, well, Vince, I got readers too.
But Mike, man, I can't thank you enough. Man, I hope to have you on here. We could discuss any other topic.
Yeah.
I love you as a podcaster. I love you as an information provider, man. And I just want you to know, I personally, man, thank you for this incredible, incredible work that you've done.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you for having me on the show. This is the agreement we had too, folks. I told Vince he'd be the very first one to talk to me about the presentation. That was way back, I think, October of last year.
Yeah, and you didn't forget.
I did not forget. I keep to my commitments.
Yeah. Well, everybody, it's sageofquay.com. You can go there, and that will lead you to all the places that you need to be. Mike Williams, thank you for allowing me to experience this through your eyes. It's been an amazing, amazing trip.
Thank you, Vince.